The Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the United States Constitution. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The United States Bill of Rights, the 10 original amendments to the Constitution of the United States. Passed by Congress September 25, 1789. Ratified December 15, 1791. 1. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. 2. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. 3. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war but in a manner to be prescribed by law. 4. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects, against unreasonable searches and seizures, shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. 5. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. 6. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial, by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. 7. In suits at common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law. 8. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. 9. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. 10. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. End of the Bill of Rights, being the first 10 amendments to the United States Constitution. Read by Maria Kasper.
Selections from 10 Minutes, a book of poems by Fanny de Groot Hastings. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 10 Minutes. I took 10 minutes from the hand of time and wove them into printed leaves of rhyme. You who can spare 10 minutes for my book, with kindly eyes I bid you come and look. I speak for it no place in poet's art, if it but cause a shining in some heart, 10 minutes clearing of some window pane, and happiness I'll reap 10 minutes gain. Color. When I work with warm colored wools, and weave of them manifold mantles and bright-hued scarfs, I understand what impelled love's fingers to wrap earth in robes of richness and light, in green garments and autumn ambers and white ermine, and to fling rainbows round the throat of the sky. For I touch the hem of a marvelous joy when I work with warm colored wools. Quiet rains. I revel in all quiet rains that wash our dusty window panes, clean rains that give a shining face to every human dwelling place, wise rains from out the boundless dome that bid us spend a day at home, and find within each restful hour a larger sense of strength and power. O quiet rains that cleanse earth's floors and gently close its hurried doors, still messengers of higher laws, thank you for teaching me to pause. End of selections from 10 Minutes, a book of poems by Fanny de Groot Hastings. Read by Sue Anderson.
The 10 Little Fairies by George Mitchell. Translated from the French. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 10 Little Fairies. Vainly I try to recall from my recollections of yesterday, still vividly remembered, and from those of the long past, grown tenderly dim in the mists of intervening time, from whom I learnt the powerfully moral story I am here going to repeat to children great and small, to men and their companions. I cannot determine from whom it was I learned it. Did I first read it in some old book laden with the dust of ages? Was it told to me by my mother, by my nurse, one evening when I could not go to sleep, or one night when, sleeping soundly, a fairy came and sang it to me in my slumber? I cannot tell. I cannot remember. I have forgotten all the details, of which there only remains with me the subtle perfume, too fine and evanescent for me to seize it in its passage through my mind. But I retain, perfectly retain, the moral, which is the daughter of all things healthy and strong. The things which I am going to recount happened in a charming country, one of those bright lands which we see only in delightful dreams, where the men are all good, and the women all as amiable as they are beautiful. In that happy country there lived a great nobleman, who, left a widower early in life, had an only daughter, whom he loved more than anything in the world. Rosebell was 17 years old, a pure marvel of grace and beauty, gay as a joyous heart, good as a happy one. For 10 leagues round she was known to be the most beautiful and best. She was simple and gentle, and her exquisite ingenuousness caused her everywhere, in the mansion and the cottage, to be beloved. Her father, fearful lest the least of the distresses of our poor existence should overtake her, watched over her with jealous care, so that no harm should come to her, while she passed her days in calmly thinking of the time before her, sure that it would not be other than delightful. When she was 18, her father consented to her being betrothed to the son of a prince, to Greatheart, a handsome youth, who had been carefully reared, and detested the false excitements and factious pleasures of cities, loving enthusiastically the fresh charms of nature, of the common mother who claims us all, the earth. Rosebell loved her fiancé, married, and adored him. With him she went to live in the admirable calm of the country, in the midst of great trees that gave back the plaintive winds, by a river with its ever-flowing song, winding under willowy banks, and overshadowed by tall poplars. She lived in a very old, old castle, where the sires of her husband had been born, a great castle reached by roads hewn out of the solid rock, a great castle with immense cold halls, where echo answered echo mysteriously, where the night-owl drearily replied to the early thrush's song to the rising sun, and the other awakened birds singing and chirping on the borders of the deep woods, where the sun enters timidly, almost with the hesitation of a trespasser. When the time for parting came, her father had said to her, through his tears, "You are going from me. Your happiness claims that I should let you go. Go, therefore, but take all care of yourself, for love of me, who have only you in the world to love." To his son-in-law he said, "Watch over her. I entrust her to you. Surround her with 1,000 safeguards. Screen her from the least chance of harm or pain. Remember that even in stooping to pluck a flower she may fall and wound herself, that in gathering a fruit she may tear her hand. See that all is done for her that can be done. Keep her for me, ever beautiful." Absorbed in her love for her husband, Rosebell realized the sweet dreams of her young girlhood. Then she dreamed, languorously, heaven knows what. The delightful future which she had seen in the visions of the past was still present with her, however. Her husband, tender and good, wished that she should do nothing but live and love. He had surrounded her with numerous servants, all ready to obey the least of her desires, the slightest of her fancies, to comprehend the most trivial of her wants. She had nothing to do but to let time glide slowly by her. At length she wearied, languished mysteriously. Her father, to whom she communicated this strange experience, was astounded. He reminded her of all the sources of happiness which ought to have existed in her case. He took her in his arms and said all he could think of in laudation of the husband who so greatly loved her, gave her innumerable reasons why her happiness ought to have been unparalleled, offered money, more money, wishful to give all the felicities in the world. She wished for nothing of that. It only tired, enervated her. He besought her to be happy. She replied, "I wish I could be so, for your sake and for that of my husband, whom I love so dearly." And she struggled against the strange evil which so weighed upon her, against the deadly ennui that was sapping her young life. But the mysterious ill which tormented her soul grew and grew until it became overwhelming. Greatheart speedily detected her distress, and sought to discover its cause, but ineffectually, and from alarm he passed into despair. Now when he returned from the plain, the fields, or the camp, when he embraced her, he pressed against his bosom a bosom cold and filled with sadness and tears, a bosom so cold that it might have been thought to contain a block of ice in place of a heart, and he redoubled his tenderness towards her. Seeing how much he was suffering on her account, she vowed for him a boundless love. Courageous, energetic even, she tried to shake off the languor which possessed her, endeavouring to intoxicate her soul and drown her self-consciousness in the love of her adored husband. But all her efforts were made in vain. She became more and more oppressed with weariness, and the crowd of servants about her, all eager to realize her wishes, were utterly unable to mitigate her condition by anything they could do. At last she fell into a state of the deepest melancholy. The rose tints faded from her cheeks, her beauty paled like that of a languishing flower, the light in her eyes grew each day more dim. She was very ill. The most learned doctors in the healing art were called to her, brought regardless of cost from the most distant countries, only to confess their complete inability, excusing themselves by affirming that there was no remedy for an indefinable ailment, an ailment impalpable, incomprehensible. Then one day an old white–haired shepherd, with a long snowy beard, who had learned to understand men from having always lived alone with his sheep, and thinking while he led them to their pasture, an old philosopher, came to Greatheart, of whom he was one of the vassals, and said to him, "I know where there lives close by here an old grande dame, with one foot in the grave. She is so old. People call her a sorceress, but never mind that. She, and she alone, can cure our lady, our mistress, whom you love so well." Knowing not what to do in his suffering, Greatheart believed what the old shepherd told him. He took Rosebel far away from the castle along the bank of the river, to a spot where the path ran between high rocks, leading to a deep and profoundly dark cavity, within which they found the old woman, of whom the shepherd had spoken, crouching by the side of a scanty fire of pine–branches, warming herself in their fitful light, in the midst of owls and ravens, cats and rats, with phosphorescent eyes showing green in the obscurity when lit by the intermittent sparkle of the crackling branches on the hearth. "Ho there, sorceress!" cried the young prince, "cure my wife, and I will give you the half of all I possess." The very old woman looked for a long time at Rosebel out of her little bright eyes, meeting those of the young princess, and holding her as if by a spell. For a while longer she remained silent, as if in contemplation. Then suddenly she rose to her feet, raised her long arms towards the herb suspended from the rocky roof of her dwelling–place, spread out her fleshless fingers, and cried, "I see, I see, I understand it all. Yes, my lord, I will cure your wife, your adored one. And presently in your arms, on your heart, shall sleep a heart beating with great joy for love of you." As they both sprang nearer to her, the better to hear her wonderful words, the old woman retreated, saying, "Yes, and I will cure her, but to aid me in the task I need the assistance of 10 little fairies, 10 friends who have ever been dear to me, ever faithful to me, and who, by an unfortunate chance, have not visited me to–day. To–morrow I shall be sure to have them with me, my tiny comrades. So come back to me to–morrow, my dear, when I will detain them until you arrive, and will take measures for enabling them to cure you." The sun next day had hardly risen, hardly caressed the earth with its earliest beam, when Rosebel re–entered the old sorceress's murky dwelling–place. Over the still crackling fire of pine–branches she extended her white hands by direction of the old woman, who raised her arms, and uttered some curious words, accompanied by some strange gestures. Then from a small cavity in the rocky wall she appeared to draw forth an invisible something, which she carefully conveyed to the shelter of her bare bosom. And when she had repeated these actions 10 times, she cried, "I have them! I have them all warm in my bosom, my faithful little fairies. Oh, do not attempt to see them, or they will at once fly away. They desire to serve you, to cure you. Here they are." And, laughing, dancing, and singing, the old woman tapped with the crooked thumb of her right hand the young princess's 10 extended fingers, while the quaint song she sang was gaily given back by the echo of the rocky vault above her. This was the song she sang, holding the princess's delicate fingers caressingly in her left hand. "10 good little fairies, hie, to these 10 good fingers nigh. Each of you reside in one, until your kindly task is done, until by certain signs you're sure that you have made a perfect cure. Potent fairies, from this hour exercise your utmost power. Drive away the evil spell, cast on one who'll love you well." Then, still laughing heartily, she pressed Rosebel's fingers tightly, and went on, "They are all here, the wonderful little doctors. Guard them preciously. Do not weary them. Keep them by you, and to do all that, never give them a moment's rest so long as the sun shines in the sky. Keep on moving them actively, rapidly, so long as you are awake. Now go, and come back to me when you are quite cured, returning me my trusty little fairies." With her hands filled with this precious load, Rosebell hurried home and told Greatheart of her dear hope of a renewal of life. Of an evening thenceforth for a long time she would even refrain from eating, so as to leave herself more time to exercise her unresting fingers, in which the 10 little fairies were tenderly housed. As soon as the sun had sunk beneath the earth, she went to sleep, and as soon as daylight returned she at once rose and began once again to move her fairy-laden fingers. During many, many days she continued to move her fingers in every way she could devise. But at length, growing tired of this useless play, she went back to her old friend the sorceress. "Nobody ever taught you to use your fingers usefully," replied the old woman. "Go on moving them, still moving them, but in some employment that interests you. Don't let my fairies go to sleep. That is all they desire in their imprisonment." On returning home, Rosebell drew her long-neglected harp from its case, and played on it. Then, to occupy her fingers more usefully, she had needles brought to her, and employed them in dainty sewing. But growing weary of the dull monotony of these labours, she sought more varied employment for her fingers, gathered flowers in the garden and arranged them in charming bouquets, plucked fruit from the trees in the orchard, attended to the sick and ailing, consoled the poor, exercising her fingers constantly by slipping gold pieces into their grateful hands. One by one she sent away her crowd of obsequious servants, who had now nothing left for them to do but to go to sleep at their posts. She would not allow anybody to do anything for her which she could do for herself, but threw her whole soul and being into the things God intended to be done by them. Every day, and all the while the sun shone in the sky, she found active employment for her beautiful fingers, and the roses came back to her cheeks, and health to all her being, and songs and laughter to her lips, and she could once again give to her beloved one a heart filled with ineffable tenderness. Perfectly cured, she went to the sorceress and gave her back her wonderful little fairy doctors. "Ah, my child," said the old dame, "they are very proud of having saved you. Give them to me, for I have every day great need of them, can never have too much of them. Indeed, if I had enough of them to serve all the idlers in the world, I should want as many as there are stars in the heavens at night. But I will keep those I have for the service of those who are pining from ennui, and there are enough of them, goodness knows." End of The 10 Little Fairies, by George Mitchell. Read by Lynne Thompson.
Psalm 10, King James Version. Recorded for the LibriVox 10th Anniversary Collection by Rachel. Why standest thou afar off, O Lord? Why hidest thou thyself in times of trouble? The wicked in his pride doth persecute the poor. Let them be taken in the devices that they have imagined. For the wicked boasteth of his heart's desire, and blesseth the covetous, whom the Lord abhorreth. The wicked, through the pride of his countenance, will not seek after God. God is not in all his thoughts. His ways are always grievous, thy judgments are far above out of his sight. As for all his enemies, he puffeth at them. He hath said in his heart, I shall not be moved, for I shall never be in adversity. His mouth is full of cursing and deceit and fraud, under his tongue is mischief and vanity. He sitteth in the lurking places of the villages, in the secret places doth he murder the innocent. His eyes are privily set against the poor. He lieth in wait secretly as a lion in his den. He lieth in wait to catch the poor. He doth catch the poor, when he draweth him into his net. He croucheth and humbleth himself, that the poor may fall by his strong ones. He hath said in his heart, God hath forgotten. He hideth his face, he will never see it. Arise, O Lord, O God, lift up thine hand, forget not the humble. Wherefore doth the wicked contemn God? He hath said in his heart, Thou wilt not require it. Thou hast seen it, for thou beholdest mischief and spite, to requite it with thy hand. The poor committeth himself unto thee. Thou art the helper of the fatherless. Break thou the arm of the wicked and the evil man, seek out his wickedness till thou find none. The Lord is king for ever and ever, the heathen are perished out of his land. Lord, thou hast heard the desire of the humble, thou wilt prepare their heart, thou wilt cause thine ear to hear, to judge the fatherless and the oppressed, that the man of the earth may no more oppress. End of Psalm 10, King James Version. This recording is in the public domain.
One out of 10 by J. Anthony Fairlane. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I watched Don Phillips, the commercial announcer, out of the corner of my eye. The camera in front of me swung around and lined up on my set. "And now, on with the show," Phillips was saying. "And here, ready to test your wits, is your quizzing quiz master, Smiling Jim Parsons." I smiled into the camera and waited while the audience applauded. The camera tally light went on, and the stage manager brought his arm down and pointed at me. "Good afternoon," I said into the camera. "Here we go again with another half hour of fun and prizes on television's newest, most exciting game, Parlor Quiz. In a moment I'll introduce you to our first contestant. But first, here is a special message to you mothers." The baby powder commercial appeared on the monitor, and I walked over to the next set. They had the first contestant lined up for me. I smiled and took her card from the floor man. She was a middle-aged woman with a faded print dress and old-style shoes. I never saw the contestants until we were on the air. They were screened before the show by the staff. They usually tried to pick contestants who would make good show material, an odd name or occupation, or somebody with 20 kids, something of that nature. I looked at the card for the tip-off. "Mrs. Freda Dunny," the card said. "Ask her where she comes from." I smiled at the contestant again and took her by the hand. The tally light went on again, and I grinned into the camera. "Well now, we're all set to go. And our first contestant today is this charming little lady right here beside me, Mrs. Freda Dunny." I looked at the card. "How are you, Mrs. Dunny?" "Fine, just fine." "All set to answer a lot of questions and win a lot of prizes?" "Oh, I'll win all right," said Mrs. Dunny, smiling around at the audience. The audience tittered a bit at the remark. I looked at the card again. "Where are you from, Mrs. Dunny?" "Mars," said Mrs. Dunny. "Mars," I laughed, anticipating the answer. "Mars, Montana? Mars, Peru?" "No, Mars. Up there," she said, pointing up in the air. "The planet Mars. The fourth planet out from the sun." My assistant looked unhappy. I smiled again, wondering what the gag was. I decided to play along. "Well, well," I said, "all the way from Mars, eh? And how long have you been on Earth, Mrs. Dunny?" "Oh, about 30 or 40 years. I've been here nearly all my life. Came here when I was a wee bit of a girl." "Well," I said, "you're practically an Earthwoman by now, aren't you?" The audience laughed. "Do you plan on going back someday, or have you made up your mind to stay here on Earth for the rest of your days?" "Oh, I'm just here for the invasion," said Mrs. Dunny. "When that's over, I'll probably go back home again." "The invasion?" "Yes, the invasion of Earth. As soon as enough of us are here, we'll get started." "You mean there are others here, too?" "Oh, yes, there are several million of us here in the United States already, and more are on the way." "There are only about 170 million people in the United States, Mrs. Dunny," I said. If there are several million Martians among us, 1 out of every 100 would have to be a Martian. 1 out of every 10, said Mrs. Dunny. That's what the boss said just the other day. We're getting pretty close to the number we need to take over Earth. Oh, what do you need? I asked. 1 to 1? 1 Martian for every Earthman? Oh, no, said Mrs. Dunny. 1 Martian is worth 10 Earthmen. The only reason we're waiting is we don't want any trouble. You don't look any different from us Earth people, Mrs. Dunny. How does one tell the difference between a Martian and an Earthman when one sees one? Oh, we don't look any different, said Mrs. Dunny. Some of the kids don't even know they're Martians. Most mothers don't tell their children until they're grown up. And there are other children who are never told because they just don't develop their full powers. What powers? Oh, telepathy, thought control, that sort of thing. You mean that Martians can read people's thoughts? Sure. It's no trouble at all. It's very easy, really, once you get the hang of it. Can you read my mind? I asked, smiling. Sure, said Mrs. Dunny, smiling up at me. That's why I said I'd know the answers. I'll be able to read the answers from your mind when you look at that sheet of paper. Now, that's hardly sporting, is it, Mrs. Dunny? I said, turning to the camera. The audience laughed. Everybody else has to do it the hard way, and here you are reading it from my mind. It's all fair in love and war, said Mrs. Dunny. Tell me, Mrs. Dunny, why are you telling me about all this? Isn't it supposed to be a secret? I have my reasons, said Mrs. Dunny. Nobody believes me anyhow. Oh, I believe you, Mrs. Dunny, I said gravely. And now let's see how you do on the questions. Are you ready? She nodded. Name the one and only mammal that has the ability to fly, I asked, reading from the script. A bat, she said. Right. Did you read that from my mind? Oh, yes, you're coming over very clear, said Mrs. Dunny. Try this one, I said. A princess is any daughter of a sovereign. What is a princess royal? The eldest daughter of a sovereign, she said. Correct. How about this one? Is a Kodiak a kind of simple box camera, a type of double-bowed boat, or a type of Alaskan bear? A bear, said Mrs. Dunny. Very good, I said. That was a hard one. I asked her 7 more questions, and she got them all right. None of the other contestants even came close to her score, so I wound up giving her the gas range and a lot of other smaller prizes. After we were off the air, I followed the audience out into the hall. Mrs. Dunny was walking towards the lobby with an old paper shopping bag under her arm. An attendant was following her with an armful of prizes. I caught up with her before she reached the door. Mrs. Dunny, I said, and she turned around. I want to talk to you. When do I get the gas stove? She said. Your local dealer will send it to you in a few days. Did you give them your address? Yes, I gave it to them. My Philadelphia address, that is. I don't even remember my address at home anymore. Come now, Mrs. Dunny, you don't have to keep up that Mars business now that we're off the air. It's the truth, and I didn't come here just by accident, said Mrs. Dunny, looking over her shoulder toward the attendant who was still holding the prizes. I came here to see you. Me? Mrs. Dunny set the paper bag down on the floor and dug down into her pocketbook. She took out a dog-eared piece of white paper and bent it up in her hand. Yes, she said finally, I came to see you. And you didn't follow me out here because you wanted to. I commanded you to come." "Commanded me to come?" I spluttered. "What for?" "To prove something to you. Do you see this piece of paper?" She held out the paper in her hand with the blank side toward me. "My address is on this paper. I'm reading the address. Concentrate on what I'm reading." I looked at her. I concentrated. Suddenly I knew. 251 South 8th Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, I said aloud. "You see, it's very easy once you get the hang of it," she said. I nodded and smiled down at her. Now I understood. I picked up her bag and put my hand on her shoulder. "Let's go," I said. "We have a lot to talk about." End of 1 out of 10 by J. Anthony Ferlaine. Read by tovarisch.
Zehnmal bin ich seit gestern ausgegangen. By Johann Peter Eckermann. Recorded for the LibriVox 10th Anniversary Collection by Julia Niedermaier. 10-mal bin ich seit gestern ausgegangen und bin dir nicht ein einzig Mal begegnet. An deinem Fenster hat mein Blick gehangen, durch keinen Gegenblick von dir gesegnet. Doch ging ich auch noch 20-mal vergebens vorüber deinem Fenster, deinem Haus, ich wär entschädigt, Freude meines Lebens, sähst du beim 21. heraus. End of 10-mal bin ich seit gestern ausgegangen by Johann Peter Eckermann. This recording is in the public domain.
Ten O'Clock and 4 O'Clock by John Freeman. Recorded for the LibriVox 10th Anniversary Collection by NoelBadrian. It stands there, tall and solitary on the edge of the last hill, green on the green hill. 10 o'clock the tree's called, no one knows why. Perhaps it was planted there at 10 o'clock, or someone was hanged there at 10 o'clock. 100 such good reasons might be found, but no one knows. It vexed me that none knew, seeing it miles and miles off, and then nearer, and nearer yet, until, beneath the hill, I looked up, and saw it nodding there, a single tree upon the sharp-edged hill, holding its leaves, though in the orchard all leaves and fruit were stripped, or hung but few, red and yellow over the littered grass. It vexed me, the brave tree and senseless name. As I went through the valley looking up, and then looked round on elm and beech and chestnut, and all that lingering flame amid the hedge that marked the miles and miles. Then I forgot, for through the apple orchard's shadow I saw, between the dark boughs of the cherry orchard, a great slow fire which time had lit to burn the mortal seasons up, and leave bare black unchanging winter. Western Sub-Edge. End of 10 o'clock and 4 o'clock by John Freeman. This recording is in the public domain. Ten O'Clock No More by John Freeman. Recorded for the LibriVox 10th Anniversary Collection by NoelBadrian. Footnote: 10 o'clock is the name of a tall tree that crowned the eastern Cotswolds. The wind has thrown the boldest of trees down. Now disgraced it lies, naked in spring beneath the drifting skies, naked and still. It was the wind, so furious and blind, that scourged half England through, ruining the fairest, where most fair it grew, by dell and hill. and springing here, the black clouds dragging near, against this lonely elm thrust all his strength to maim and overwhelm in one wild shock. As in the deep satisfaction of dark sleep, the tree her dream dreamed on, and woke to feel the wind's arms round her thrown, and her head rock. And the wind wrought her aging boughs, and caught her body fast again. Then in one agony of age, grief, pain, she fell and died. Her noble height, branches that loved the light, her music and cool shade, her memories and all of her is dead on the hillside. But the wind stooped, with madness tired, and drooped in the soft valley and slept, while morning strangely round the hushed tree crept, and called in vain. The birds fed where the roots uptorn and bare thrust shamefully at the sky, and peewits round the tree would dip and cry with the old pain. 10 o'clock's gone, said sadly every one, and mothers looking thought of sons and husbands far away that fought, and looked again. End of 10 O'Clock No More by John Freeman. This recording is in the public domain.
The 10th Crisis by L.J. Beeston. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. With the stealthy step of a cat, Beddoes came up the wide avenue of clipped hollies, his feet making as much sound on the smooth turf as the wind among its minute grass stems. Once in the splash of shadow flung by the gables and chimneys, he halted, sending a strained gaze backward, in search of a possible pursuer. But he saw only the grey-green sea of moonlight on the grass, which was already just touched by the hoarfrost, and the tapering spire of the Scottish fir at the end of the avenue, with its flattened crown of leaves, its needles, set aslant right up under the processional clouds. Half a dozen more yards brought him to as many steps neatly cut in the slope which extended this side of the house. The double glass doors of a French window were at the top of the steps. For 5 minutes he was busy with a diamond cutter and a treacle pad. He put a hand through the orifice thus formed and cautiously drew aside one of the chenille curtains. He saw first a round table with claw feet, a table of black oak, so polished that the 3 lighted candle holders upon it cast points of light as if into a dark pool. There was also an open book upon this table, and a cut glass tumbler, and a decanter with a long neck, and a box of cigarettes. Beside it was a capacious armchair, with cushions in the seat angles. A wood fire chuckled and sputtered sociably. The interior of the room was altogether very cosy and inviting, and Beddoes did not hesitate to enter. He looked round with the penetrating, the all-embracing eyes of the cracksman of experience. It was no uncertain expression which made taut every line in his face. Known to his associates as the Killer, he looked the part, that fatal roll, as he glided forward with his tread of a panther. Just what he wanted was in a cabinet in a corner. He knew perfectly well that it was in there, for he was no chance, no snatch thief. When a little jade clock on the mantelpiece chimed the half-hour after midnight, he darted a yellow flash of his eyes at the interrupter, then went straight on. He reached the cabinet. 3 minutes were between him and attainment. Suddenly a calm voice demanded, "What the devil is your little game?" Beddoes spun round as if touched by a hot iron. The man was standing by the table, a man in evening dress. He was brave, this fellow, for he kept his hands in his trousers pockets, and his frown showed only keen exasperation. Beddoes realized this in the moment allowed him. A leap, and his fingers were around one of the brass candlesticks. The other recoiled hastily, collided with the armchair, lost his balance. Beddoes struck home with his heavy weapon, struck with the most brutal force. The man fell across the arms of the chair, as if a rifle bullet had put out his life. Beddoes glared down at the inert form. The candle holder clutched in his hand as if for a second blow. His underjaw stuck out menacingly. A phosphor light played over his eyes. He breathed stertorously. He recovered himself quickly, forced his iron nerve to hold good. Deliberately he relighted the candle on the holder, and replaced it on the table. He poured out some of the brandy in the decanter, and tossed it off. He leaned over the still figure, which had been struck on the back of the head. He lifted it and seated it in the chair, propping it naturally with the cushions. He felt the heart put his cheek to the lips. All right, ran his desperate thought. He'll come round in an hour. Then he straightened himself, and was already looking again toward the cabinet when he fancied he heard a slight sound. 6 steps would have taken him to the glass doors, 4 to the open door by which had entered the spoiler of his sport. The occasion seemed urgent, and Bellows chose the 4 steps. He was in a large, square-shaped hall, with thick rugs on its waxed floor. He glided to the side of a deep embrasured window, semi-dark, and waited for developments. He had practically closed the door of the room he had just quitted, shutting out the light, but a pale drift of moonshine poured through the leaded panes of the window, which gave a view of the holly avenue by which Beddoes had approached. His quick roaming eyes showed him 3 doors in this hall. One he had just made use of, another obviously led to the outside night, and the third to another room on his left. Opposite the window was a broad, very shallow staircase. The hall was cosily furnished with some settees and lounge chairs, with coloured prints and etchings on its walls. The intruder took instantaneous note of these details, while he considered his way of escape in case of a second interruption. He had not long to wait. A creaking stair drew his heated gaze across the hall. A girl was coming down the oaken, uncarpeted staircase. She paused to lean over the banister, to look intently at the door of the room which Bellows had so hastily left. She had unloosened her hair, so that her posture brought her long tresses, black as the raven's wing, either side of her face, which perhaps, because it was framed in that ebon cloud, seemed deathly pale. Beddoes flattened himself against the wall, cursing his continued run of ill luck. At the same time he was held by the movements of the woman on the stairs, who took each step with infinite caution, and kept stopping to look over the handrail at the door below, which alone seemed to have gripped her attention or aroused her suspicions. As she descended, Bellows saw her eyes shine, heard her quick, nervous breathing. Clearly she had been disturbed by the sound of the scuffle, and he wondered why she came alone to probe the cause of it. He congratulated himself on having placed the unconscious man in a natural position in the armchair. He reflected, she will go in there, and while she is trying to rouse the fellow, I can get out by this window or the door. But it is the devil's worst luck for me. The woman reached the bottom of the winding staircase, her eyes never, for a fraction of a moment, leaving the door of the room. Beddoes saw that she was dark as night, and strikingly handsome. She had loosened her dress of pale green silk, and he saw the shapely throat agitated, as if by an incessant swallowing movement. She was very much afraid, and she has need to be, ran the man's desperate thought. If she sets those staring eyes on me, I'll have to strangle a scream before she makes it. The big dose of neat brandy he had poured down his throat had climbed to his head, and he crouched in the deep shadow like a wild beast. The woman commenced to cross the hall as if its boards were some mine of death. She put up her hands, on which gleamed many jewels, and pushed back the wealth of her black hair. Beddoes noticed the flash from her fingers, and it inclined him to think twice before making his escape. She carried a fortune, likely enough, upon her delicate hands, and he did not see why he should let it slip him. For half a minute he meditated a sudden leap forward, but before he could quite make up his mind, the other had reached the door of the inner room. She pushed it inward slightly. She called out, in little more than a whisper, in a whisper of heart-stopping fear, "Are you there, Edmund?" Receiving no answer, she pushed the door open farther and went in. Beddoes stepped out from the shadow. In 9 crises out of 10 he could make up his mind in a flash of time, but this was the 10th. He had never been placed in a situation similar. Also, the brandy did not assist lightning decision. At any moment the woman in there would discover that a crime had been committed, and would rush out with a shriek. Should he bolt for it? Should he wait? Should he dart in after her and silence her? As these questions flamed through his uncertain and somewhat clouded brain, the woman reappeared. Her lips were parted with terror, her eyes dilated with horror. Beddoes advanced in a rush, but suddenly he pulled himself up with a jerk. He had seen something gleam in the other's clenched right hand. It might be a pistol, it might be a steel blade. He was not quite sure, but it checked him for an instant. And before that instant passed, the woman had seen him as he stood in the broad shaft of moonlight, and she put her hand down by her side, so that her dress partly covered and concealed it. The action was involuntary. The abrupt apparition of the man before her imparted such a palsying shock that her wits were numbed. She fought for breath. The inward, bizarre light of fear blazed in her dilated pupils. Death seemed in her cheeks and lips. A pulse in her beautiful throat beat wildly, and her disengaged hand pressed upon her heart as if to relieve an agony there. Beddoes caught the wrist in a strong grasp. He perceived at once that this extreme of terror made him a sure master of the situation. "Best keep quiet," he said menacingly. "I won't hurt you, not unless you start screaming. And then I'll be as rough as I know how." "What are you doing here?" she panted. "That's silly talk. I'm not here on a weekend invite. Now what have you got in that other hand? Put it down. I won't stand any fooling." She broke away from him suddenly, putting her right hand behind her. "Give it to me, my beauty," insisted Beddoes hoarsely. The flare in her starting eyes had died down a little. She was now mistress of herself. "Take what you want," she replied breathlessly, "and go. I will not stop you." Beddoes considered. Violence would probably frustrate his aim. He resolved to work without it, but to watch her with the utmost vigilance. He moved to close the door of the room which she had just left. "Ah, not there!" she exclaimed wildly, and for the first time he noticed that she spoke with a strong foreign accent. Beddoes closed the door. He was abruptly puzzled by that entreaty. What did she mean? His first conclusion was that she believed the inmate of the room to be slumbering in the easy-chair, and that she wished to protect him. But he was forced to let go of that explanation, remembering her excess of terror when she had emerged a minute ago. It was rather baffling, but clearly she did not suspect him of the assault, and he let it go at that, for the moment. While he was closing the door, she had drawn the rings from her fingers. She put them, a tiny glittering pile, upon the back of a settee. "Will that satisfy you?" she asked, shrinking back at his approach. "If so, take them and leave here at once, immediately, before you are prevented." Beddoes picked up the jewels, weighing them in his palm. He scarcely looked at them. All his attention focused on the woman. She mystified, almost troubled him. It was certainly natural that she should want him away, but eagerness, more than anxiety, appeared to prompt her beseeching, and although he had not threatened violence, yet her agitation was increasing to a point which suggested collapse. Never had he seen a face so altogether bloodless, and eyes which held a nightmare of terror. Regarding her with a fierce and puzzled frown, he put the jewels back on the settee, as if they hinted at some trap. He growled, "We will see about that. Suppose we get this door open first." It was the one leading to Holly Avenue. He turned a key and drew a bolt. The inrush of chill air felt good, and gave him back his determination to get what he had come for. "No, I want more than that," said he grimly. "There's a cabinet in that room, and in it there's a box of unset stones." She shook her head wildly. "No, no!" She forced her dry lips to answer. "I say there is. Will you fetch it? You'll have to. I'm not fool enough to trust you here alone. Get it, I say, or—" Suddenly an expression which he could not translate passed over the other's face, driving from it the former paralysis of fear. "Ah, yes," she exclaimed in a low voice. "You are perfectly right. There are some unset jewels in the cabinet. I had forgotten. Stay where you are, and I will bring them to you." And she darted swiftly into the room, which she had entered a few minutes ago, in such an agony of trepidation. "Hell seize me, if there isn't a depth here I can't swim in," said Beddoes. The woman was back before 15 seconds had passed. She pulled to the door of the room with infinite care, as if fearing to arouse the inmate from his unnatural slumber. "Here they are," she panted, her eyes shining with a strange light. "Now, go! Go!" Beddoes dropped the little silver casket into his pocket. Then his right hand gripped the other's shoulder with a crushing, a cruel force. "There's something that beats me in this," he snarled. "Something I am going to understand." And he commenced to force the other back toward the room. He had little or no intention to enter it, but he was determined to make her speak. "By God," he went on, as she struggled under his mastery, "I don't believe you are afraid of me at all. Out with it. What?" "Stop!" she exclaimed at the critical moment. There. She could say no more. "Go on. Out with it. Quick!" "In that room. A man. He's dead." Beddoes released her abruptly. "How do you know that?" he mocked. "Who told you he is dead?" I killed him." "You?" "I killed him," she moaned, catching a chair for support. He stared at her as if he believed she had taken leave of her senses. A long, tense silence ensued. She kept pressing her heart as if she was suffocating, and suddenly Beddoes caught another glimpse of something which gleamed in the clutch of her left hand, something which she tried to conceal, which she refused to abandon. At the same instant a clue to the mystery flashed through his amazement caused by her words. It was a steel blade gripped so jealously in her palm. She had descended the staircase, not because she had heard a disturbance, but with intent to go into that room and commit a crime. And she had gone in. She found its inmate in an easy-chair, and she had concluded he was sleeping. And so... "You stabbed him!" exclaimed Beddoes aloud, concluding his thought. She did not answer. She could not answer. Her bosom rose and fell in a tumult. "You little devil, you," he went on. "What did you do it for?" She panted, in her terrible struggle for breath. "I was mad." He jeered. "That is to say, you are sorry." "Ah, God knows I am. I killed him because I loved him." "And he loved someone else? You cursed little Italian spitfire." At that moment there was a slight noise, which seemed to come from inside the room, but it was not noticed. Beddoes continued, in the same jeering tone. "I thought you were scared of me, but the boot's on the other foot now. Who'd have thought it to look at you? A nice hell of jealousy you've been stewing in, and now you'll have to pay for it." In a mute agony she regarded him, as if she did not comprehend the brutal banter, fear and remorse imparting an expression almost of insanity in her staring, motionless eyes. "Of course, I see through your move now," Beddoes went on, wiping his hot forehead, which the heat of the room and the half-glass of brandy had dewed with perspiration. "I understand why you were suddenly glad for me to go off with the box out of the cabinet in that room. It occurs to you that I might then be wanted for the business in there. Pretty, I must say. I thought I was cute, but I can't hold a candle to the sense in those delicate brains of yours. What was it you used? Some fancy weapon? You can show it to me now, you know." She extended her left arm jerkily. Inside her palm was a tiny cut-glass vial. She moaned. "I had left it in his room. I came downstairs for it." Beddoes' brows came together in a bewildered stare. "Curse me if I follow even now," he muttered. She panted, trembling fingers clawing at her cheek. "Merciful God, how could I do it? It was in this bottle, that which killed him. I emptied it, every drop of it, into the decanter of brandy." "What?" roared Beddoes in a frightened voice. That thunderous shout had not died upon his blanching lips when there came the sound of a heavy, dragging footstep in the inner room. Uncertain fingers fumbled at the handle. The door was jerked back, and the inmate appeared, swaying unsteadily. He saw nothing, heard nothing, for he was still stupefied by the blow from the brass candlestick. The woman uttered a shrill, heart-piercing cry. She rushed at him with extended arms. Beddoes made for the door opening upon the holly avenue. He missed it as if he could not see, found it at a second attempt, ran out into the night. He went down the glade like a madman, throwing distorted shadows upon the frost rime. And suddenly the broad moon and the lamps of the stars and the procession of clouds swung round and round like a whirlpool, with the seethe and roar of an immense whirlpool. End of The 10th Crisis by L.J. Beeston. Read for LibriVox by Ed Humpal.
Ten Little Suffragettes by Anonymous. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 10 little suffragettes, such a naughty line. One gets a whipping, and then there are 9. 9 little suffragettes, finding boys to hate. One kisses Willie Jones, and then there are 8. 8 little suffragettes hunt for wings to heaven. One spies a tailor's goose, and then there are 7. 7 little suffragettes fond of funny tricks. One gobbles all the cakes, and then there are 6. 6 little suffragettes love no doll alive. One sees her dolly dead, and then there are 5. 5 little suffragettes newest plays adore. One plays with stinging nettles, then there are 4. 4 little suffragettes ride a raft in glee. One tumbles overboard, and then there are 3. 3 little suffragettes lessons will not do. One gives the teacher flowers, then there are 2. 2 little suffragettes all day romp and run. One meets the Sandman, and then there is 1. One lonely suffragette thinks a doll no fun. She breaks her dolly's head, and then there are none. End of 10 Little Suffragettes by Anonymous.
Chapter 2 of A Girl in 10,000 by L.T. Medi. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2 of A Girl in 10,000 by L.T. Medi. Dorothy Fraser was sound asleep when Effie rushed into her little room. "Get up," said Effie, shaking her friend by her shoulder. As Nurse Miss Fraser was accustomed to unexpected disturbances, she opened her eyes now and gazed at Effie for a bewildered moment. Then she sat up in bed and pushed back her heavy hair. "Why, Effie," she exclaimed, "what do you want? I fancied I was back at St. Joseph's and that one of the nurses had got into trouble and had come to me. But I find I am at home for the holidays. Surely it is not time to get up yet." "It is only 5 o'clock," said Effie. "It is not the usual time to get up. But Dorothy, Father wants you. There is a bad case of illness at the Grange, very bad indeed, and Father is nearly distracted, and he wants to know if you will help him just for a bit." "Why, of course," cried Dorothy. "I shall be delighted. I knew you would. I knew you were just that splendid sort of a girl." Miss Fraser knit her brows in some perplexity. "Don't, Effie," she said. "I wish you would not go into such ecstasies over me. I'm only just a nurse. A nurse is, and ought to be, at the beck and call of everyone who is in trouble. Now run away, dear. I won't be any time in getting dressed. I will join you and your father in a minute." "Father will see you in the street," said Effie. "The fact is—" "Oh, do run away," exclaimed Dorothy. "I cannot dress while you stand here talking. Whatever it is, I will be with your father in 2 or 3 minutes." Effie ran downstairs again. Mrs. Fraser, who had let her in, had gone back to bed. Effie shut the Frasers' hall door as quietly as she could. She then went across the sunlit and empty street to where her father stood on the steps at his own door. The groom who had driven the doctor over was standing by the horse's head at a little distance. "Well," said Dr. Staunton, "she has fought shy of it, has she?" No, she's dressing, said Effie. She will be down in a minute or two. Good girl, said Dr. Santon. You didn't happen to mention the nature of the case. No, answered Effie, but the nature of the case won't make any difference to her. The doctor pursed up his mouth as if he meant to whistle. He restrained himself, however, and stood looking down the street. After a time he turned and glanced at his daughter. Now, Effie, he said, you must do all you can for your mother. Don't let her get anxious. There is nothing to be frightened about as far as I am concerned. If mortal man can pull the child through, I will do it, but I must have no home cares as well. You will take up that burden, eh, little woman? I will try, father, said Effie. Just then Dorothy appeared. She had dressed herself in her nurse's costume, grey dress, grey coat, grey bonnet. The dress suited her earnest and reposeful face. She crossed the road with a firm step, carrying a little bag in her hand. Well, Dr. Santon, she said, I hear you have got a case for me. The doctor gazed at her for a moment without speaking. Bless me, he exclaimed. It isn't comfortable to see a steady-looking person like you in the place. And so you are really willing to help me in this emergency? Why, of course, said Dorothy. I am a nurse. But you don't know the nature of the case yet. I don't see that make any difference. But will you tell me? And it is your holiday, pursued the doctor, gazing at her. You don't take many holidays in the year, I presume? I have had a week, and I am quite rested, said Dorothy. I always hold my life in readiness, she continued, looking up at him with a flash out of her dark blue eyes. Anywhere, at any time, when I'm called, I am ready. But what is the matter? What do you want me to do? I want you to help me to pull a child back from the borders of death. A child! I love children, said Dorothy. What ails the child? She has acute scarlet fever and diphtheria. No precautions have been taken with regard to sanitation. She's the child of rich people, but they have been wantonly neglectful, almost cruel in their negligence and ignorance. The mother, a young woman, is nearly certain to take the complaint, and to complicate everything. There is another baby expected before long. Now you understand. If you get into that house, you are scarcely likely to go out of it again for some time. Dorothy stood grave and silent. Oh, Dorothy, is it right for you to go? Exclaimed Effie, who was watching her friend anxiously. Yes, said Dorothy, it is right. They may possibly be obliged to fill my place at St. Joseph's. I was only considering that point for a moment. After all, it is not worth troubling about. I am at your service, Dr. Santon. We may require 1 or 2 other nurses, if things are as bad as you fear. God bless you, said the doctor. Something very moisture came into his eyes. He began to blow his nose violently. Now, Effie, you will do your best at home, he said, turning to his daughter. This way, please, Miss Fraser. Goodbye, Effie, dear, said Dorothy. She kissed her friend. The doctor and the nurse walked towards the dog cart. He helped her to mount, and then drove rapidly down the street. The vehicle was soon out of sight. I wonder what father will think of Dorothy after this, thought Effie to herself. The feeling that her father would really approve of her friend gave her much consolation. She went back into her house, and it was now 5:30. Decided that it was not worth while to return to bed. There was always plenty to be done in this little house with its overflowing inhabitants, and Effie found heaps to occupy her until it was time to go into the nursery to help the little nursemaid with her various duties. The children always hailed Effie with a scream of delight. They were not a bit afraid of her, for she was the most indulgent elder sister in the world, but all at the same time she managed to make them obey her. Susan was sent downstairs to get her breakfast, while Effie saw the elder ones safely through the process of dressing. She took the baby on her knee, and, removing her nightclothes, put him into his bath, and dressed him herself quickly and expeditiously. She then carried him into her mother's room. Mrs. Staunton has spent a troubled night." "Is that you, Effie?" she exclaimed, looking at her daughter. "And oh, there's the baby! How sweet he looks! What a splendid nurse you are, my darling, and what a wonderful comfort to me! Give me my dear little man. I will take care of him while you see about breakfast." "How are you this morning, Mother?" asked Effie. "Have you had a good night?" "Yes, pretty well. I had 1 or 2 bad dreams. I could not help thinking of poor Mrs. Watson and that heart trouble your father spoke about. I wonder how she is this morning." "Now, Mother dear," said Effie, "you know Father said you were not to dwell upon that. You must turn your thoughts away from illness of every sort. I thought we might go for a little drive in the gig this morning." "But your father will want the gig." "No, that's just it, he won't." "What do you mean? Surely he will go out as early as he can to see Mrs. Watson?" "No, Mother," said Effie, "he won't. Not today. I have something to tell you. Now please don't be frightened. There is nothing to be frightened about." Mrs. Staunton was half sitting up in bed. She had thrown a little pale blue shawl round her shoulders and held a pretty baby in her arms. She was a remarkably good-looking woman, a really young-looking woman for her age, but weakness was written all over her. The weakness was frail, although loving spirit, and the weakness of extreme bodily illness, for she was ill, far more ill than her children knew. The greatest anxiety of honest doctor's life was connected with his wife's physical condition. Effie looked at her mother now, and something of the fear which dwelt in her father's heart seemed to visit her. "I have something to tell you," she said, "but it is nothing that need make you the least bit afraid. Father has left you in my charge. He says I am to look after you, and to do all in my power to help you." "But what can you mean, Effie? Has your father gone away?" "Not really away," replied Effie, "for he is close to us, and can come back if necessary at any moment. But the fact is this. If all is well, Father is not coming home for 2 or 3 days. In one way you will be pleased to hear this, Mother. You know how you have wished him to be called in at the Grange." "At the Grange!" exclaimed Mrs. Staunton, starting up. "You don't mean to tell that the Harveys have sent for your father?" "Yes, Mother, I do. And is not that good news? A little girl is very ill, and Squire Harvey came over to fetch Father last night, that time when the bell rang so suddenly." "I remember," said Mrs. Staunton. "I made sure that someone came from the Watsons." "No, it was the Squire who called, Squire Harvey. Father went there and found the little girl very ill. He came back again this morning and took Dorothy Fraser out with him as nurse. And he saw me, and he asked me to tell you that he would stay at the Grange for a couple of days until he could pull the child through, and you are no account to expect him home, but you are no keep as well and cheerful as possible for his sake. And Dr. Edwards from Boltonville is to take Father's work for the time. So you see," continued Effie in the conclusion, "that the horse and gig will be at liberty, and we can go for a drive. I thought we might go to Boltonville and take baby and buy some fruit for preserving. There are sure to be heaps of strawberries at the Walton farm if we drive over early." All the time Effie was speaking, Mrs. Staunton kept gazing at her. As the eager words flowed from the young girl's lips, the heart of her mother seemed to faint within her. "You," she said. After a pause, her voice trembled. No words could come for an instant. "You," she went on. "Effie, you have not told me what Alice, child?" "She's very ill, Mother. That goes without saying." "But what ails her? Why should not your father come home?" Effie thought for a moment. "I will tell about the scarlet fever, but not about diphtheria," she said to herself. "Mother is always so terrified about diphtheria ever since poor little Johnny died of it, long, long ago. She won't mind scarlet fever so much." "Why don't you speak, Effie?" exclaimed her mother. "You terrify me with your grave and silent way." "There is nothing to be terrified about, Mother, but you are weak, and therefore you are unduly nervous. I was only thinking for a moment whether you had better know. But of course, if you wish it, you must be told. The child at the Grange is suffering from scarlet fever. Do you think it will spread? Father is very anxious. I heard him telling Dorothy that Mrs. Harvey has been very imprudent. You know how young she is, Mother, and how beautiful. And she had been with this dear little child day and night from the beginning, not knowing in the least what ailed her, and Mrs. Harvey expecting another baby, and of course Father is anxious. I should think he is, cried Mrs. Staunton, drawn completely out of herself by the tragedy conveyed in these words. Oh, poor young thing, poor young mother! I wish I were strong and well myself, that I might go and help her. She will have a bad time. She will have an awful risk when her baby arrives, Effie. Well, my darling, we can do nothing but pray for them all. There's one who can guide us ever through dark days. Go down, Effie, and get breakfast, and then come back to me. I'm very tired this morning, and will lie still for a little, now that I have got such a dear, useful daughter to take my place for me. Effie put on a bright smile and turned towards the door. As she was leaving the room, her mother called out after her. There's one good thing. There's no diphtheria in the case. Nothing terrifies me like that. Effie shut the door hastily without reply. End of Chapter 2 of A Girl in 10,000 by L.T. Medee. Read by Jessie Yoon.
10 Days on the Tokaido from 9 Years in Nippon by Henry Faulds. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 10 Days on the Tokaido. Amongst the many overlapping geographical divisions that distract travelers and students, none perhaps has been so permanently popular as that which is connected with the great old highways of Japan. Suppose we were daily accustomed to divide England into great districts or circuits according to our railway systems, as the Midland, the Great Northern, and so forth, we should then have some idea of this peculiar arrangement. The Tokaido, or East Sea Way, is the road inclusive of the bordering country which runs close by the southern shore of the Hondo, or chief island from Kyoto, the old capital, eastward on to Tokyo. Along with an American professor, I have arrived in Kobe by steamer through a rather tempestuous sea, sick, dirty, and miserable, amid a pallid crowd of woe-begone Japanese fellow passengers, if possible more sick and miserable even than ourselves. The rain was pouring in torrents, and a piercing wind chilled our very marrows as we landed. After a good hot bath, a sound sleep, and a very hearty midday breakfast, we walked round the settlement, which had been thoroughly well washed down by the rain. Kobe is a modern, foreign-built town, with regular, well-laid-out streets. The houses are usually tinted in two colors, according to the Italian style, and have a very pleasing appearance. The settlement seemed to be raised on a succession of broad, scrub-clad gravel terraces, and is closed in by a high range of hills crowned with patches of dark wood and scraggy brushwood. Close by is Hyogo, a characteristic old native town, where there is now the spacious terminus of a well-laid railway which runs to Osaka and Kyoto, and will yet, it is hoped, soon reach Tokyo. A waterfall of no great volume, a one-horse fall, my friend termed it, is the chief attraction to visitors about Kobe. The dark vegetation surrounding it was, however, very romantic and beautiful, and one or two pious persons were shiveringly doing the cold water drip penance, which I suppose is a religious substitute for our honest British B&S, at a considerable rill beside the main volume of water. After drifting about the settlement in rather an aimless manner, we took tickets for Osaka, which was then the temporary terminus of the railway. The railway crosses at a high level a spur of the range that encloses Kobe, and then darts down towards Osaka, straight as an arrow, by a series of alternating slopes and levels, which had rather a striking appearance from the top of the incline. The traffic even then was very good, and seemed to bid fair for the ultimate success of railways in Japan. It is now, I understand, almost as great as that on any line of similar capacity in our own country, and the returns are good. Osaka was formerly the chief commercial town of Japan, and is still a city of not less than 400,000 inhabitants, boasting of a very old moated castle of much historical interest, a modern mint, an arsenal, and a considerable garrison. Few foreigners live there, and those are chiefly either missionaries or government employees. It is situated not far from the sea, on the banks of a shallow river, which must some day soon be deepened, and the city is intersected by numerous canals meeting at right angles. The houses which overhang the canals have a very characteristic Japanese look, and remind me strongly of some quaint old illustrations in works of romance. From certain points a little above the city we could see away out at sea white specks of sail glinting in the sunlight, which recalled a famous voyage made ages ago by a citizen of credit and renown, a sort of poetical Pepys of the period, for an interesting account of whose old-world diary we are indebted to Mr. Aston, our scholarly consul general in Korea. After roaming about the endless half-dead and alive streets, we found a French hotel and had dinner, which combined most of the worst features of Japanese and French systems of cookery, and had a splendid cup of coffee, which almost atoned for all that had gone before. We had brought with us a Japanese servant, who amused us with somewhat preposterous stories of his own doughty doings in the great wars, which preceded the Restoration, and who described his marching as one of the guards of a train of bullock carts laden with solid gold, which he is quite sure has been cleverly secreted somewhere by the officials of the Shogun's time, to be unearthed when some great crisis arrives. This now peaceful warrior was sent to forage for jinrikishas, and soon arrived, flushed and argumentative, with a grand array of those useful vehicles and the drawers thereof. It seemed as if such terms of payment as the law gravely lays down had never once been proposed in Japan before, but we drove a bargain at last after much forensic display, for Mr. Mankichi was an accomplished amateur lawyer as well as an invincible warrior. Indeed, his character was quite kaleidoscopic, for we soon became involved with him in almost fierce discussions on astronomy and the ultimate causation of fossils. After lots had been cast by means of straws, a bargain was struck at the despised rate, and the crowd of disappointed candidates retired, grinning good-naturedly in Japanese fashion at their bad luck. It is best in travelling in hot weather over dusty roads to avoid white linen clothes. Some prefer Chinese blue flannel, others duck, with military collar to the coat. The popular white suit becomes hopelessly grimy and degraded looking after a few miles. I find a most useful thing is a small snap bag with provender, and a kori, a kind of basket woven of thin flexible bamboo laths, in 2 portions, the one overlapping the other like a grass or cane tobacco pouch, and so varying in capacity with the need of it. Others are made of willow. They can be rolled up in the tough, unterrible oil paper of the country, and then strapped behind the hood of the jinrikisha. A satchel is useful to have across one's shoulder to contain geological or botanical specimens when on foot. 2 good runners will carry yourself and light luggage along, without undue fatigue, at the rate of about 7 miles an hour, and will run with 1 or 2 short intervals for rest and refreshment for 7 or 8 hours in one day, or even longer in an emergency. For a short distance, in mild weather and on an exceptionably good road, very rapid work is sometimes done. I think, however, that tourists have often shown a tendency to exaggerate the staying powers of the coolies. When pitted against professional runners, Japanese jinrikisha men have been badly beaten. I have myself drawn a load at jinrikisha for a short distance, and the labor is less than one might suppose, when some momentum has been acquired. The men do not suffer severely from their occupation, as far as a medical experience of 9 years, chiefly in dispensary practice, enables me to judge. On the contrary, I think they are on the whole a very healthy class, and the broken-down members of it are chiefly those who have already failed in other spheres, from intemperance or bad health, or idleness. Those men slink into by-lanes for hire, and carry priests, sick folk, and old women, bent on doing shopping, at lower than the usual fares. An active jinrikisha man can earn a fair wage, and has a reasonable prospect of living quite as long as is good for him. I know of no special diseases to which they are subject, but have seen some bad cases of rheumatism, bronchitis, and so forth, from exposure in bad weather, just as in the case of farming and other out-of-door work. I have also seen a few cases of varicose veins in the legs, but that affection is more frequent amongst English shopkeepers who stand most of the day than amongst the car-drivers of Japan. Soon we passed the old castle, with its ivied cyclopean walls on our right, running along a low embankment through wide marshy tracts, interspersed with rice fields, and closed in with beautiful blue-tinted mountains, lying low on the horizon below banks of gloriously moulded silvery clouds. When we reached a hamlet in the suburbs called Moriguchi-cho, the coolies became insubordinate, and an amount of unintelligible but eloquent slang was expended that promised to leave little breath for the long pull before them. A formal appeal to the wizened, tremulous old elder of the community resulted in a bargain being formally drawn out and solemnly sealed. Signing is not a Japanese custom. The project was one which I have since found to be very common. The city coolies hoped to sell out their contract to the villagers at a profit to themselves. It is rather disagreeable to have the consciousness of being sold in this way. Many are the reasons alleged for the breach of contract, such as a broken spring, mysterious spasms, or a thorn in the foot, and no one need wonder that the trick very often succeeds. After we got on our way again, the sky was yellowing, it rather rarely reddens here, for sunset, and soon we sunk into a gloomy valley which night had already reached. Here we had to alight and walk through marshes, rustling with bulrushes, to an invisible ferry boat, which many farmers, hawkers, and others were very patiently waiting for. Dark shadows were now falling over the reedy flats, and the plaintive cries of various waterfowls quivered through the silent fen. The sun was now only indicated by an oval slanting glow like that of the zodiacal light, and one by one pale stars tremulously peeped forth from a marvellously clear sky. The conversation quite naturally turned on astronomy, and it was curious to hear how well informed were some of the intending passengers regarding a system supposed to have been introduced into China 2,000 years before the Star of Bethlehem struck chill terror into Herod's heart. After crossing the ferry to the rather rare accompaniment of a genuine Japanese song, we had a long ride through dim-lit villages, inhabited by rough and dangerous people as we were warned in one case, dark hedgerows and dreary rice fields, and at length, when we were fairly nodding with sleep, we passed through what seemed interminable miles of long dark streets, at every corner of which I felt that a bloody tragedy might fitly have been enacted. At last we stopped at a cheery, well-lit hotel, romantically Japanese in structure, but with much European comfort about it, and there we found right good welcome in the native fashion, and the best of good cheer. On the morning we climbed the picturesque slope behind the hotel, through a winding woodland path smelling of fresh pine resin, and visited the red-painted Buddhist shrines and temples that cluster beneath the umbrageous foliage of many lofty and venerable trees. I made many notes on details which, however, I am sure would not be very interesting to readers. The temple servants were just swinging the heavy wooden ram which does duty in Japanese temples for a bell clapper, striking the bell powerfully from the outside, but with great softness of effect. We were really startled when the first sonorous boom of a bronze giant quivered through the leafy gloom in most musical waves, went echoing in ever-mellowing tones down through the hot city, and trembled in fainter and fainter vibrations far away across the valley to the bosky shrine-crowned heights beyond. Bells in Japanese temple grounds are often made of the molten contributions in hard cash of pious believers, and the custom seems to me a very suggestive and pretty one. It is from this cause, the priests tell us, that the tone of their bells is so notably sweet, for gold and silver enter in considerable proportion into the composition of some of their finest bells, a fact which has been confirmed by chemical analysis in one case at least. With a fine combination of American push and Scottish prudence, we had applied for permission to visit the Imperial Palace, which was not then usually so open to visitors as it afterwards became. We were therefore greatly gratified to have a visit in an hour or so afterwards from a most courteous official of the municipality, who favoured us with a special permit from the TriciaG, a sort of perpetual Lord Mayor, of this grand old royal city of Kyoto. I have little to say of the palace. It was spacious, costly, and severely plain in many respects, but there was little in it to interest any one but a professional tourist. We spent the evening looking over the latest English and American papers we could find, none of them very fresh, and when the shades of evening fell rather suddenly over the valley in which the old city lies embosomed so beautifully, we were surprised to see the river's bed, which was almost dry, suddenly glowing into one wide ruddy blaze of light, while one long street, lined on either side with coloured paper lanterns, stretched away in two straight beams, till the lines converged into a vanishing point in the hazy distance. It was the annual festival of the river opening, in which Kyoto, fortunately for us, is always to be seen in its best and most characteristic aspects. The contrast between the lemon-yellow sky, still luminous with the last rays of a dying sun, the dark wooded sides of the valley, and the ruddy glow of torches and coloured lamps, was as fascinating as any fairy dream of a young schoolgirl after her first pantomime. We hurried over dinner and made for the town, so as to see what the festive citizens were about. The gait, dress, and manners of the Kyoto ladies are much more pleasing and refined than those of Tokyo, and their hair is always prettily dressed. There is generally throughout the community more old-fashioned punctilious etiquette, and the language is spoken with greater fastidiousness, both in respect to clear enunciation and the choice of words and phrases. The atrocious nasal sound of G, which prevails in Tokyo, is quite unheard in Kyoto. Kyoto is noted for its fans, so I invested in a few choice artistic specimens for friends. One of them contained a well-drawn fanciful group of the great classic authors of Japan, male and female. Another very pleasing one was composed of the different kinds of maple leaf known in the country, and contained great variety of form and colour gracefully contrasted. In lecturing on Darwinism, I pointed out the fact that a Japanese artist had thus found beauty in all the so-called accidental varieties, and so objective beauty might be considered as a phase of utility in viewing the universe teleologically, as it was still possible to do. This and similar illustrations, I found, had been very effective, as addressed to a highly educated Japanese audience. We spent some time amidst the giddy throng in the dry river's bed, listening to open-air storytellers, laughing at mummers, indulging in sips of tea and peppermint toffee, and chatting in a free and easy way to the world and his very sedate wife. As we retracted our steps, warm and weary, the hedges of mingled cryptomeria, privet, and fern were mysteriously lit up here and there by the pale lambent green light of glowworms, while now and again a star-like firefly floated silently amongst the foliage. I have seen much larger and brighter ones when travelling through Bengal, and I never saw in Japan, what is often a very striking and mysterious phenomenon nearer the tropics, the rhythmic simultaneous twinkling of all of the members of a single group of fireflies. We were just in time to see, by the dim candlelight of many paper lanterns, in the court of an adjoining house, a grand display of old-fashioned court dancing, or rather posturing in operatic costume, varying with the nature of the piece to be performed. It was rather a dull performance, and far too artificial to interest even a Japanese. Before leaving Kyoto, we paid a visit to a porcelain establishment, and were pleased to see artists painting extempore designs of great beauty with a firm, free hand. In a tank close by I noticed the great eft-like brute, which lay quite still. It was a splendid specimen of the gigantic salamander of Japan. I obtained a dead specimen of a kind of tree frog called kajika, a contradiction for kawashika, river deer, which is found at Arashiyama, about 4 or 5 miles from Kyoto, a district famous for its fine cherry trees. Those frogs are prized greatly for their fine musical voice, which resembles the sweet chirp of some tree crickets, and, like them, they are kept in cages. They are fed on flies when in confinement. Similar frogs occur in 1 or 2 other parts of Japan, and I had once the good fortune to hear one in Tokyo, chirping in a very sweet and mellow tone, which I am not musician enough to describe. We visited all that was to be seen in Kyoto, which left a very charming impression on me, so little does it seem to differ from the Kyoto one reads of in old world tales of the feudal times that have fled forever. We walked on a rough, newly laid road to Otsu, got caught in a deluge of rain, and in the circumstances had a rather dispiriting view of the great freshwater lake of Japan, called Biwa, from its supposed resemblance in shape to the Japanese lute of that name. We spent our first night on the way to Tokyo at Ishibe. The people were very attentive, and soon after we retired for the night, closed our shutters, depriving us of every breath of air. We had made a successful appeal against this arrangement when an old night watchman appeared on the scene, and roused the dormant echoes and inmates by a pair of loud clappers, which he worked with painfully frequent iteration. We ventured to expostulate, but were at once offered our choice of either sharp horn, suffocation, or sleeplessness. Knowing the vigilance of the watchman would soon succumb, we preferred to have some air. Just as I had expected, the worthy old guardian of our safety soon quietly dropped off to sleep, but rose once or twice suddenly ere cock-crow, and made up for long silence by an unusually vehement clattering of his sticks. It is so always in Japan. The silent watchman is believed to be asleep. He must attest his vigilance by audible evidence of it. We were soon passing curious raised river-beds, which have been formed like those on the great plains of Lombardy, and sometimes like them break their bonds and rush upon the plain below. We spent a quiet restful Sunday at Sono. Some villagers brought specimens of quartz with pyrites, which they suspected might be gold. My friend, who had had some experience at the Californian diggings, was struck with the resemblance to auriferous rocks which some of those specimens bore. I went to the temple and found an old farmer enjoying a crack with the rector. No notice whatever was taken of my presence, but when I asked some questions as to the temple, civil answers were returned, and the conversation opened up pleasantly. Goyu was our next stopping place, where we had to ourselves a clean, pretty little room, opening on a charming artificial garden, with a river bridge in the distance and a mountainous background of romantic loveliness. After that we spent a night in a large empty house in Shiraska, whose custom seemed to be leaving it, judging from the oppressive civility we received. There were several ironwood trees in the garden, and nothing else. The mats were all edged with red cloth, the reason for which I did not understand, and I do not remember of seeing it elsewhere in Japan. At Tsutagawa we got into a junk, and others joined us, so that we had a large company. The sails flapped as soon as we started, and then a dead calm with a sultry sky set in. I cannot recall another so dreary episode in my life as this voyage turned out to be. We were soon afflicted with violent cramps, which relieved the monotony a little, but the natives even got irritable with the heat and sense of helpless stagnation, and no one could be induced to try an oar, lest a sufficient breeze should afterwards arise, and there would then have been so much dead loss of energy, don't you see? In one vast shallow creek which we poled through, there were great shoals of tiny fish about the size of sprats, which rose clear out of the water like flying fish. I could not find what their nature was, and certainly I have never seen large flying fish in Japanese waters. The banks of the tributary rivers were carefully lined with great snake baskets, which are made of tough split bamboos woven in an open network of wide meshes. They are filled with large stones from the river bed, and seem like enormous sausages as thick as the body of a man, and from 20 to 25 feet long. They are embedded in rows, silt soon accumulating about them, and if not carried away, vegetation springs up and still further guards the banks. The road is lined most of the way with venerable pine trees, and the humble beggar in a Japanese novel always looks to end his days, nameless and forgotten, under the shadow of one of those great trees. The telegraph is seen nearly all the way. In some places great spiders hang tough threads over the path, which crack across your smarting face with a twang almost like that made by a piece of pack-thread. Every few miles or so you find a tea-house, and in busy places there may be several in 1 mile's distance, where you may have a cup of tea and a quiet smoke. As we dashed through Shizuoka with its old ivied castle, where the ex-shogun now lives in dignified retirement, far from the din of the world, we passed some great hulking overfed giants in peculiar attire, one after another in rapid procession, as if one were in a nightmare. They were professional wrestlers who were to perform in town that evening. Soon afterwards we came to a turn of the road, where through a veil of mist we looked sheer down into a boiling, foaming sea, and by a great plain opened out to view, from which arose in ever steeper sweep the great wood-embroidered flanks of Fuji, stupendous and seeming to merge into heaven itself, as I have seen no other mountain do, and not even Fuji from any other single point of view. We had to ascend Hakone Pass in cages. The price agreed upon was declared to be too little, and our gentle bearers began a series of mild persecutions, bumping our poor weary bones, and giving us constant occasion to change our position. I began to see that this little game was proving a very great amusement to our demure Oriental friends, so I passed the word to my companion to take revenge, and a very sweet and prompt one we did make. By raising ourselves well up and rhythmically bringing our whole weight down smartly whenever a bump was planned for us, the poor shoulders of our bearers soon came to ache so badly that they smelt a rat. A loud but disconcerted laugh was the result, and then we all got on amicably like good Christians for the rest of the way. We found the heights of Hakone delightfully cool after the sweltering heat of the plains, and then there are hardly any mosquitoes there. The hills are softly rounded, and when not thickly wooded, are covered with wormwood scrub. Goats seem to thrive on the coarse pasturage, but have not yet been bred to any extent. We crossed the ridge at a height of about 3,000 feet. The little town is spread along the margin of a deep and picturesque lake which occupies the cup of an old volcano, and in which mountains capped with cottony clouds were reflected as in a mirror. The depth varies about 2 feet according to the rainfall. We had some fishing from a little shallop, but were not very successful. I was told that the following varieties of fish were found in the lake: masu, which is the best, akahara, red belly, huna, namatsu, koi, see design on the cover of this work, eels, and a kind of minnow. Newts and a lizard with a metallic tail of great brilliancy abound. There are toads with reddish-brown spots, adders, and at least 2 varieties of snake, the aodaisho and yamakagashi or yamagashi, as I have also heard it called. The latter bites angrily, but not fatally. Great water spiders were swimming about, and I saw many pale cream-colored butterflies tinted with red on the hinder half of their wings. They were hovering over a sweet-smelling plant like our own honeysuckle, but with stiff, tiny, star-like flowers. Midges were gyrating in swarms as evening closed in, but I saw no swallows there, though they were numerous on both sides of the Hakone Pass below. I was soon striding down the long stone causeway which leads to the plains, outstripping a very determined little policeman in plain clothes, who gave in rather unwillingly to my greater length of limb, and I arrived at Odawara at night. On asking for a glass of water, I got one containing inter alia, a very beautiful large specimen of earthworm vulgaris, which almost spoiled my appetite for a jolly dinner I was looking forward to next day in the Royal Hotel, Yokohama, after 10 days' Japanese fare and a tough dyspepsia. End of 10 Days on the Tokaido by Henry Folds. Read by Availle in May 2015.
A 10-year-old sapper, from the French of F. Sully. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A 10-year-old sapper, a tale for young people. In 1812, there was in the 9th Regiment of the Line a little drummer who was only 10 years old. He was the child of the regiment, whose real name was Frulou, but to whom the soldiers had given the nickname of Bilboquet. To those English readers who do not know the meaning of the word Bilboquet, I may explain that it is the French name of the game known to us as cup and ball. The application of the word to the little drummer, Frulou, was easy to understand. His body was so long, so thin and slight, surmounted as it was by a very large head, that he really looked not unlike the plaything whose name was given him by the soldiers. Except for this grotesque resemblance to a cup and ball, his appearance was in no way remarkable. The drum major had taken a dislike to him, and far more frequently than was necessary he was in the habit of beating the tattoo upon the boy's shoulders with his long cane, in order, as he said, to give him a practical idea of his trade. Everybody laughed at poor Bilboquet. His comrades played no end of tricks upon him. They kicked him about without ceremony, and called him a knock-kneed skulk, on account of his thin and ill-formed legs, and whenever he showed an inclination to complain they dubbed him the Sniffler. One day, the 12th of July, 1812, the general who commanded the brigade to which the regiment of Bilboquet belonged received from the Emperor the order to seize upon a position which was on the other side of an enormous ravine. This ravine was defended by a battery which mowed down entire ranks of soldiers, and, in order to reach the place which the Emperor had designated, It was absolutely necessary to silence this terrible battery. At this moment the regiment of Bilboquet was on the bank of the Dwina, for the story I am relating to you took place during the campaign in Russia. Suddenly there arrived at the top of his speed an aide-de-camp, bringing the order to 2 companies of the voltigeurs to charge the battery. It was a bold and difficult operation, and to effect it, it was foreseen that more than 3/4 of the men engaged in the enterprise would be killed or wounded. Thus the voltigeurs, in spite of their bravery, looked at each other, shaking their heads and shrugging their shoulders. "Soldiers," cried the aide-de-camp, "it is the order of the Emperor," and he galloped away. "Why didn't you say so before, Greenhorn?" growled an old sergeant, fixing his bayonet at the end of his gun. "Well, well, I suppose we mustn't keep the little corporal waiting." The little corporal was the nickname given to Napoleon I by his soldiers. "When he tells you to go and get killed, he doesn't like any answering back." Still, there remained some hesitation among the troops of the company, and already the captain had twice given the order to the drum major to take 2 drummers and advance in beating the charge. But the drum major remained leaned upon his long cane, shaking his head and very little disposed to obey. During this time Bilboquet, seated aside of his drum, and his eyes fixed upon his chief, whistled a lively air and beat the charge with his fingers on the side of his drum. For the 3rd time the order to advance was given to the drum major, who showed no disposition to obey, when, all at once, little Bilboquet rose, hung his drum at his side, seized his drumsticks, and, passing before the drum major, looked him up and down with scorn, returning in a single sentence all the abuse which his superior had so often inflicted upon him. "Why don't you come along, you big skulk?" The drum major lifted his cane, but already Bilboquet was at the head of the 2 companies, beating the charge with enthusiasm. At the sight of this the soldiers rushed after him and ran towards the terrible battery. In another instant a broadside of fire burst from the enemy's cannon, and entire ranks of the brave voltigeurs fell, never to rise again. The smoke driven by the wind enshrouded them. The noise of the cannon stunned for a moment the brave fellows who were unhurt, but as the smoke finally lifted and the noise ceased for an instant, they saw proudly standing 20 paces in front of them the intrepid Bilboquet still vigorously beating the charge. It was enough for them to hear his drum, whose beat seemed to taunt all the big cannon levelled against the advance of the little troop. Forward, still forward, ran the voltigeurs, and still in front of them could be heard the tattoo of the drum calling upon them to follow. Then there was a second volley from the battery, and a whirlwind of grape shot again mowed down the 2 heroic companies. At this moment Bilboquet turned round and saw that there remained scarcely more than 50 of his comrades out of the 200 who had commenced the charge. Instantly, as if transported by the fury of vengeance, he commenced beating his drum louder than ever. One might have imagined 20 drums all rattling together, and certainly the drum major himself had never so boldly beaten a drum. With a final hurrah, the soldiers rushed forward like an avalanche, and entered the battery, Bilboquet the very first, shouting to the Russians, "The bits of us left are all right. Here they are, so look out for yourselves." During all this time Napoleon was on a hillock, surveying the performance of this heroic exploit. At every discharge of the battery he started with excitement upon his white horse. Then, when the soldiers at last carried the battery, he lowered his field-glass, muttering to himself, "My brave boys." Immediately afterwards, by order of Napoleon, an aide-de-camp rode to the battery and returned at the top of his speed. "How many of them have reached it?" asked the Emperor. 40, replied the aide-de-camp. "There shall be 40 crosses of the Legion of Honor for them tomorrow," said the Emperor, as he returned to his headquarters. The next day the entire regiment formed a circle around the remnant of the 2 companies. The names of the 40 brave men who had taken the battery were called in succession, and to each was given the coveted Cross of the Legion of Honor. The ceremony was finished, when a childish voice from the ranks exclaimed, with a singular accent of surprise, "How about me? Don't I get anything?" The general, who distributed the crosses, turned round and saw standing before him our little comrade, Bilboquet. His cheeks reddened and his eyes filled with tears. "You?" said the general. "What do you want?" "Why, General," said Bilboquet, in a tone of repressed anger, "I was one of them. I went forward and beat the charge. and I was the first to enter the battery." "Never mind, my lad," replied the general. "It seems you've been forgotten. Moreover," he added, "you are still very young, but you shall have the cross when you get a beard on your chin. In the meantime, here is something to console you." With these words the general offered him a 20-franc piece, which Bill Bouquet looked at without attempting to take it. There was a dead silence around him, and everyone looked at him attentively. He remained motionless before the general, and great tears rolled down his cheeks. Those of his comrades who had most turned him into ridicule were softened, and perhaps they would have clamoured that the cross should be given to him, when all at once he raised his head as if he had just taken a great resolution, and said, "All right, General. Give me the 20 francs. The cross will do next time." And without further ceremony he put the money in his pocket, and returned to the ranks, whistling with a deliberate and satisfied air. Some time after this the French troops entered Smolensk, victorious and full of ardour. Bill Bouquet was among them, and on the very day they entered the town, strolling about the place, he saw a little shop kept by a man with a magnificent beard. The merchant approached the drummer and asked him humbly, in bad French, "What is it I can sell you, my little gentleman?" "I want your beard," said Bill Bouquet, bluntly. "My beard?" said the stupefied merchant. "You must be joking." "I tell you I want your beard," replied Bill Bouquet, proudly placing his hand on the hilt of his sabre. "But don't imagine that I want to steal it. Here is a Napoleon in payment. I suppose you don't want more than that for it?" The poor man tried to argue the question with the little drummer, but he was as obstinate as a blind horse, and presently the two were engaged in such a hot dispute that the attention of some passing soldiers was attracted. They gathered round to learn the cause of the quarrel, and the idea of the drummer boy seemed to them so droll that they compelled the Russian shopkeeper to give up his beard. One of them, a Gascon, and a barber of the regiment, brought forth a razor from his pocket and commenced shaving the poor merchant without either water or soap, and after scraping him for some time, finally got off his beard, which he gave to Bill Bouquet, who carried it off triumphantly. On returning to quarters, he had his trophy sewn by the tailor to a bit of ass's skin from the top of a broken drum, and put it in the bottom of his kit. The soldiers joked about it for several days, but it was not long before they had more serious matters to think about. The march of the army was resumed, and no one thought more about little Bill Bouquet and his beard when Napoleon arrived at Moscow. Then terrible misfortunes took place. The intense cold and the devastation of the country deprived the French army of every resource. It suffered from famine, and soon was obliged to retreat through a country deserted and covered many feet deep with snow. Each man dragged himself along as best he could, and there remained very few regiments in sufficient order to obey their generals. In some, however, order was still maintained, and the regiment of Bill Bouquet was one of these. It formed part of the rear guard, which prevented the Cossacks from butchering the miserable stragglers of the army. One day they succeeded in crossing a small river, and, in order to retard the pursuit of the enemy, they had attempted to blow up 2 arches of the wooden bridge they had just crossed. But the barrels of powder were so hastily placed that the explosion produced little effect. The arches, however, were shattered, but the framework of the bridge was still upheld by a stout beam which, should the enemy arrive, would have enabled them to partially reconstruct the bridge. The general in command, perceiving that the safety of the army absolutely depended upon the total destruction of the bridge, gave orders to some sappers to cut down the beam and thus destroy the remains of the framework. But at the moment when they were about to undertake the work, the enemy arrived on the other side of the river and commenced a fire so terrible that it seemed unlikely that any of the sappers would be able to reach the fatal beam alive. In fact, they were about to retreat, defending themselves as well as they could, when all at once a soldier was seen to throw himself into the river with an axe on his shoulder. At first he plunged under the water, but soon he reappeared above the surface. By his beard it was seen that he was a sapper who was risking his life for the safety of his comrades and the army. The entire regiment attentively followed him with their eyes, and saw him swim towards the bridge, whilst a hail of bullets struck the water all around him. But the brave sapper still continued to swim vigorously. At last, after unheard-of efforts, he reached the bridge, mounted upon the arch, and with a few strokes of his axe cut through the remains of the beam, which at a distance seemed enormous, but which in reality had been fortunately partly destroyed by the explosion. Immediately afterwards the entire woodwork of the bridge fell with a great splash into the river, and the brave sapper could no longer be seen. But all at once his comrades spied him amongst the floating fragments swimming towards the bank. The soldiers sprang forward, filled with joy and admiration. Hundreds of hands were stretched out to the swimmer by way of encouragement. The general himself approached the banks of the river, and was greatly astonished to see Bilboquet come out of the water with an immense black beard hanging from his chin. "What's all this?" he cried, "and what is the meaning of this beard?" "Oh, General," replied the drummer, "it is only Bilboquet, to whom you said that he should have the cross of honour when he got a beard on his chin. This is a famous one, I think you'll admit. You see, General, I have done my best to obtain full value for the money, and, in fact, I spent the whole 20 francs you gave me to decorate my chin." The general, surprised at so much courage allied with wit and cunning, took Bilboquet by the hand as if he had been a man, and gave him on the spot the cross of the Legion of Honour, which the general himself wore on his breast. And from that moment the old soldiers of the regiment saluted Bilboquet with friendship, and the drum major never again beat the tattoo on the boy's shoulders. End of A 10-Year-Old Sapper by F. Soule. Read for LibriVox by MaryAnn Spiegel.
One-Tenth by William Carey Sanger, Jr. Recorded for the LibriVox 10th Anniversary Collection by Ruth Golding. If we could say 1/10 of all we feel, or do 1/10 of all we dream and plan, telling of things we've witnessed far and wide, and characters we've met with here and there, how happy and how thankful we should be. But why be wasting time on idle thoughts? For though our lives might last 1,000 years, and we had strength to work by night and day, yet we could never more than just begin to tell of all the glory of the world, things that have happened since the world began, and all that happens now from day to day. Nature is glorious beyond belief. Man is a living witness of our God. The works of man speak likewise of his power. The universe and all the soul of life are marvellous and glorious and vast. Yet out of all this endless field of life we may but touch some portion here and there. Our years are all too brief, and soon we pass beyond the portals to that other life where, by the cross, we'll waken in the light. But while we live, God grant us strength and power to see our pathway clear, and never halt for barrier or pain, but driving on look ever toward the light, till life is done. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Frontispiece and preface to the book 10 Years in India in the 16th Queen's Lancers, and 3 years in South Africa in the Cape Corps levies, the first Afghan campaign, the Maharata War, the Sikh War, including the battles of Ghuzni, Kabul, Maharajpur, Budawal, Aliwal, Sobran, and the Kafir War of 1850-51, replete with anecdotes, incidents inseparable from military life, manners and customs of the several Indian races, Mohammedans, Hindus, and Kafir tribes, tales of elephant hunting, etc., etc., by W. J. D. Gould, formerly Sergeant 16th Queen's Lancers, the Terror of India, afterwards Lieutenant, Cape European Levies. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Frontispiece. Toronto, Hunter Rose and Company, Wellington Street, 1880. Entered according to the Act of the Parliament in Canada in the year 1880 by W. J. D. Gould in the office of the Minister of Agriculture. to His Excellency the Right Honourable John Douglas Sutherland Campbell, K.T., K.C.M.G., Marquis of Lorne, Governor-General of the Dominion of Canada, etc., etc., etc. This work is dedicated by the author, who, as he has passed the meridian and is now approaching the limit of his earthly existence, looks back with feelings of pride on the humble part he took as one of the old 16th Queen's Lancers in all the memorable engagements in which they participated in India. And not the least of all does he feel the honour conferred in thus granting leave to issue the work under such distinguished patronage. Toronto, Ontario, 1880. Preface. The most pleasant memories of my boyhood are clustered around the old family fireplace in our home in Brighton, England, when my father, gathering us all around him, with occasionally a few intimate friends, recounted such tales of war as often made me desire I was a man at once, in order that I might there and then enroll myself as one of my country's defenders. He had served, I believe, with distinction in the 10th Royal Hussars, as an officer, both under Sir John Moore and the Iron Duke. He was present at the retreat of Corunna, and, as the old man touchingly gave that narrative, I well remember the big tears coursed down his cheeks, losing all control of himself, his utterances almost ceasing when he pictured the hour when his broken-hearted comrades, quote, buried him darkly at dead of night. Unquote. This was not all, however. Rising to a pitch at the greatest excitement, his language grew more bolder and more fierce as he progressed, bringing us all through Salamanca, Talavera, Douro, Orthez, with the Iron Duke, down to the king-making victory, Waterloo. He may have been too fond of dwelling on his own exploits. The fierce charge on squares, the hand-to-hand encounters, sabring this one and then that one, for, as the night's entertainment closed, for such it was considered, his old armchair would be many yards away from its original position, driven by force of arms and legs, depicting this cut at a trooper's head, that point at a breast, this guard from an intended cleaver, as he called it, and I have often since thought how wise my mother was in her forethought to hide away his sword at such times, for I verily believe, so forgetful was he on those occasions, some damage would have been done to arms or legs in his enthusiasm of description. It is not to be wondered at, this early training, though unintended on his part, had its effect on his son in after life. Intended for a profession of a land surveyor, I could brook nothing short of following in his footsteps. The scenes plainly set forth in this narrative occurred mostly in India, during the first Afghan War in 1839, the Maharatta War, and the subsequent war in the Punjab from 1843 to 1846, trying times to the army in India. That country is so full of study, in its ancient buildings, mosques, temples, shrines, and manners and customs, that I have only cursorily glanced at them, and only when positions and incidents are necessary for the full understanding of my movements. I have no doubt, however, that, by a careful perusal of the whole, much interest will be created, and more sympathy excited for the men, who, careless of all else, ventured life to uphold the honour of dear old England. In some cases, war is too often employed to further ambition, or in adding some coveted spot to an already overgrown empire. With this, the soldier has nothing to do. The English soldier has been often pitted against great odds, and as there is no retreating in our army but to do or die, much more interest centres around him than a soldier of any other country. Kind reader, may I ask you to follow me through, while I endeavour to picture to you such battles as Ghuzni and Kabul, Maharajpur and Budawal, Aliwal and Sobran, and I am sure you will be convinced, as was the old king of Delhi, that men who carried the Red Cross banner through such actions as these were really, as he dubbed my old corps, the 16th Queen's Royal Lancers, afterwards the pride of England and the terror of India. Toronto, Ontario, 1880. End of the frontispiece and preface to 10 Years in India by W.J.D. Gould.
Sonnet 10 by William Shakespeare. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sonnet 10. For shame, deny that thou bear'st love to any, who for thyself art so unprovident. Grant, if thou wilt, thou art beloved of many, but that thou none lov'st is most evident. For thou art so possessed with murderous hate, that 'gainst thyself thou stick'st not to conspire, seeking that beauteous roof to ruinate, which to repair should be thy chief desire. O change thy thought, that I may change my mind. Shall hate be fairer lodged than gentle love? Be, as thy presence is, gracious and kind, or to thyself at least kind-hearted prove. Make thee another self, for love of me, that beauty still may live in thine or thee. End of Sonnet 10 by William Shakespeare. Read by Eden Rea-Hedrick.
The Latest Decalogue by Arthur Hugh Clough. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou shalt have one God only, who would be at the expense of two. No graven images may be worshipped except the currency. Swear not at all, for thy curse thine enemy is none the worse. At church on Sunday to attend will serve to keep the world thy friend. Honour thy parents, that is, all from whom advancement may befall. Thou shalt not kill, but needst not strive officiously to keep alive. Do not adultery commit, advantage rarely comes of it. Thou shalt not steal an empty feet, when it's so lucrative to cheat. Bear not false witness, let the lie have time on its own wings to fly. Thou shalt not covet, but tradition approves all forms of competition. End of The Latest Decalogue by Arthur Hugh Clough. Read by Newgatenovelist.
Chapter 1. From 10 p.m. to 10:46 and 40 seconds. From All Around the Moon by Jules Verne. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From 10 p.m. to 10:46:40. The moment that the great clock belonging to the works at Stony Hill had struck 10, Barbican, Arden, and Minicle began to take their last farewells of the numerous friends surrounding them. The 2 dogs intended to accompany them had already deposited in the projectile. The 3 travellers approached the mouth of the enormous cannon, seated themselves in the flying car, and once more took leave for the last time of the vast throng standing in silence around them. The windlass creaked, the car started, and the 3 daring men disappeared in the yawning gulf. The trap hole giving them ready access to the interior of the projectile, the car soon came back empty, the great windlass was presently rolled away, the tackle and scaffolding were removed, and in a short space of time the great mouth of the Columbiad was completely rid of all obstructions. Minicle took upon himself to fasten the door of the trap on the inside by means of a powerful combination of screws and bolts of his own invention. He also covered up very carefully the glass lights with strong iron plates of extreme solidity and tightly fitting joints. Arden's first care was to turn on the gas, which he found burning rather low, but he lit no more than one burner, being desirous to economize as much as possible their store of light and heat, which, as he well knew, could not at the very utmost last them longer than a few weeks. Under the cheerful blaze the interior of the projectile looked like a comfortable little chamber, with its circular sofa, nicely padded walls, and dome-shaped ceiling. All the articles that it contained, arms, instruments, utensils, etc., were solidly fastened to the projections of the wadding, so as to sustain the least injury possible from the first terrible shock. In fact, all precautions possible, humanly speaking, had been taken to counteract this, the first, and possibly one of the very greatest dangers to which the courageous adventurers would be exposed. Arden expressed himself to be quite pleased with the appearance of things in general. "It's a prison, to be sure," said he, "but not one of your ordinary prisons that always keep in the one spot. For my part, as long as I can have the privilege of looking out of the window, I am willing to lease it for 100 years. Ah, Barbicane, that brings out one of your stony smiles. You think our lease may last longer than that? Our tenement may become our coffin, eh? Be it so. I prefer it anyway to Mahomet's. It may indeed float in the air, but it won't be motionless as a milestone." Barbicane, having made sure by personal inspection that everything was in perfect order, consulted his chronometer, which he had carefully set a short time before with Chief Engineer Murphy's, who had been charged to fire off the projectile. "Friends," said he, "it is now 20 minutes past 10. At 10:46 and 40 seconds, precisely, Murphy will send the electric current into the gun cotton. We have, therefore, 26 minutes more to remain on earth." 26 minutes and 20 seconds, observed Captain Minicle, who always aimed at mathematical precision. 26 minutes, cried Arden gaily. "An age, a cycle, according to the use you make of them. In 26 minutes how much can be done! The weightiest questions of warfare, politics, morality, can be discussed, even decided, in 26 minutes. 26 minutes well spent are infinitely more valuable than 26 lifetimes wasted. A few seconds, even, employed by a Pascal or a Newton or a Barbicane or any other profoundly intellectual being, whose thoughts wander through eternity." "As mad as Marston, every bit," muttered the captain half audibly. "What do you conclude from this rigmarole of yours?" interrupted Barbicane. "I conclude that we have 26 good minutes still left." "Only 24 minutes 10 seconds," interrupted the captain, watch in hand. "Well, 24 minutes, Captain," Arden went on. "Now even in 24 minutes I maintain—" "Arden," interrupted Barbicane, "after a very little while we shall have plenty of time for philosophical disputations. Just now let us think of something far more pressing." "More pressing? What do you mean? Are we not fully prepared?" "Yes, fully prepared, as far at least as we have been able to foresee. But we may still, I think, possibly increase the number of precautions to be taken against the terrible shock that we are soon to experience." "What? Have you any doubts whatever of the effectiveness of your brilliant and extremely original idea? Don't you think that the layers of water, regularly disposed in easily ruptured partitions beneath its floor, will afford us sufficient protection by their elasticity?" "I hope so indeed, my dear friend, but I am by no means confident." "He hopes! He is by no means confident! Listen to that, Mac. Pretty time to tell us so! Let me out of here." "Too late," observed the captain quietly. "The trap hole alone would take 10 or 15 minutes to open." "Oh, then I suppose I must make the best of it," said Arden, laughing. "All aboard, gentlemen, the train starts in 20 minutes." "In 19 minutes and 18 seconds," said the captain, who never took his eye off the chronometer. The three travellers looked at each other for a little while, during which even Arden appeared to become serious. After another careful glance at the several objects lying around them, Barbicane said quietly, "Everything is in its place except ourselves. What we have now to do is to decide on the position we must take in order to neutralize the shock as much as possible. We must be particularly careful to guard against a rush of blood to the head." "Correct," said the captain. "Suppose we stood on our heads, like the circus tumblers," cried Arden, ready to suit the action to the word. "Better than that," said Barbicane. "We can lie on our side. Keep clearly in mind, dear friends, that at the instant of departure it makes very little difference to us whether we are inside the bullet or in front of it. There is no doubt some difference," he added, seeing the great eyes made by his friends, "but it is exceedingly little." "Thank heaven for the sum!" interrupted Arden fervently. "Don't you approve of my suggestion, Captain?" asked Barbicane. "Certainly," was the hasty reply. "That is to say, absolutely. 17 minutes 27 seconds." "Mac isn't a human being at all," cried Arden admiringly. "He is a repeating chronometer, horizontal escapement, London-made leveller, capped, jewelled—" His companions let him run on, while they busied themselves in making their last arrangements, with the greatest coolness and most systematic method. In fact, I don't think of anything just now to compare them to except a couple of old travellers who, having to pass the night in the train, are trying to make themselves as comfortable as possible for their long journey. In your profound astonishment you may naturally ask me of what strange material can the hearts of these Americans be made, who can view without the slightest semblance of a flutter the approach of the most appalling dangers. In your curiosity I fully participate, but I'm sorry to say I can't gratify it. It is one of those things that I could never find out. 3 mattresses, thick and well wadded, spread on the disc forming the false bottom of the projectile, were arranged in lines whose parallelism was simply perfect. But Arden would never think of occupying this until the very last moment, walking up and down with the restless nervousness of a wild beast in a cage. He kept up a continuous fire of talk, at one moment with his friends, at another with the dogs, addressing the latter by the euphonious and suggestive names of Diana and Satellite. "Ho, pets!" he would exclaim as he patted them gently, "you must not forget the noble part you are to play up there. You must be models of canine deportment. The eyes of the whole Selenitic world will be upon you. You are the standard bearers of your race. From you they will receive their first impression regarding its merits. Let it be a favourable one. Compel those Selenites to acknowledge, in spite of themselves, that the terrestrial race of canines is far superior to that of the very best moondog among them." "Dogs in the moon!" sneered Michele. "I like that." "Plenty of dogs," cried Arden, "and horses too, and cows and sheep, and no end of chickens." $100 to one there isn't a single chicken within the whole lunar realm, not excluding even the invisible side," cried the captain in an authoritative tone, but never taking his eye off the chronometer. "I take that bet, my son," coolly replied Arden, shaking the captain's hand by way of ratifying the wager. "And this reminds me, by the way, Mac, that you have lost 3 bets already to the pretty little tune of $6,000. "And paid them too," cried the captain monotonously, 10.36.6. "Yes, and in a quarter of an hour you will have to pay $9,000 more, 4,000 because the Columbiad will not burst, and 5,000 because the projectile will rise more than 6 miles from the earth." "I have the money ready," answered the captain, touching his breeches pocket. "When I lose I pay, not sooner. 10.38.10. "Captain, you're a man of method, if ever there was one. I think, however, that you make a mistake in your wagers." "How so?" asked the captain listlessly, his eye still on the dial. "Because, by Jove, if you win there will be no more of you left to take the money than there will be of Barbicane to pay it." "Friend Arden," quietly observed Barbicane, "my stakes are deposited in the Wall Street Bank of New York, with orders to pay them over to the captain's heirs in case the captain himself should fail to put an appearance at the proper time." "Oh, you rhinoceroses, you pachyderms, you granite men!" cried Arden, gasping with surprise. "You machines with iron heads and iron hearts! I may admire you, but I'm blessed if I understand you." 10.42.10, repeated Michele, as mechanically as if it was the chronometer itself that spoke. 4 minutes and a half more, said Barbicane. "Oh, 4.5 little minutes," went on Arden. "Only think of it, we are shut up in a bullet that lies in the chamber of a cannon 900 feet long. Under this bullet is piled a charge of 400,000 pounds of gun cotton, equivalent to 1,600,000 pounds of ordinary gunpowder. And at this very instant our friend Murphy, chronometer in hand, eye on dial, finger on discharger, is counting the last seconds and getting ready to launch us into the limitless regions of planetary—" "Arden, dear friend," interrupted Barbicane in a grave tone, "a serious moment is now at hand. Let us meet it with some interior recollection. Give me your hands, my dear friends." "Certainly," said Arden, with tears in his voice, and already at the other extreme of his apparent levity. The 3 brave men united in one last silent, but warm and impulsively affectionate pressure. "And now, great God, our Creator, protect us! In Thee we trust!" prayed Barbicane, the others joining him with folded hands and bowed heads. 10.46, whispered the captain, as he and Arden quietly took their places on the mattresses. "Only 40 seconds more." Barbicane rapidly extinguishes the gas and lies down beside his companions. The death-like silence now reigning in the projectile is interrupted only by the sharp ticking of the chronometer as it beats the seconds. Suddenly a dreadful shock is felt, and the projectile, shot up by the instantaneous development of 200,000 millions of cubic feet of gas, is flying into space with inconceivable rapidity. End of chapter 1. From 10 p.m. to 10:46 and 40 seconds from All Around the Moon by Jules Verne.
Die letzten 10 by Arno Holz. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Was holst du wie die römische Sibylle in unsere altarkadische Idylle? Dein dreimal disharmonisches Meerlicht. Schon immer war das Wappentier der Dichter ein Bandwurm und ein Nürnberger Trichter. Die Garde stirbt, doch sie ergibt sich nicht. Wenn du durchaus nur sehen willst, dann sehe. Wir gönnen dir von Herzen deinen Mühen. Doch wer wird krächzen wie die Nebelkrähe, solange Lenzrot nach die Rosen blühen? Wir rühren wacker unseren alten Kleister im himmelblauen Regenbogenton. Sagt doch der Jupiter von Weimar schon, in der Beschränktheit zeigt sich erst der Meister. End of Die letzten 10 von Arno Holz. Read by Herman Roskams.
Ten and 8 from Happy Days by A. Milne. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The only event of importance last week was my victory over Henry by 10 and 8. If you don't want to hear about that, then I shall have to pass on to you a few facts about his motor bicycle. You'd rather have the other? I thought so. The difference between Henry and me is that he is what I should call a good golfer, and I am what everybody else calls a bad golfer. In consequence of this, he insults me with offers of bisques. "I'll have 10 this time," I said as we walked to the tee. "Better have 12. I beat you with 11 yesterday." "Thank you," I said haughtily. "I will have 10. It is true that he beat me last time, but then, owing to bad management on my part, I had 9 bisques left at the moment of defeat, simply eating their heads off. Henry teed up and drove a pink spot out of sight. Henry swears by the pink spot if there is anything of a wind. I use either a quo vadis, which is splendid for going out of bounds, or an ostrich, which has a wonderful way of burying itself in the sand. I followed him to the green at my leisure. 5, said Henry. 7, said I, and if I take 3 bisques, it's my hole. You must only take 1 at a time, protested Henry. Why? There is nothing in Baedeker about it. Besides, I will only take 1 at a time if it makes it easier for you. I take 1, and that brings me down to 6, and then another 1, and that brings me down to 5, and then another 1, and that brings me down to 4. There. And as you did the hole in 5, I win. Well, of course, if you like to waste them all at the start, I am not wasting them. I am creating a moral effect. Behold, I have won the first hole. Let us be photographed together. Henry went to the next tee, slightly ruffled, and topped his ball into the road. I had kept mine well this side of it, and won in 4 to 5. I shan't take any bisques here, I said. 2 up. At the third tee, my quo vadis darted off suddenly to the left and tried to climb the hill. I headed it off and gave it a nasty dent from behind when it wasn't looking, and with my next shot started it rolling down the mountains with ever-increasing velocity. Not until it was within a foot of the pin did it condescend to stop. Henry, who had reached the green with his drive and had taken one putt too many, halved the hole in 4. I took a bisque and was 3 up. The 4th hole was prettily played by both of us, and with 2 bisques I had it absolutely stiff. Unnerved by this, Henry went all out at the 5th and tried to carry the stream in 2. Unfortunately for him, the stream was 6 inches too broad in the particular place at which he tried to carry it. My own view is that he should either have chosen another place or else have got a narrower stream from somewhere. As it was, I won in an uneventful 6 and took with a bisque the short hole which followed. 6 up, I pointed out to Henry, and 3 bisques left. They're jolly little things, bisques, but you want to use them quickly. Bisque dat qui cito dot. Doesn't the sea look ripping today? Go on, growled Henry. I once did a 2 at this hole, I said as I teed my ball. If I did a 2 now and took a bisque, you'd have to do it in nothing in order to win. A solemn thought. At this hole you have to drive over a chasm in the cliffs. My ball made a beeline for the beach, bounced on a rock, and disappeared into a cave. Henry's pink spot, which really seemed to have a chance of winning a hole at last, found the wind too much for it and followed me below. "I'm in this cave," I said when we had found Henry's ball, and with a lighted match in one hand and a niblick in the other I went in and tried to persuade the ostrich to come out. My 8th argument was too much for it, and we reappeared in the daylight together. "How many?" I asked. 6, he said as he hit the top of the cliff once more and shot back onto the beach. I left him and chivied my ball round to where the cliffs are lowest. Then I got it gradually onto a little mound of sand, very delicate work this, took a terrific swing and fairly heaved it onto the grass. 2 more strokes put me onto the green in 20. I lit a pipe and waited for Henry to finish his game of rackets. "I've played 25, he shouted. "Then you'll want some of my bisques," I said. "I can lend you 3 till Monday." Henry had one more rally and then picked his ball up. I had won 7 holes and I had 3 bisques with which to win the match. I was a little doubtful if I could do this, but Henry settled the question by misjudging yet again the breadth of the stream. What is experience if it teaches us nothing? Henry must really try to enlarge his mind about rivers. "Draw me 9, I said at the 10th tee, and no bisques left. "Thank heaven for that," sighed Henry. "But I have only to halve 1 hole out of 9, I pointed out. "Technically I am on what is known as velvet." "Oh, shut up and drive." I am a bad golfer, but even bad golfers do holes in bogey now and then. In the ordinary way, I was pretty certain to halve one of the 9 holes with Henry and so win the match. Both the 11th and the 17th, for instance, are favorites of mine. Had I halved one of those, he would have admitted cheerfully that I had played good golf and beaten him fairly. But as things happened... What happened, put quite briefly, was this. Bogey for the 10th is 4. I hooked my drive off the tee and down a little gully to the left, put a good iron shot into a bunker on the right, and then ran down a 100-yard putt with a niblick for a 3. One of those difficult downhill putts. "Luck," said Henry as soon as he could speak. "I've been missing those lately," I said. "Your match," said Henry. "I can't play against luck like that." It was true that he had given me 10 bisques, but, on the other hand, I could have given him a dozen at the 7th and still have beaten him. However, I was too magnanimous to point that out. All I said was 10 and 8. And then I added thoughtfully, "I don't think I've ever won by more than that." End of 10 and 8 from Happy Days by A. Milne. Read by tovarisch.
On Powers of 10. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in April 2015. On Powers of 10 by W. P. White from Science, Volume 35, January 5, 1912. For expressing numerically the widely varying magnitudes occurring in scientific work, 2 methods are in common use. Both are adequate and accurate, but results expressed by means of one are much more easily grasped and remembered than with the other. The more convenient method appears to be gaining in use. The present paper is written with the idea that this desirable change may be accelerated if the advantages of the method are stated, and thus presented to those who have hitherto not given the matter special attention. The simplest way of writing a number is, of course, to write it out in Arabic notation. But this, in general, involves the presence of numerous ciphers, which the reader must count in order to learn what the number is. There is, therefore, a gain if the writer counts the ciphers for him and records the number obtained. Hence the familiar system where a number is given as the product of 1, a series of significant digits, and 2, 10, with an exponent. For example, the velocity of light is 3 times 10 to the 10 centimeters per second. This system has still one great disadvantage. It calls in each case for the reading of 2 numbers, and thus greatly increases the strain on both the attention and the memory. And this difficulty is multiplied when the quantity expressed is less than unity, as it is about half the time. For then the exponent is negative, and the 2 numbers affect the resultant magnitude in opposite ways. For instance, suppose a galvanometer which requires 3 times 10 to the minus 8 amperes to give unit deflections. How will its sensitiveness compare with that of one for which both indicating numbers are numerically larger, say 8 times 10 to the minus 9 amperes? The larger significant figure, 8, indicates a larger current, and therefore less sensitiveness. But the exponent 9, though also larger, indicates greater sensitiveness. Really, the second is about 4 times as sensitive as the first, but this fact is far from evident on a first reading. Yet this is a very simple case. If a reader should see an account of one of these instruments on a Friday, and of the other on, say, the next Wednesday, it would require unusually careful reading indeed to leave him with any definite idea of the relative sensitiveness. The difficulty of this system can also be well stated as follows. When a number of magnitudes, say diameters of small rods, is stated, sometimes in centimeters and sometimes in millimeters, it is evident that a good deal of unnecessary difficulty results, which can be avoided by sticking to one unit or the other. Now, between a millimeter and a centimeter, there is the same difference as between any two consecutive powers of 10. An unrestricted system of notation by powers of 10, therefore, amounts practically to an unnecessary multiplication of the number of working units. The remedy is obvious: to diminish the number of units. This is realized in the other system, which proceeds by steps of 1000 instead of 10. A further gain is sometimes secured by using prefixes instead of exponents to indicate the working units, since the combination of a word and a number is preferable to two numbers, each of which interferes with the apprehension of the other, and even more with its recollection. This system is perhaps seen at its best in the field of electricity, where, besides the units ampere, ohm, volt, etc., the milliampere, millivolt, microampere, microvolt, kilowatt, megaohm, etc. are in common use, and have almost completely displaced the reckoning by powers of 10. The advantages of the system have been made available in stating galvanometer sensitiveness by the scheme proposed by Ayrton. The sensitiveness is simply put equal to the deflection produced by a unit current, usually the microampere. According to this scheme, the sensitiveness of one of the galvanometers mentioned above is 125, of the other 33. Here the difficulty of remembering or comparing the two quantities would seem to be reduced to the minimum. And this illustration gives a fair idea of the value of the general method. Under it, but one thing claims attention: a single number, which need never exceed 3 digits unless the accuracy attained calls for a larger number of significant figures. Such a number is relatively easy to comprehend and to remember. The unit needs almost no attention, since all magnitudes between which a comparison is likely to be desirable will be expressed either in the same unit, or else in units so far apart that no confusion will occur. This choice of units is, of course, the essential part of the method, and it, of course, can be realized under the form of the notation by powers of 10 by those to whom that form seems desirable. All that is necessary is that those powers of 10 shall be chosen which are also powers of 1000, so that the use of 10 to the 2, 10 to the 4, 10 to the 5, 10 to the 7, 10 to the -2, etc., is to be discontinued. But the use of the prefixes to denote the units seems decidedly preferable. The electrician who should be advised to abandon his microvolts and milliamperes and go back to volts times 10 to the power of -6, etc., would scarcely be profoundly impressed with the value of the advice. A few special points seem worth noticing in this connection. A single prefix to denote 10 to the power of -9 seems desirable. Until it appears, 10 to the power of -9 amperes, for instance, should of course be called a millimicroampere. Micro, of course, means a millionth of a millionth, or 10 to the -12, or 10 to the power of -12, and is illogical when used for 10 to the power of -9. Besides being less euphonious than the other. But it may be too late to stop the illogical use of mu for the millimicron, mu, in the domain of optics. There will undoubtedly be a tendency, as reckoning by powers of 1000 comes more into use, for work in each particular line to be always expressed in the same derived unit. Here the advantage of a common unit more than compensates for the fact that in some particular cases the unit is not quite the most convenient. For instance, workers with thermo elements have generally found it advantageous to work in microvolts, and to keep to this unit even when the number of microvolts is over 10,000, that is, more than 10 millivolts. In case of doubt between two units, it is probably better to use the smaller. For this diminishes the use of fractions and also gives records more likely to be concordant with future work, since the increase of accuracy as time goes on increases the advantage of the lower unit. In no class of quantities is more to be gained by reckoning by powers of 1000 than with coefficients of expansion and temperature and pressure coefficients generally. If these quantities were always tabulated in thousandths or millionths, instead of with a variable number of zeros according to the fancy or convenience of the tabulator, a very much larger number of them would actually lie in the memory of the average working experimenter than are now to be found there. Yet these quantities, and some others, being pure numbers, have no special name, and therefore nothing to which the prefixes milli, micro, etc. can be attached. They may legitimately be designated as parts per mil, parts per million, etc., but these expressions are rather awkward, particularly when the whole expression is parts per mil per degree, or something like that. It would be convenient to use the fractional prefixes alone as nouns in such cases, milli meaning 1 part per thousand, and micro 1 part per million. There is certainly considerable reason to wish that some leader or committee, having sufficient authority, would authorize the use in this way of these terms, or something better. They have these advantages. They are brief, they would harmonize with the terms used for other physical quantities, they would tend to extend the use of powers of 1000. For instance, at present, most observers working to an accuracy of, say, 10 parts per million would prefer to state it as 1 part per 100,000, while with the word micro in use, the almost universal expression would be 10 micros. And the use of powers of 1000 is quite as desirable in stating errors, etc., as in most other cases. The use of fractional or multiple prefixes also sounds a little strange in those cases where, in order to adhere strictly to the CGS system, the centimeter is used as the unit of all linear measurements. The real difficulty here, however, does not lie in the prefixes, but in the fact that two different fundamental units, the meter and centimeter, are in use, and that most physicists are probably more used to measuring small lengths in millimeters and microns. This difficulty would not be increased by the use of the term millicentimeter and microcentimeter, which are of course the logical terms to use if the centimeter is to become the practical unit of all lengths. It also seems logical to use the centimeter only where such other CGS units as the absolute electrostatic and electromagnetic units would be used, and to use the millimeter and micron in cases corresponding to those where the ampere, ohm, and volt would be considered appropriate. In any case, it may be well to repeat, the main and essential advantage of the newer system that is coming into use is in the restriction of notation to powers of 10, which are also powers of 1000. And this restriction can profitably be adopted whatever may be thought or done regarding the other points mentioned in this paper. W. P. White, Geophysical Laboratory, Carnegie Institution of Washington, Washington, D.C., November 1st, 1911. End of On Powers of 10 by W. P. White.
Chapters 10 and 11 from 10 Days in a Madhouse by Nellie Bly. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 10 Days in a Madhouse by Nellie Bly. Chapter 10, My First Supper. This examination over, we heard someone yell, "Go out into the hall!" One of the patients kindly explained that this was an invitation to supper. We latecomers tried to keep together, so we entered the hall and stood at the door where all the women had crowded. How we shivered as we stood there! The windows were open, and the draught went whizzing through the hall. The patients looked blue with cold, and the minutes stretched into a quarter of an hour. At last one of the nurses went forward and unlocked a door, through which we all crowded to a landing of the stairway. Here again came a long halt, directly before an open window. How very imprudent for the attendants to keep these thinly clad women standing here in the cold, said Miss Neville. I looked at the poor crazy captives shivering, and added emphatically, "It's horribly brutal." While they stood there, I thought I would not relish supper that night. They looked so lost and hopeless. Some were chattering nonsense to invisible persons, others were laughing or crying aimlessly, and one old gray-haired woman was nudging me, and with winks and sage noddings of the head and pitiful uplifting of the eyes and hands, was assuring me that I must not mind the poor creatures, as they were all mad. "Stop at the heater," was then ordered, "and get in line, 2 by 2. Mary, get a companion. How many times must I tell you to keep in line? Stand still." And as the orders were issued, a shove and a push were administered, and often a slap on the ears. After this third and final halt, we were marched into a long, narrow dining room, where a rush was made for the table. The table reached the length of the room, and was uncovered and uninviting. Long benches without backs were put for the patients to sit on, and over these they had to crawl in order to face the table. Placed close together all along the table were large dressing bowls filled with a pinkish-looking stuff which the patients called tea. By each bowl was laid a piece of bread, cut thick and buttered. A small saucer containing 5 prunes accompanied the bread. One fat woman made a rush, and jerking up several saucers from those around her, emptied their contents into her own saucer. Then, while holding to her own bowl, she lifted up another and drained its contents at one gulp. This she did to a second bowl in shorter time than it takes to tell it. Indeed, I was so amused at her successful grabbings that when I looked at my own share, the woman opposite, without so much as by your leave, grabbed my bread and left me without any. Another patient, seeing this, kindly offered me hers, but I declined with thanks, and turned to the nurse and asked for more. As she flung a thick piece down on the table, she made some remark about the fact that if I forgot where my home was, I had not forgotten how to eat. I tried the bread, but the butter was so horrible that one could not eat it. A blue-eyed German girl on the opposite side of the table told me I could have bread unbuttered if I wished, and that very few were able to eat the butter. I turned my attention to the prunes, and found that very few of them would be sufficient. A patient near asked me to give them to her. I did so. My bowl of tea was all that was left. I tasted, and one taste was enough. It had no sugar, and it tasted as if it had been made in copper. It was as weak as water. This was also transferred to a hungrier patient, in spite of the protest of Miss Neville. "You must force the food down," she said, "else you will be sick, and who knows but what, with these surroundings, you may go crazy. To have a good brain, the stomach must be cared for." "It is impossible for me to eat that stuff," I replied, and despite all her urging, I ate nothing that night. It did not require much time for the patients to consume all that was eatable on the table, and then we got our orders to form in line in the hall. When this was done, the doors before us were unlocked, and we were ordered to proceed back to the sitting-room. Many of the patients crowded near us, and I was again urged to play, both by them and by the nurses. To please the patients, I promised to play, and Miss Tilly Maynard was to sing. The first thing she asked me to play was Rock-a-Bye Baby, and I did so. She sang it beautifully. Chapter 11. In the Bath. A few more songs, and we were told to go with Miss Grupp. We were taken into a cold, wet bathroom, and I was ordered to undress. Did I protest? Well, I never grew so earnest in my life as when I tried to beg off. They said if I did not, they would use force, and that it would not be very gentle. At this I noticed one of the craziest women in the ward standing by the filled bathtub, with a large discolored rag in her hands. She was chattering away to herself, and chuckling in a manner which seemed to me fiendish. I knew now what was to be done with me. I shivered. They began to undress me, and one by one they pulled off my clothes. At last everything was gone, excepting one garment. "I will not remove it," I said vehemently, but they took it off. I gave one glance at the group of patients gathered at the door watching the scene, and I jumped into the bathtub with more energy than grace. The water was ice cold, and again I began to protest. How useless it all was. I begged at least that the patients be made to go away, but was ordered to shut up. The crazy woman began to scrub me. I can find no other word that will express it but scrubbing. From a small tin pan she took some soft soap and rubbed it all over me, even all over my face and my pretty hair. I was at last past seeing or speaking, although I had begged that my hair be left untouched. Rub, rub, rub went the old woman, chattering to herself. My teeth chattered, and my limbs were goose-fleshed and blue with cold. Suddenly I got, one after the other, 3 buckets of water over my head, ice-cold water, too, into my eyes, my ears, my nose, and my mouth. I think I experienced some of the sensations of a drowning person as they dragged me, gasping, shivering, and quaking from the tub. For once I did look insane. I caught a glance of the indescribable look on the faces of my companions who had witnessed my fate and knew theirs was surely following. Unable to control myself at the absurd picture I presented, I burst into roars of laughter. They put me, dripping wet, into a short canton flannel slip, labelled across the extreme end in large black letters, Lunatic Asylum, B.I.H. 6. The letters meant Blackwell's Island, Hall 6. By this time Miss Maynard had been undressed, and much as I hated my recent bath, I would have taken another if by it I could have saved her the experience. Imagine plunging that sick girl into a cold bath, when it made me, who have never been ill, shake as if with ague. I heard her explain to Miss Grupp that her head was still sore from her illness. Her hair was short and had mostly come out, and she asked that the crazy woman be made to rub more gently. But Miss Grupp said, "There isn't much fear of hurting you. Shut up or you'll get it worse." Miss Maynard did shut up, and that was my last look at her for the night. I was hurried into a room where there were 6 beds, and had been put into bed when someone came along and jerked me out again, saying, "Nellie Brown has to be put in a room alone tonight, for I suppose she's noisy." I was taken to room 28, and left to try and make an impression on the bed. It was an impossible task. The bed had been made high in the center and sloping on either side. At the first touch my head flooded the pillow with water, and my wet slip transferred some of its dampness to the sheet. When Miss Grupp came in, I asked if I could not have a nightgown. "We have not such things in this institution," she said. "I do not like to sleep without," I replied. "Well, I don't care about that," she said. "You are in a public institution now, and you can't expect to get anything. This is charity, and you should be thankful for what you get." "But the city pays to keep these places up," I urged, "and pays people to be kind to the unfortunates brought here." "Well, you needn't expect any kindness here, for you won't get it," she said, and she went out and closed the door. A sheet and an oilcloth were under me, and a sheet and a black wool blanket above. I never felt anything so annoying as that wool blanket, as I tried to keep it around my shoulders to stop the chills from getting underneath. When I pulled it up, I left my feet bare, and when I pulled it down, my shoulders were exposed. There was absolutely nothing in the room but the bed and myself. As the door had been locked, I imagined I should be left alone for the night, but I heard the sound of heavy tread of 2 women down the hall. They stopped at every door, unlocked it, and in a few moments I could hear them relock it. This they did without the least attempt at quietness down the whole length of the opposite side of the hall and up to my room. Here they paused. The key was inserted in the lock and turned. I watched those about to enter. In they came, dressed in brown and white striped dresses, fastened by brass buttons, large white aprons, and a heavy green cord about the waist, from which dangled a bunch of large keys, and small white caps on their heads. Being dressed as worthy attendants of the day, I knew they were nurses. The first one carried a lantern, and she flashed its light into my face, while she said to her assistant, "This is Nellie Brown." Looking at her, I asked, "Who are you?" "The night nurse, my dear," she replied, and wishing that I would sleep well, she went out and locked the door after her. Several times during the night they came into my room, and even had I been able to sleep, the unlocking of the heavy door, their loud talking and heavy tread would have awakened me. I could not sleep, so I lay in bed, picturing to myself the horrors in case a fire should break out in the asylum. Every door is locked separately, and the windows are heavily barred so that escape is impossible. In the one building alone there are, I think Dr. Ingram told me, some 300 women. They are locked, 1 to 10 to a room. It is impossible to get out unless these doors are unlocked. A fire is not improbable, but one of the most likely occurrences. Should the building burn, the jailers or nurses would never think of releasing their crazy patients. This I can prove to you later when I come to tell of the cruel treatment of the poor things entrusted to their care. As I say, in case of fire, not a dozen women would escape. All would be left to roast to death. Even if the nurses were kind, which they are not, it would require more presence of mind than women of their class possess to risk the flames and their own lives while they unlocked the 100 doors for the insane prisoners. Unless there is a change, there will some day be a tale of horror never equaled. In this connection is an amusing incident which happened just previous to my release. I was talking with Dr. Ingram about many things, and at last told him what I thought would be the result of a fire. "The nurses are expected to open the doors," he said. "But you know positively that they would not wait to do that," I said, "and these women would burn to death." He sat silent, unable to contradict my assertion. "Why don't you have it changed?" I asked. "What can I do?" he replied. "I offer suggestions until my brain is tired, but what good does it do?" "What would you do?" he asked, turning to me, the proclaimed insane girl. "Well, I should insist on having them have locks put in, as I've seen in some places, that by turning a crank at the end of the hall you can lock or unlock every door on the one side. Then there would be some chance of escape. Now, every door being locked separately, there is absolutely none." Dr. Ingram turned to me with an anxious look on his kind face, as he asked slowly, "Nellie Brown, what institution have you been an inmate of before you came here?" "None. I was never confined in any institution except boarding school in my life." "Where, then, did you see the locks you have described?" "I had seen them in the new Western Penitentiary at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but I did not dare say so. I merely answered, 'Oh, I have seen them in a place I was in, I mean as a visitor.'" "There is only one place I know of where they have those locks," he said sadly, "and that is at Sing Sing." The inference is conclusive. I laughed very heartily over the implied accusation, and tried to assure him that I had never up to date been an inmate of Sing Sing, or even visited it. Just as the morning began to dawn, I went to sleep. It did not seem many moments until I was rudely awakened and told to get up, the window being opened and my clothing pulled off me. My hair was still wet, and I had pains all through me, as if I had the rheumatism. Some clothing was flung on the floor, and I was told to put it on. I asked for my own, but was told to take what I got and keep quiet, by the apparently head nurse, Miss Grady. I looked at it. One underskirt, made of coarse dark cotton goods, and a cheap white calico dress with a black spot in it. I tied the strings of the skirt around me and put on the little dress. It was made, as are all those worn by the patients, into a straight tight waist sewed onto a straight skirt. As I buttoned the waist, I noticed the underskirt was about 6 inches longer than the upper, and for a moment I sat down on the bed and laughed at my own appearance. No woman ever longed for a mirror more than I did at the moment. I saw the other patients hurrying past in the hall, so I decided not to lose anything that might be going on. We numbered 45 patients in Hall 6, and were sent to the bathroom, where there were 2 coarse towels. I watched crazy patients who had the most dangerous eruptions all over their faces dry on the towels, and then saw women with clean skins turn to use them. I went to the bathtub and washed my face at the running faucet, and my underskirt did duty for a towel. Before I had completed my ablutions, a bench was brought into the bathroom. Miss Gruppe and Miss McCartan came in with combs in their hands. We were told to sit down on the bench, and the hair of 45 women was combed, with 1 patient, 2 nurses, and 6 combs. As I saw some of the sore heads combed, I thought this was another dose I had not bargained for. Miss Tilly Maynard had her own comb, but it was taken from her by Miss Grady. Oh, that combing! I never realized before what the expression, "I'll give you a combing," meant, but I knew then. My hair, all matted and wet from the night previous, was pulled and jerked, and after expostulating to no avail, I set my teeth and endured the pain. They refused to give me my hairpins, and my hair was arranged in 1 plait and tied with a red cotton rag. My curly bangs refused to stay back, so that at least was left of my former glory. After this we went to the sitting-room, and I looked for my companions. At first I looked vainly, unable to distinguish them from the other patients, but after a while I recognized Miss Maynard by her short hair. "How did you sleep after your cold bath?" "I almost froze, and then the noise kept me awake. It's dreadful. My nerves were so unstrung before I came here, and I fear I shall not be able to stand the strain." I did the best I could to cheer her. I asked that we be given additional clothing, at least as much as custom says women shall wear, but they told me to shut up, that we had as much as they intended to give us. We were compelled to get up at 5:30 o'clock, and at 7:15 we were told to collect in the hall, where the experience of waiting, as on the evening previous, was repeated. When we got to the dining-room at last, we found a bowl of cold tea, a slice of buttered bread, and a saucer of oatmeal with molasses on it for each patient. I was hungry, but the food would not down. I asked for unbuttered bread and was given it. I cannot tell you of anything which is the same dirty black color. It was hard, and in places nothing more than dried dough. I found a spider in my slice, so I did not eat it. I tried the oatmeal and molasses, but it was wretched. And so I endeavored, but without much show of success, to choke down the tea. After we were back to the sitting-room, a number of women were ordered to make the beds, and some of the patients were put to scrubbing, and others given different duties which covered all the work in the hall. It is not the attendants who keep the institution so nice for the poor patients, as I had always thought, but the patients who do it all themselves, even to cleaning the nurses' bedrooms and caring for their clothing. About 9:30, the new patients, of which I was one, were told to go out to see the doctor. I was taken in, and my lungs and my heart were examined by the flirty young doctor who was the first to see us the day we entered. The one who made out the report, if I mistake not, was the Assistant Superintendent Ingram. A few questions, and I was allowed to return to the sitting-room. I came in and saw Miss Grady with my notebook and long lead pencil, bought just for the occasion. "I want my book and pencil," I said, quite truthfully. "It helps me remember things." I was very anxious to get it to make notes in, and was disappointed when she said, "You can't have it, so shut up." Some days after, I asked Dr. Ingram if I could have it, and he promised to consider the matter. When I again referred to it, he said that Miss Grady said I only brought a book there and that I had no pencil. I was provoked and insisted that I had, whereupon I was advised to fight against the imaginations of my brain. After the housework was completed by the patients, and as the day was fine but cold, we were told to go out in the hall and get on shawls and hats for a walk. Poor patients! How eager they were for a breath of air! How eager for a slight release from their prison! They went swiftly into the hall, and there was a skirmish for hats. Such hats! End of chapters 10 and 11 of 10 Days in a Madhouse by Nellie Bly. Read by Maria Kasper.
Not 10, but 12 by William Benjamin Smith. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Not 10, but 12, taken from the journal Science, from Friday, September 12, 1919. There has come to my hands a petition in the form of an open letter to Lord Balfour, Chairman on Weights, Measures, Coinage, etc., circulated in the name of the World Trade Club, and calling upon United States American President, His Excellency Woodrow Wilson, United States American Congress, etc., and British Premier, His Excellency David Lloyd George, Houses of Parliament, etc., for legislation, promulgation, orders in council that will bring about the exclusive use of the meter, liter, gram by the United States of America and the British Isles. As the matter is of far-reaching scope and prime importance, may I be allowed a word of earnest protest. The reasons advanced in the 15 pages of argument, on disregarding the ill-advised and ill-founded appeal to national prejudice against the alleged Germanic character of our present system, or chaos, amount merely to the oft-repeated affirmation that the metric system, being consistently decimal, is far simpler, more convenient, and time-saving than any non-decimal system, since reductions from unit to unit are made merely by shifting the point, as in dollars and cents. That herein lies a certain very considerable convenience is not denied in any quarter and needs no detailed exposition. Also, the advantage of worldwide uniformity in weights, measures, and coinage are plain and uncontested. But this latter fact is no reason for the Anglo-Saxon world to pass over to the Latin-German system, rather than for the latter to yield to some far superior system of the former. While conceding all that may be said with any show of reason in favor of a decimal system, we must not forget nor disguise the very grave disadvantages that inhere ineradicably in it, especially in its cumbrous expression of many simple, important, and frequent fractions, as 1/3, 1/4, 1/6, 1/8, 1/9, 1/12, etc. We protest most earnestly against the adoption of the Latin-German system, not because it is not better than our present lack of all system, but because such adoption would postpone perhaps forever the introduction of a far superior system, which is a capital desideratum of our modern civilization and life. The meter, liter, gram is at least in some ways comparatively good, but the good is the enemy of the best, with which we can only rest content, and it would be an infinite blunder to establish and eternize such a defective system as the MLG, when it is almost as easy, at least when it is entirely possible, to introduce and establish once and for all time the best system that the nature of number and of the human mind permits. This best of all numerical systems is not the 10 system, which is recommended only by the fact that man has 10 fingers and 10 toes, but the 12 system, whose virtues are embedded in the nature of number itself. Its notation requires at once the introduction of 2 new symbols, one for 10, one for 11, which may be made as pretty and simple as you will, but the initials T and E will answer all present purposes. We shall have then the ciphers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, T, E. 12 is then to be written 1, 0, and we shall have the next set 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 9, 1, T, 1, E, 2, 0, to be read tel 1, tel 2, tel 3, tel 9, tel 10, tel Lynne, twentel. The reasons for such names are obvious. Tel and Lynne are natural simplifications of 12 and 11. Our present forms, such as 16, 17, which read the numbers 16, 17 backwards, are a stumbling block to beginners, hindering and confusing them to no purpose whatsoever. Twentel, 20, equals, of course, our present 24. Similarly, thirtel 1, etc., fourtel, fiftel, sixtel, siztel, centel, for 7tel, 8tel, 9tel, 10tel, lentel, teltel. This last, 100, equal to our present 144, is of course the second power of the base 12, 10, and should have some appropriate name, as dipo or tupo, or whatever may seem best, and similarly the higher powers, as 1000, 1728, 10000, 20,736, etc. We see here at once the greater power of this system. With 4 figures it expresses numbers up to 20,735, EEEE in the 12 system, more than twice as many as are so expressible at present, an advantage that steadily increases with the numbers, and shows itself clearly in logarithmic and other tables, where, with the same number of figures, the accuracy of expression would be sensibly higher. Thus, a unit in the 6th decimal place now signifies a millionth. In the tel system it would mean about a 3/millionth. In the billions, the tel notation economizes 1 place. Among the many advantages shared by this system with no other, the chief is the high factorability of the base 12, divisible exactly by 2, 3, 4, 6, and simply related to 8 and 9. Thence result extremely simple expressions for the principal fractions. 1/2 equals 0.6, 1/3 equals 0.4, 1/4 equals 0.3, 1/6 equals 0.2, 1/8 equals 0.16, 1/9 equals 0.14, 1/12 equals 0.1, 1/14 equals 0.09, 1/16 equals 0.08, 1/20 equals 0.06, etc. The fractions 1/5, 1/7, 1/10, 1/11, 1111, etc. remain indeterminate series, but for them we have little practical use. With the foregoing, compare the current decimal expressions for the fundamental constantly recurring fractions. 1/2 equals 0.5, 1/3 equals 0.33333 repeating, 1/4 equals 0.25, 1/6 equals 0.16666 repeating, 1/8 equals 0.125, 1/9 equals 0.1111 repeating, 1/12 equals 0.0833333 repeating, and the great superiority of the tel system becomes evident. The multiplication table becomes markedly simplified. No one has any trouble now in multiplying by 5 because of its simple cycle, 5, 0, as in 5, 10, 15, 20, etc. 4 has the much longer, more involved cycle, 4, 8, 2, 6, 0, as in 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, etc. 6 has the cycle 6, 2840, 612, 1824, 30. 8 has the cycle 86420. Compare with these the cycles in the tel system. 2, 2468T0, 3, 3690, 4, 480, 6, 60, 8, 840, 9, 9630. And the surprising simplicity of this system is again apparent. A child will learn this multiplication table with much less effort than the 10 table, and will find the range of its power and the scope of his attainment just 44% greater, since 100 in the tel system equals 144 in the 10 system. The year is divided into 12 months, and no other division is likely within any foreseeable time. Accordingly, in time reckoning, the advantages of the tel system are obvious. In this notation, the number of days in the year is 265. To each month we should by all means assign the same number of days, 30, 30 as now, or 26, 26 in the tel system. That is, 260 month days in all. The remaining 5 should be extramensual legal holidays, easily and instructively distributable over the year, with a 6th such in leap years. Monthly and annual accounts and rates would be turned into each other by merely moving the point one place to the left or right. If one received $100 a month, one would receive $1,000 a year. If the interest rate was 6 per dipo per year, it would be 0.6 per month. Similarly, the day is already divided into twice 12 hours, that is, 20 in the tel system. The circle, or round angle, is now divided into 360 degrees, or 250 in the tel system. This Babylonian division is unfortunate, but may be easily conformed to the divisions of the clock face into 12 parts, each of these divided into 12, stretches of 5 minutes, or of 2½ degrees, each of these into 12 again, and so on. With our established time divisions, the 10 system can never be harmonized. The better unit of coinage is the American quarter, the English shilling, German mark. The dollar is too large, a fact in some measure responsible for the sinful and ruinous extravagance of American life. The shilling is already divided into 12 pence, a division that admits of no improvement. It remains only to be consistent, and to coin the 12-shilling piece, a convenient coin, which might be named twilling or telquar, with its fractions and multiples, which Anglo-American commerce would spread all over the earth. So, too, the foot is already divided into 12 inches. To convert inches and feet into each other, it would be necessary only to move the point. The meter has no superiority over the yard. If the latter be taken as standard, it should be divided into 12s, or telfs, and these again into 12ths, etc. The mile might be slightly reduced to 1,728 yards, in the tel system 1,000 yards, 3,000 feet. All such details and all proper preliminaries to the passage from 10 to 12 could be worked out by scientific committees appointed for the purpose, once the number 12 is laid at the base of our numeration, notation, and all forms of measurement, a position for which it is uniquely fitted. One and only objection can be made to this proposal, namely, that it is impractical, infeasible, and visionary. We dare not answer with the favorite scripture, "Where there is no vision, the people perish," for this sentiment, alas, is foreign to the Hebrew proverb. But the objectors themselves reject with scorn the similar objection to the introduction of the metric system, that it is impractical and visionary, and could only with great difficulty be effected. It is the stock objection of all conservatism, the objection that confronts every effort to rationalize, humanize, beautify, glorify, and justify our life on earth, the objection that it cannot be done. The same has been said of 100 proposals, all declared unrealizable, and all now actually realized. It may be hard to answer Zeno's arguments against the possibility of motion, but it is none the less easy to move. So it will be with the change from 10 to 12. Attempted, it will be accomplished. Not in a day or a year, but at most in a generation. Let the children be taught the tell system year after year. The time necessary to learn it will be quite inconsiderable. Once learned, it will also be loved. In the meantime, scientific commissions can go over the whole ground carefully and prepare the way in the wilderness and level up in the desert a road for the age to come. When the change is finally carried into effect, the jar of switching off the 10 track to the 12 track will be much less severe than we now imagine. But it will bring incalculable blessings to all future generations. The great giant arithmetic will be shorn of half his terrors. It is very common in these loud-mouthed days to make Brobdingnagian pretensions. We are told that each of a score of trifles, baseball among them, won the war, when each made only a paltry contribution to the collective result. So we are assured that each of many things would have abridged the war by months or years. The World Trade Club informs us that had Congress adopted the Meter-Liter-Gramm legislation before Congress, 1904, the war would have been shortened 2 years. If a few other such things had been done, perhaps the war would have been stopped like Buck Fanshaw's riot, before it was started or even imagined. As much indebtedness heaps up on all sides, one is reminded of the famous couplet, "Owen Moore has run away, Owen more than he can pay." We are further assured that, Clyde Wolf, master mathematician, University of California, writes, a conservative estimate is that the exclusive use of meter-liter-gramm would shorten the time of teaching arithmetic to the average child by 2 years. If so, then the substitution of 12 for 10 as a base ought to shorten it by at least 4 years. No such claim is made here, but it is affirmed that a very large and sorely needed saving of time and energy would be effected, and that if the introduction of the thoroughly rational 12 system should be supplemented by the adoption of a thoroughly rational alphabet, with one-to-one correspondence of sign and sound, then would the words of the English language indeed be winged and fly over all the earth, then would our Anglo-American civilization lead the van of progress, and its commerce would fulfill the boast of its poet, "Trade is the golden girdle of the globe." End of Not 10 but 12 by William Benjamin Smith.
Ten Little Injuns from In the Nursery of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Recorded for the LibriVox 10th Anniversary Collection by Rachel. 10 little Injuns standing in a line. One went home, and then there were 9. 9 little Injuns swinging on a gate. One jumped off, and then there were 8. 8 little Injuns staying at a tavern. One went away, and then there were 7. 7 little Injuns playing pretty tricks. One went to ride, and then there were 6. 6 little Injuns learning how to dive. One swam away, and then there were 5. 5 little Injuns peeped through the door. One ran behind, and then there were 4. 4 little Injuns climbed up a tree. One slid down, and then there were 3. 3 little Injuns out in a canoe. One hopped on land, and then there were 2. 2 little Injuns playing in the sun. One fell asleep, and then there was 1. 1 little Injun playing all alone. He went in the house, and then there was none. End of 10 Little Injuns. From In the Nursery of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. This recording is in the public domain.
"10,000 Miles Away" by Anonymous. Recorded for the LibriVox 10th Anniversary Collection by Son of the Exiles. 10,000 miles away. Singing ho for a brave and gallant buck with a brisk and a lively crew, singing over a lively captain and a jolly good ship too, to carry me o'er the seas, my boys, to my true love away. for she's taken a trip in a government ship 10,000 miles away. Then blow ye winds high-ho, a-roving I will go, I'll stay no more on England's shore, so let the music play. I'll start by the morning train, across the raging main, and I'll away to my own true love 10,000 miles away. My true love she was handsome, and my true love she was young, her eyes was blue as the violet's hue, and silvery sounds her tongue. And silvery sounds her tongue, my boys, and vile I sing this lay. She's doing the grand in a distant land 10,000 miles away. Then blow ye winds high-ho, a-roving I will go, I'll stay no more on England's shore, so let the music play. I'll start by the morning train, and cross the raging main, and I'll away to my own true love 10,000 miles away. Dark and dismal was the day when last I saw my Meg. She'd a government band around each hand, and another round her leg, and another round her leg, my boys, as the good ship left the bay. Adieu, said she, remember me 10,000 miles away. Then blow ye winds high-ho, a-roving I will go, I'll stay no more on England's shore, so let the music play. I'll start by the morning train, and cross the raging main, and I'll away to my own true love 10,000 miles away. End of 10,000 Miles Away by Anonymous. Read by Son of the Exiles. This recording is in the public domain.
Threescore Years and Ten by an unknown author. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The big dining room of Aylesmere Castle is panelled in priceless oak, black with time, and the carved roof is studded with the shields and arms of various branches of the great house. On the walls are portraits of various earls of Aylesmere. Here is a Holbein, a figure of virile strength, painted in maroon velvet, studded with gems, a man with a square chin, who might be Calvinist or Catholic, but whichever he was, assuredly that he must have been utterly and with all his soul. By the fireplace a Lely, an earl of less austere type, with a weak mouth and vaguely handsome face, toying with a spaniel and becomingly dressed in black, with high brown riding boots and a wide white collar. Over against that door is a Rubens, an older man full of the zest of life. He had been an ambassador and had tried to plunge two nations into war to make a scornful beauty regret him. The massive sideboard, covered with gold plate, is flanked on each side by an ancestor depicted by Reynolds and Gainsborough. The former is an earl, weighty with years, in a full wig and with the ribbon of the garter over his broad bosom. A two-bottle man at dinner, and one who swore by church and king, and hated everything French except the brandy. The latter is a young fellow with wistful eyes and chiselled countenance, pure of outline, and with the majesty of his birth writ large across it. Men said that Pitt took counsel of this earl when he was first minister before he was 30. The earls of the 19th century were only two. The elder, a sensualist who had made one in the debauches of Byron, had sat to she. The younger had been painted by Michele as a giant full of athletic vigour, a very Esau among men. That same earl sat at the head of his table, stiff and erect, despite the fact that he had passed the patriarchal limit of 60 and 10 by 14 hoary winters, yet life was no burden to him. Confronting him at dessert, after the ladies had left the room, was his heir and grandson, a ruddy, healthy lad of 14 who had completed his first term at Eton.
"Many changes since I was your age, Neville."
"I believe you, grandfather."
"Why, look at Eton. Today you can walk down the high street bold as brass and touch your hat to any master you meet, whereas we had to skulk and run into doorways, while a good-natured master suffered from sudden ophthalmia, and a beast used to take our names."
"What happened?"
"Swished, of course. The head used to swish 40 to 50 boys every day at 12, and it was 5 shillings each in their bill. It was more lucrative to swish than to teach."
"They don't do that now."
"In my time we did nothing but Latin verses and Greek construe. But then we fagged, and fagging was something in those days."
"It's not much now."
"More's the pity. It was a splendid thing for an English gentleman to have to black another's boots, literally and actually. Taught him not to be uppish."
"You've seen a lot, grandfather."
"I can go back 79 years to 1824, and remember seeing my mother burst into a flood of tears at the news of Byron's death. I can just recollect the tone of my father. 'Because he sinned in rhyme, all women will regret him.' And it seems like the next day, though it was nearly 2 years later, that the crash of the joint stock banks was brought home to me by the wailing of my nurse over the loss of her savings. I know I brought her my money box and asked if she had lost more than that, because if not, she might console herself with it."
"That was like a break, grandfather."
"I remember the Duke of York staying here just before he died. He was an atrociously bad general, and when the column was put up to him in Waterloo Place, it was said he'd been stuck at the top to keep him out of the way. He could never open his mouth without an oath, but everybody swore until the Queen came to the throne. She was devoted to Lord Melbourne, but even in her presence he could not reply without using swear words now and then. To which she always retorted, 'I do not understand strange tongues, my lord.' As for the Duke of York, and still more William IV, they roared oaths as though they were shouting to sailors at the masthead."
"What sort of a Johnny was William?" asked Neville, intensely interested.
"A heavy lump of a man. When he was here, he stumbled against my mother's train and said to her, 'I trust, Lady Ellesmere, you will have your winding sheet wound tighter round you.' He played cards by the light of wax candles and always snuffed them with his fingers. He hated all his ministers and distrusted everybody. I think he always fancied that the Duke of Wellington would usurp the throne."
"Did you ever see the Duke of Wellington?"
"My boy, when you are my age, I hope you'll be able to say that you never missed an opportunity of meeting a prominent man. Of course I saw the victor of Waterloo. He stayed here several times, usually in winter when there was a meet, for he rode pluckily to hounds. A very saturnine man who unbent only to children. He would talk freely to me alone, and relapse into a cynical silence directly an older person came near us. His language was on a par with that of the rest, but he could speak some French, whereas most men knew none in those days. Once there was an English cabinet in which only one individual could even understand French, so he had to be Foreign Secretary. After all, it is not much worse than the fact that only now has a colonial secretary ever been to a colony."
"I shall go, grandfather, when I am a man."
"Neville, I consider a journey to our chief colonies is today as imperative for an English peer who has a voice in the government of the empire as the Grand Tour was for a nobleman when I was a boy. Australia is today more accessible from London than Athens was in my boyhood. Journeys were no joke, let me tell you, with highwaymen all over England. Post-chaise were fairly comfortable, though horribly expensive, but every peer used to journey in his own chaise. One Irish peer, having 7 children, travelled all over the continent with his wife, offspring, nurses, and valet to see the world, and give the little ones a general education. They travelled in 3 carriages half over Europe, and the children used to draw lots which could avoid sitting in the paternal coach.
Why, I'd be awfully glad of your company.
Thank you, Neville, with a grim smile. But the times have changed a good deal. You have no idea how we had to treat our elders. We always stood up when our parents entered the room and said, "Sir," to my father. I remember once he sent for me and, muttering, "So you stole those plums," knocked me down with a prodigious box of the ear. I picked myself up very ruefully and said, "I didn't, sir," whereupon he sent me down on the other side with an even bigger buffet, thundering, "How dare you contradict me?" After that he proceeded to mete out justice, but he was as good a father as any other.
It does not sound like it, anyhow.
You cannot judge. We used all of us to be caned or birched for the least offence. I remember my aunt telling me that when she was having her wedding dress tried on, she argued about some detail with her mother, who thereupon birched her soundly and said she was ashamed to send such a hussy to the altar. When I was a lad of 8 or 9 learning to ride, my father used to belabour me with his hunting crop if I did not sit down in the saddle. Tutors and governesses were as bad.
Like their cheek, said the boy.
My sister hated mutton fat, so she left a large piece at dinner one day. It was brought up for supper, and she was told she should have nothing else until she ate it. She refused and went to bed famished. Up the filthy thing came at breakfast, and then she succumbed. I often spent a day either in a cupboard or in the coal cellar, and no one gave me even a word of condolence. You'll get a better time now.
I should think so, with a grin, helping himself to some fruit.
Sunday in my youth was a terrible day. In many households in Scotland, up to only 30 years ago, the blinds used never to be pulled up between Saturday night and Monday morning. That reminds me of the mourning of the Queens of Navarre, who, when they were widows, had to lie in bed for 6 weeks in a room lighted only by candles, after which they resumed life in any way they pleased. I remember Mr. Gladstone telling me that he thought very badly of a man who only went once to church on Sunday.
We've to put in 2 chapels at Eton, said the boy.
But I don't see many attendances at worship in the holidays, I'm sorry to say, retorted his grandfather. In my young days, people did, and caused no unnecessary work on a Sunday. A walk to the stables or the home farm in the afternoon was the only decorous diversion.
You should see the crowd on the river in the summer, grandfather. Heaps of them playing cards in backwaters and motors toot-tooting on every road.
In my young days we had no motors. I remember when I was about your age, going abroad with my brother and a tutor. We went down to Dover in our own coach, saw it shipped onto a sailing vessel, reached Calais next morning, and drove off again, posting towards Paris. Why, when the first railway engines were started, country folk used to stand looking at them and saying that they were the work of the evil one. While in the House of Commons itself a member said it was tempting Providence to try and go 20 miles an hour. In those days, a young fellow going into the Indian service took leave of his family. If he lived, he might come back with a liver and a pension in 25 years' time, but by then he would know no one in England except a few cousins and some Indian chums on half-pay. He would ally himself to these cronies at the Oriental and eat hot curries, curse the climate, and play incessant rubbers of very bad whist. Today, it seems to me, young men don't like the club life of their elders. A club was a home to some of us, but these young men belong to 3 or 4, into which they leisurely stroll when they have nothing else to do. They rarely feed there, preferring restaurants, which are a purely modern invention.
When Uncle George took me to the Savoy, I thought it clipping fun, put in Neville.
At the times I best remember, the first of chop houses had sanded floors and tables with coarse, unclean cloths. The waiter served you a steak done to a turn, followed by a prime piece of cheese. You might have beer, though it was vulgar, but if you wanted a bottle of good wine, you could get it, which is more than you can say today in many of the most expensive establishments. We all drank claret and burgundy in those days. Champagne was very sweet, and there was an air of rapidity about you if you drank it. Whisky was unknown.
And a good job, too, said the boy, pouring himself out a second glass of port, an action to which his grandfather paid no heed.
There was more distinction between the classes. You'll be a great peer, Neville, when you succeed me. It's your inheritance, just as it was mine. But you'll have to make yourself respected, whereas I was respected because of my position. Indeed, a little wickedness was pardoned in a fine nobleman. When you read the first novel of the 19th century, you will find that Lord Steyne had everybody to Gaunt House, though he was such an old reprobate, and there were more to match him. Not that the peerage is immaculate today. Only then the nobility flaunted their vice, whereas now they discreetly conceal it among their own set.
What has caused the difference, grandfather?
Women, my boy. The women of my young days were sweet, good, and alluring, but they were not well educated. They could be protected and pampered, or be ill-treated and neglected, but they were never on an equal footing with men. Much of the emancipation was due to the Queen, a good deal to George Eliot, who wrote in reprobation of what she had herself done, a thing you'll hear of later in life.
Ladies were different then?
They were exotics. Today they are hardy annuals. A girl when I was young might occasionally ride, and might go out with a powdered-headed footman walking 2 paces behind her, but she was generally at her mother's heels, and at the least thing she used to swoon in graceful attitudes. I never hear of anyone fainting now, and if one did, she would be whisked off to a heart specialist and then sent to do a cure at Nauheim.
I should think girls have a much better time today.
We don't yet know if it will make them better wives and mothers. Certainly the children of today are dull, spoilt, and indifferent. They are loaded with expensive toys which bore them, and are the victims of artificial schemes of education from which they learn nothing. Children today dislike sweets and hate dancing. We rarely had sweets, and perhaps one evening party a year, whereas you go to one every night in the Christmas holidays.
Oh, they're not bad fun, don't you know? Returned the boy. If you can get a nice girl with her hair done up to sit out half the evening with you.
She'd be packed off to a maiden aunt in the country next morning in disgrace if she had lived 70 years ago, and you would not have sat down comfortably for 3 weeks.
Jolly hard lines, retorted Neville. It's no harm.
No harm is the cry of today, just as no popery was the watchword 50 years ago. Then a lord was a lord, and the richest speculator could not elbow his way into society. The people on the estate looked up to their landlord in a patriarchal way. There were abuses, of course, but he knew about them all. His wife dispensed soup and coals in winter, while his daughter visited at every cottage and never entered without knocking, but taught in the Sunday school, read by sick beds, and nursed the babies. Yes, the old order has changed."
"How did it go, grandfather?"
"Well, I think it slipped away with protection. And certainly the much abused bribery at elections did put a lot of money in poor people's pockets. Except Georgina, Duchess of Devonshire, few women meddled much at electioneering until Lady Randolph Churchill set an example, followed by the dames of the Primrose League. In my time, a lady served her husband's party by giving dinners to his chiefs and routs to their following."
"What was a rout, grandfather?"
"A rout was an evening party without the expensive refreshments now regarded as necessaries. Everybody hung about, staring at no one in particular, but the men were dressed as dandies. That struck Mr. Gladstone most of all, the continuous cheapening of fashionable dress so far as men were concerned. Women always dressed superbly, vying with one another. It is a mistake to suppose women dress for men, because the latter never know a fashion until it is out, and really prefer simplicity, but they show off their frocks against one another."
"Yes, I've seen that at the opera."
"That has gone on all my life. Always the fashion, and always the despair of really musical people. A few superb singers, and all the rest excruciating. But it has been a lounge and as silly as the rest of our customs. Fancy a couple of thousand people cooping themselves up for hours in a fetid atmosphere on the hottest nights of the year."
"Seems rummy, does it not?"
"You'll do the same, lad. It's all custom."
"Ever seen Dickens, grandfather?"
"Once I went to one of his readings, but neither Dickens nor Thackeray were ever in society. Bulwer Lytton was affected, grandiloquent, but with a spark of talent in him. He was modelled on Count d'Orsay, who was admired because he had the ill luck to escape being horsewhipped before he became the fashion. Disraeli was another novelist before he became a politician. I can see him now, with his bare head, looking as though it were covered with raisins instead of hair, though the latter hung in greasy curls round his absolutely pale, sphinx-like countenance. His dress was outrageous. A canary-coloured waistcoat with 3 watch chains, a velvet coat, and a walking cane with a huge knob. Very different was the last time I saw him. An old man in a tall hat and long black overcoat, leaning on the arm of his devoted friend, Montecore. Disraeli was supposed to be an enigma, but the key was so obvious that it nearly always escaped detection.
"What was it?"
From start to finish he was a Jew, with a marvellous oriental eye for effect, a marvellous aptitude for calculating. The Queen detested him at first, but at the end she liked him better than any minister of the Crown. Why? Because all the others had thought of her as Queen. Dizzy alone remembered she was a woman.
"Ever seen a man hanged, grandfather?"
It used to be a regular social event for the young bucks. We would hire a window opposite the gallows and spend the night carousing, after we had wrenched off a few door-knockers and hustled a few sleepy watchmen. It was great sport to creep behind a drowsy sentinel at St. James's Palace or the Horse Guards and overturn his sentry box. There he was, helpless on the ground, no more able to get the wooden thing off his back than a tortoise can rid himself of his shell.
"But the execution," persisted the boy.
Oh, the execution was a holiday for the crowd, who used to shout and sing below the gallows. As a rule, the culprit was indifferent to his fate. A good many were drunk when they came to the gallows, and very few paid any attention to the mechanical ministrations of the chaplain. The murderer was generally given a bunch of flowers, and for the hour was a popular hero, the theme of doggerel ballads which had a ready sale in the throng. The ceremony was brief. There was always a hush of absolute silence during the short proceedings, and then the crowd broke leisurely up, discussing the demeanour of the deceased just as folk talk of the actors as they leave a theatre. "Rum go it must have been," was Neville's appreciative comment. Then he added, "Wonder what the chaplain thought of it." "Took it as part of his daily business, I should think. There is no class of men in England who have so enormously improved as the clergy. Aye, and the dissenting ministers too, I believe, for the matter of that. The parson in my youth was a plethoric, selfish sort of man, who had a dozen written sermons, one of which he droned off every Sunday. Weekday services were unknown, and choirs were always led by the clerk, who gave out the note after getting it on a tuning fork. The sermon was always preached by the clergyman in a black gown, and the apathy of the congregation was something which only Hogarth could adequately have depicted. But in those days everyone except a rake went to church. We all sat in high-backed pews, many of them square, above which our heads just peered when we stood up for the psalms. There was a fireplace in the pew of our family chapel, and directly the clergyman had exceeded 40 minutes in his sermon, my father used to take up the fire-irons and make an unbearable clatter with them until the blessing was uttered. Sermons used to be punctuated by audible snores from the most respectable members of the congregation, and varied by the resounding whacks of the beadle's stick, coming forcibly upon the shoulders of any boys he detected cracking nuts or eating sweets. "They never do that to us at Eton, but give us peanut." "Games have enormously improved since I was your age. Cricket has become a fine art, a popular source of interest, and also a profession, not only for honest professionals, but for more lavishly remunerated amateurs. I remember gentlemen v. players at Lord's, when everybody participating wore tall hats and there were not 50 spectators. Football was always a rough village amusement, but it had few rules except brute force. Over horses, thousands ruined themselves, and the history of the turf in my long life seems to me green with the graves of those it brought to shame and poverty. Polo was unknown, but later on some ladies used to be thought very unfeminine because they went in for archery. Not bad sport, I should think.
As for the dress of the fair sex, the hoops and crinolines were finally cured by the caricatures in Punch. They were amazingly uncomfortable, and there was no exaggeration in saying that a woman swam or glided into a room. Of course, to your eyes, the fashions would be as ugly as the furniture, which was solid and most uncomfortable. Easy chairs were supposed to be the prerogative of old age, and all the family possessed in the way of ornamental boxes, woolwork, and other atrocities used to be arranged on one big round table in the centre of the drawing-room. The only light was from lamps which smelt and candles which guttered. Gas caused much alarm at its introduction. As for laughing gas, which you will associate with visits to the dentist, it used to be inhaled as an exhilarating pastime at village fairs, when a crowd of bucolics used to explode in loud guffaws at the contortions of the victims.
I think it's a jollier England today than then.
There are compensations for the losses, certainly.
Of course, women have gained most. Their liberty often surprises me today, but it is partially due to the greater safety and convenience of conveyances. You cannot imagine what a filthy old vehicle a hackney coach used to be, with stinking straw at the bottom and a drunken jarvey in a huge felt cape, who would shout profanity at a lady or fight a mail fare for an extra sixpence. Omnibuses, when they came in, charged threepence for the shortest fare in the vilest discomfort. Penny postage and the expansion of the press are the two great agents for modern improvement, added to the facilities of international communication, trains and telegraphs, putting connecting links with the uttermost parts of the earth.
"It's a lot to think of," said Neville.
"If you live to be my age, you will see far more startling changes."
"In what direction?"
"I imagine electricity will render steam obsolete, and that we shall travel by flying machines. The pressure of existence will become so great that there will be a revolt against it. Warfare will become a matter of mathematical destruction at a mutual distance of many miles, and when our strange civilization seems as artificial and as great as possible, it is quite probable that the yellow race may overrun the West, and reduce modern Europe to the same state of deserted oblivion as the once gorgeous empires of Babylon, Nineveh, and Mexico."
"Phew!" said the boy, drawing his breath hard.
"And now let us join the ladies, for we have exhausted their patience while I have been painting past as compared with present. But in each age, Neville, England expects every man to do his duty, and the obligations of nobility become more onerous and more valuable."
End of Threescore Years and Ten by an unknown author. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Discours de Victor Prospert, condamné le 21 novembre 1832 à 10 ans de détention. By Victor Prospert. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Messieurs, élevé dès mon enfance à l'école du malheur, j'ai pris pour habitude de m'accoutumer à tout. Aussi, quelle que soit l'issue de l'accusation pour laquelle je comparais devant vous, elle ne m'effrayera pas. Sans autre éducation que quelques mois d'école, qu'encore je dois à la charité publique, j'aurais dû, j'en conviens, m'abstenir de prendre la parole. Il ne me sied guère à moi, sujet du roi citoyen, misérable prolétaire, d'élever la voix dans cette enceinte. N'est-ce pas en effet un sacrilège de notre part à nous, hommes du peuple, de nous mettre en opposition avec les gens du roi? Il semble au train qu'on nous mène qu'on voudrait nous accoutumer à bénir la main qui nous frappe, et quand nous nous mêlons de politique, et surtout d'opposition, nous sommes certainement dignes de toute votre colère. Depuis longtemps, on nous accuse, et puisqu'un ministre a eu l'impudence de dire que même dans la Révolution de Juillet, nos bras avaient agi sans la participation de notre pensée, puisqu'il lui a plu de nous ravaler ainsi à la condition de brutes qui vont exposer leur vie sans savoir pourquoi, nous allons cette fois-ci formuler cette pensée d'une manière si claire qu'on ne pourra plus s'y tromper. Depuis assez longtemps, on nous accuse de vouloir renouveler l'époque sanglante de 93. Le désir de piller est, à entendre certaines gens, le mobile de notre politique. Selon eux, nous sommes à la disposition du premier qui nous paye. Et ceux-là, qui disent que nous sommes prêts à servir tous les partis pour de l'argent, ceux-là, dis-je, sont vendus.
Pour mon compte, je le déclare, il n'y a point en France de parti assez riche pour m'acheter. Mes camarades pensent qu'au moins à cet égard. Aussi, pour de l'argent, ils ne bougeront jamais. Mais quand leurs convictions politiques leur diront de prendre les armes, ils les prendront. Advienne que pourra. La République, à entendre les partisans du juste milieu, c'est la potence en permanence, le maximum, les proscriptions et une foule de choses semblables dont nous voudrions de nouveau gratifier nos concitoyens. Ils ne tiennent aucun compte des menées infâmes des aristocrates d'alors. Leur effort pour ameuter l'Europe contre la France, leur émigration, bagatelle. Les intrigues des d'Orléans, qui déjà convoitaient la couronne, tout cela est compté pour rien. Et ceux-là seuls sont coupables, qui firent avorter ces criminels desseins. Quand il serait vrai que tous les crimes de 93 eussent été commis pour le plaisir de faire du mal, il ne s'ensuivrait pas pour cela qu'il fallut renoncer à la République, comme à une chose mauvaise, car ce ne serait encore qu'un diminutif des saletés contenues dans l'histoire de la monarchie. Je laisse de côté l'histoire ancienne. Je passe sous silence les massacres de la Saint-Barthélemy, le massacre des Cévennes, la révocation de l'édit de Nantes et autres gentillesses des rois de France. Et je commence par cet appel fait à l'étranger par le roi, soi-disant martyr, pour l'aider à détruire une constitution qu'il avait juré d'observer, et pour nous rapprocher davantage des temps où nous vivons, les exploits sanguinaires des cours prévôtales de 1816, créés en violation des serments les plus solennels, car cette charte dont on faisait grand bruit alors, comme aujourd'hui, défendait la création de tribunaux extraordinaires, et alors, comme aujourd'hui encore, on forma des commissions chargées de faire tomber des têtes. Elles s'acquittèrent dignement de leur mission, elles se gorgèrent de sang, et plus tard, chacun des membres qui les composaient vint réclamer au pouvoir le prix de son infamie. Si dans tout cela, vous trouvez des sujets d'éloge pour la monarchie, vous n'êtes pas difficile. Ce qu'il y a de certain, c'est que le peuple ne pensait pas ainsi lorsqu'il se leva en masse pour s'en défaire. Généreux après la victoire, le peuple tendit la main à ses ennemis. Il ne les promena point en triomphe par les rues de Paris en poussant des cris de rage. Non seulement il ne les assomma point en les conduisant dans les cachots, mais il leur laissa la liberté à tous. Après sa victoire, il ne demanda point de sang. C'est qu'il n'y a que des lâches qui soient cruels. Trop confiant dans les promesses de ceux qui s'étaient emparés de la Révolution, le peuple attendait avec impatience qu'on vînt réclamer l'appui de son bras pour laver la France des affronts de 1814 et 1815, et secourir les peuples qui, à notre exemple, avaient secoué le joug des despotes. Il était prêt à payer l'écho de sang qu'il eût fallu verser dans une guerre qu'il croyait nécessaire et surtout inévitable, mais peut-être ignorait-il que cette guerre, pouvant devenir générale, détrônerait cet infâme Ferdinand d'Espagne, roi parjure, s'il en fut jamais. De même que ce roi de Naples qui, après la Révolution de Juillet, demandait à son père le commandement de son armée pour venir châtier les Parisiens. Ce qu'il ignorait peut-être encore, c'est que le premier de ces deux rois est le neveu par alliance, et le second, le neveu propre de la reine des Français. Une guerre générale eût aussi enlevé la puissance temporelle du pape. Y pouvait-on consentir? Non, 1000 fois non, puisqu'on s'apprêtait à lui envoyer des régiments français pour lui servir de gendarme. Le gouvernement a fait déclarer par un de ses journaux qu'il ne connaissait point de peuple. Il aurait pu s'éviter cette peine. Si un gouvernement franchement populaire eût fait un appel au peuple, il se fût levé en masse, non pour le plaisir de faire la guerre, comme le croient certaines gens, mais parce qu'il a la conviction que la liberté de l'Europe dépend d'une lutte qui nous amènera enfin la paix. Non pas cette paix dont nous rougissons, qui n'apporte avec elle qu'anarchie et misère, mais bien celle qui, établissement des rapports faciles de peuple à peuple, doit donner un nouvel élan au commerce et à l'industrie. Voilà, messieurs, la seule direction qu'il convenait de donner à la Révolution de Juillet. Si elle ne devait point attaquer sans raison ceux qu'elle supposait ses ennemis, elle devait au moins soutenir ouvertement les peuples qui, après s'être affranchis, s'offraient à elle comme alliés. En se conduisant ainsi, le gouvernement n'eût point mis contre lui tous les hommes de cœur, et il n'aurait point aujourd'hui à nous juger. Le peuple est toujours prêt à prodiguer son sang pour la défense de la patrie. Aussi s'indigne-t-il contre ceux qui sacrifient son honneur. Et quel gouvernement, je vous le demande, commis plus de lâcheté que celui qui nous régit? L'insulte du duc de Modène, la réponse insolente de l'empereur de Russie, la Belgique placée sous l'influence anglaise, le système de non-intervention lâchement abandonné, les patriotes italiens livrés à leur bourreau, la Pologne perdue et devenant une province russe, bien qu'on ait déclaré que sa nationalité ne périrait pas. Je m'arrête, messieurs. En voilà plus que suffisamment pour vous convaincre que la qualification de lâche lui est applicable dans toute son étendue. On pleurait de joie en recevant l'adresse de la Chambre des députés concernant l'abolition de la peine de mort, adresse dont le but principal était sauver des ministres. Et on vient aujourd'hui vous demander nos têtes. Trahison! Les chouans se révoltent, appellent l'étranger, égorgent leurs concitoyens et reçoivent des sauf-conduits. Trahison! On avait promis, on avait juré d'observer la charte, et on l'a suspendue. Elle défend la création des tribunaux extraordinaires, et on a établi des conseils de guerre. Trahison! On aide tous les despotes de l'Europe à étouffer la liberté partout où elle se présente. Trahison! On laisse insulter la France par l'étranger, mais en revanche, les croix pleuvent sur chaque régiment qui sabre ou fusille ses concitoyens. Trahison! On organise une bande de mouchards dans la garde nationale, chargée de tirer sur le peuple, pour engager la troupe à en faire autant. Les exploits de Vidocq et sa bande sont là, pour attester la véracité de ce que j'avance. Ici, Monsieur le Président interrompt l'accusé. Il saute plusieurs feuillets et continue. Je crois, messieurs, vous avoir suffisamment expliqué les motifs pour lesquels je ne suis point partisan du gouvernement actuel. Maintenant, je me dois à moi-même de vous dire ce que nous, hommes du peuple, nous croyons fait pour nous rendre plus heureux, et qui s'accorde beaucoup mieux avec la raison que votre monarchie constitutionnelle, avec son inviolabilité royale et son droit de successibilité au trône. À qui fera-t-on croire, en effet, sinon à des intéressés, qu'il vaut mieux transmettre le droit de gouverner au fils, par cela seul qu'il est le fils de son père, qu'à celui que la majorité de la nation aura choisi? La raison s'indigne à l'idée qu'un homme qui peut naître imbécile et devenir par la suite avare, lâche et cruel n'en doit pas moins régner pour cela. Depuis longtemps, on nous a dit, puisque ce qui existe ne vous convient pas, dites-nous donc une fois pour toutes ce que vous voulez. Eh bien, messieurs, je vais vous le dire. Et quoique je me fasse ici le représentant de la classe ouvrière sans en avoir reçu le mandat, j'ose affirmer pourtant qu'elle ne me démentirait pas. J'appartiens à cette classe. Je connais ses besoins. Je suis à même, tous les jours, de l'entendre exprimer ses idées politiques. En un mot, je sais qu'elle est lasse de l'état d'illotisme dans lequel elle gémit. Et puisqu'on est curieux de savoir ce que nous, prolétaires, nous voulons, le voici. Ce que nous voulons d'abord, c'est qu'un homme, quel que soit d'ailleurs le titre qu'on lui donne, ne puisse plus, avec son droit de paix et de guerre, enchaîner les bras d'un grand peuple et les déshonorer aux yeux de l'univers. Ce que nous voulons, c'est la suppression d'une liste civile dont la plus grande partie sert à acheter des consciences et à payer des mouchards. Ce que nous voulons, c'est l'égalité devant la loi. Non, pas cette égalité qui veut qu'on s'adresse à un tribunal ou au Conseil d'État pour obtenir l'autorisation de poursuivre un fonctionnaire qui, à l'aide de l'autorité dont il est revêtu, commet des actions coupables. En un mot, nous voulons des fonctionnaires responsables et justiciables, des tribunaux ordinaires comme tous les autres citoyens. Ce que nous voulons, c'est la liberté individuelle, mais non pas subordonnée aux caprices d'un procureur du roi, d'un commissaire de police, voire même d'un agent de police. Ce que nous voulons, c'est une police à meilleur marché et n'assassinant pas les citoyens sur la voie publique. Ce que nous voulons, ce sont des droits politiques pour tous les Français majeurs, jouissant de leurs droits civils et payant un impôt quelconque, ne fût-ce que 3 francs par an. Ce que nous voulons, c'est la suppression des emplois inutiles et la diminution de ceux qui sont trop largement rétribués. Ce que nous voulons, c'est la suppression des impôts indirects, c'est-à-dire l'abolition des droits sur le vin, sur le sel, sur le tabac et sur les denrées de toute espèce qui servent à la nourriture des classes pauvres. Oui, messieurs, dussions-nous passer pour des anarchistes, nous n'en voulons pas moins qu'on fasse payer l'impôt à ceux qui possèdent les propriétés, et non qu'on arrache le pain de la bouche des malheureux pour remplir les coffres de l'État. Ce que nous voulons encore, c'est une augmentation sur les droits de succession, dont une partie, la moitié si vous voulez, devra former un fonds de réserve dans chaque département et servir à l'entretien des écoles primaires, à soulager les classes pauvres dans les moments critiques en leur donnant non pas l'aumône, mais de l'ouvrage, et enfin à l'agrandissement des maisons destinées aux infirmes et aux vieillards. Car en vérité, messieurs, à chaque parti qu'on appartienne, on ne saurait trouver bon qu'on laisse des malheureux jusqu'à 70 ans dans la plus affreuse misère. Voilà, messieurs, des droits qui nous appartiennent, et quand ceux qui ont le privilège de nommer des représentants nous les contestent, bien qu'ils nous les aient usurpés, et quand ils n'ont d'autres droits pour nous les refuser que le droit de possession injustement acquis, ils ressemblent aux voleurs qui, m'ayant volé mon chapeau et que je retrouverai au bout d'un an, me diraient « Ce chapeau m'appartient, non parce que je l'ai acheté, mais parce que je l'ai sur la tête. Et si je veux le reprendre, j'emploierai la force pour le conserver. » Peu satisfait d'un pareil raisonnement, moi aussi, messieurs, j'employerai la force pour avoir mon chapeau. Et si mon voleur succombait dans la lutte, il n'aurait à s'en prendre qu'à lui. Voilà en quelques mots l'histoire de la classe privilégiée et de celle des prolétaires, où on nous rendra de bonne volonté nos droits imprescriptibles, ou, tôt ou tard, nous les prendrons par la force. Voilà, messieurs, sans déguisement, sans détour, tout le fond de notre pensée. Il n'y a là, comme vous voyez, ni sang, ni potence, ni proscription, ni même de désir de piller, reproche qu'on ne cesse de nous adresser. Heureusement que la Révolution de juillet et même les événements de juin sont là pour donner un démenti formel à nos accusateurs, qui ne craignent pas, eux, de piller les trésors en acquis de leur conscience, dont ils font un si honteux trafic. Comme j'ai déjà eu l'occasion de le dire ailleurs, l'instinct de la conservation est toujours le premier sentiment de l'homme. Et quand votre système de juste milieu réduit la population ouvrière à la plus grande misère, elle se révolte pour avoir du pain ou recevoir la mort, mais elle n'attente pas pour cela à la propriété d'autrui. Au moment de mon arrestation, les gardes nationaux, qui déposent aujourd'hui contre moi, me traitaient de chouan, de carliste. Cependant, j'avais à ma boutonnière le même ruban qu'aujourd'hui. Et en 1830, après m'être battu pendant 3 jours, j'avais été conduire Charles X jusqu'à Rambouillet. Comme j'irais à sa rencontre, si je le voyais revenir avec son cortège obligé, c'est-à-dire l'Europe coalisée. Et si le malheur voulait que je tombasse vivant entre les mains des siens triomphants, je leur déclarerais, comme je le déclare ici, que je suis républicain, et cela pendant que ceux qui nous poursuivent iraient solliciter à genoux la faveur insigne de ce parjuré, peut-être une 20e fois. Bien qu'en prison depuis 6 mois, j'ai pourtant entendu parler de ce qui s'est passé dehors. J'ai su, par exemple, que le gouvernement avait récompensé, et récompensé même très généreusement, ceux qui s'étaient battus pour le défendre. Et bien que j'ai été arrêté en parlementaire, c'est-à-dire en violation du droit des gens, je n'en considère pas moins le fait de mon arrestation comme un des plus brillants faits d'armes des 5 et 6 juin. Aussi suis-je étonné de ne pas voir briller la croix d'honneur sur la poitrine de mes témoins. Au moment du jugement des ministres, les blessés de Juillet apportèrent à la Chambre des députés une pétition en leur faveur. N'imitez point ces hommes féroces, demandez nos têtes avec acharnement. Après nous avoir assommés à demi, venez nous disputer le peu de vie qui nous reste. Le juste milieu déclarera que vous aviez bien mérité de la patrie. Monsieur le Président interrompt de nouveau l'accusé, et après un réquisitoire de l'avocat du roi, on lui interdit la parole.
End of Discours de Victor Prospert, condamné le 21 novembre 1832 à 10 ans de détention. Read by Herman Roskams.
The Ten Lepers by Rosanna Eleanor Leprechaun. Recorded for the LibriVox 10th Anniversary Collection by Beth Thomas. Neath the olives of Samaria in far-famed Galilee, where dark green vines are mirrored in a placid silver sea, mid scenes of tranquil beauty, glowing sunsets, rosy dawn, the Master and disciples to the city journeyed on. And as they neared a valley where a sheltered hamlet lay, a strange portentous wailing made them pause upon their way. Voices fraught with anguish, telling of aching heart and brow, which kept moaning, Jesus, Master, have mercy on us now. Softly raised the gentle Saviour his eyes like midnight star, and his mournful gaze soon rested on 10 lepers who, afar, stood motionless and suppliant, in sackcloth rudely clothed, poor pariahs, by their nearest, their dearest, shunned and loathed. Not unto him prayed vainly those sore afflicted 10, no, he yearned too fondly over the erring sons of men, even sharing in their sorrows, though he joined not in their feasts. So he kindly told the lepers, Show yourselves unto the priests. When miracle of mercy, as they turned them to obey, and towards the holy temple quickly took their hopeful way, lo, the hideous scales fell off them, health's fountains were unsealed, their skin grew soft as infants, their leprosy was healed. O man, so often ingrate, to thy thankless nature true, thyself see in those lepers who did as thou dost do. 9 went their way rejoicing, healed in body, glad in soul, nor once thought of returning thanks to him who made them whole. 1 only, a Samaritan, a stranger to God's word, felt his joyous panting bosom with gratitude deep stirred, and without delay he hastened in the dust at Jesus' feet, to cast himself in worship, in thanksgiving warm and meet. Slowly questioned him the Saviour with majesty divine. 10 were cleansed from their leprosy, where are the other 9? Is there none but this one stranger, unlearned in God's ways, his name and mighty power, to give word of thanks or praise? The sunbeam's quivering glories softly touched that godlike head, when olives blooming round him sweet shade and fragrance shed, whilst o'er his sacred features a tender sadness stole. Rise, go thy way, he murmured, thy faith has made thee whole. End of The 10 Lepers.
Lexington and Bunker Hill, Chapter 10, from 10 Great Events in History, by James Jahonut. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pilgrims had passed away. Long years had elapsed since the last of the New England fathers had exchanged the earthly for the heavenly kingdom. The grandchildren and the great-grandchildren of the first immigrants possessed the soil. No aliens they, seeking a refuge in an unknown land, but the sturdy possessors of homes where they were born, and around which clustered all tender family ties. The passionate love for England, filtered through 3 generations, had moderated to a filial respect without impairing filial obedience. Marvelous the change in outward conditions of that century and a half. Wave after wave of intelligent activity had passed over the land. Settlers' fires hunted the track of Indians westward bound. On the side of primeval forest, fields of grain shimmered in the sun. The rude hut, hastily built for shelter, had given place to the comfortable farmhouse and the elegant mansion. Village and city had grown up in the centers of trade. The mechanic arts had slowly made their way. Change vast, weighty, permanent, not sudden but orderly growth, fruit of seed sown, but none the less marvelous for that. Internal change had accompanied the external. Spiritual growth had gone hand in hand with increase of life's comforts. Persecution as a means of conversion had disappeared before common dangers and sufferings. Intolerance had toned down into a mild form of bigotry. The shovel hat of the parson and the flowing robes of the magistrate had lost much of their superstitious significance. The hard self-imposed restraints of the Puritans had become less rigid at home and in public. Individual life was freer, fuller, and more complete. So sped the years until after the French War, until the last of England's rivals had been effectively subdued. Now England, for the first time, seemed to have been brought face to face with her sturdy offspring. Now she deliberately made her mind up to make him useful, pay her debts, fight her enemies, subvert her interest first and always. So with blustering words about rights, she imposed burdens with significant hints in regard to chastisements. She withheld privileges. The cherishing mother in word and deed proving to be a veritable stepmother with the hardest of hearts. Here trouble began. The son had an equal share with the parent in Agincourt and Magna Carta. He was confiding and unsuspicious, but the experience of 3 generations in the wilds had accustomed him to freedom and had given him hardihood. His shoulders were broad, but it was difficult to bind burdens upon them against his will. As the policy of the parent dawned upon him, first came incredulous questioning. What does this mean? Then protest, showing the injury and suggesting, there must be some mistake. Last, conviction of intended injustice, the hot wrath, and the emphatic statement, I will not obey. The angry note of defiance was heard rolling along the Atlantic coast from New England to Georgia. Descendants of Roundheads, Cavaliers, and Huguenots forgot their ancient prejudices and united against this common danger. Patrick Henry responded to the sentiments of Otis and Adams, and Virginia sent friendly greetings to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The madness that afflicted the last years of the life of George III seems to have taken possession of the British ministry. Exaction followed exaction in increasing intensity and numbers. The history of coercive legislation can scarcely find a parallel to that of the British Parliament for the 15 years following the fall of Quebec. Withal, no excuse was even made for injustice done, no sympathy was ever expressed for suffering inflicted, but all communication conveyed the stern purpose to subdue. Hungry for affection, the half-grown offspring turned his face toward England for the smallest caress, and the east wind brought back across the Atlantic, full in his face, the sharp crack of a whip. Then came a period of aggression and resistance. The Stamp Act was passed, but stamp could not be sold, and the lives of stamp vendors became miserable. Soldiers crowded citizens up on Boston Common, citizens mobbed the soldiers fired, killing 5 citizens, and were saved from destruction only by the active interference of the Patriot leaders. This affray marked the first shedding of blood, and has gone into history as the Boston Massacre. Tea was taxed, but the matrons took to catnip and sage, and no tea was sold. 3 cargoes of taxed tea were sent into Boston Harbor, but a war whoop was heard. The vessels were boarded by a band of painted savages, tomahawk in hand. The tea chests were broken up, and the tea was thrown into the water. This last act demanded special punishment, and the Boston Port Bill shut up the port of Boston, allowing no ship to go in or out. The sympathetic people of Salem and Marblehead placed wharf and warehouse at the disposal of Boston merchants, softening the blow as much as possible. Relief to the suffering poor of Boston poured in from all sides, and the British ministry saw that the whole people were making common cause in resistance to oppression. The next step is the vigorous use of the strong arm. Filial love must be forced in by means of bayonets, and affection secured by gunpowder and bullets. A strong force of soldiers under General Gage took possession of Boston. The troops were quartered in the city hall and other buildings sacred in the eyes of the people to justice and peace. The city government was superseded by the military. Sentinels patrolled the streets. Arbitrary edicts took the place of law. Citizens were interfered with while in the pursuit of private business. For soldiers' insults there was no redress. The leading patriots, John Adams, Joseph Warren, James Otis, John Hancock, and Samuel Adams, were hunted, and a price was set on their heads. Boston was in the strong hands of military power. Outwardly it was subdued, but beneath was a seething fire, ready to burst into flame when the moment for conflagration should arrive. But Massachusetts was aroused. Town and country were one. The war spirit invoked engendered its kind. Committees of safety were formed in every town. The drum and fife echoed from mountain to valley. The musket of the old war, the shotgun of the sportsman, and the rifle of the hunter were brought from their resting places and prepared for use. Forge and hammer were busy in making guns and swords. Minute-men in every hamlet prepared to march on the moment. Nor were the women idle. Wheel and loom were busy as never before. The patriot soldier, starting for the front, was clad in serviceable homespun, prepared by loving hands, and he departed amid the tears, prayers, and blessings of loving yet steadfast hearts. The General Court of Massachusetts was convened. It was denounced and proscribed by General Gage, but in the eyes of the people its mandates had all the force of law. Taxes were levied and cheerfully paid. The colony was divided into military districts, and each one placed under the command of a competent officer. Powder, arms, and other military stores were collected, and all needful preparations were made for war. The other New England colonies fully shared in the excitement of Massachusetts. The note of alarm spread through the land, and a Continental Congress was called to meet at Philadelphia to consider the policy best to be pursued for the common weal. But General Gage became impatient. He would strike a blow that would at once assert British power and terrify the whole rebel race. The mailed hand must be seen through the soft glove. The opportunity was not long wanting. A military depot at Concord, 18 miles northwest of Boston, he determined to seize. A force of 800 men under Lieutenant Colonel Smith and Major Pitcairn was to set out on the evening of April 18th. The Patriot leaders were early aware that some movement was on foot, and eager eyes watched for indications of its force and direction. But it was kept a profound secret, and it was not until the troops were upon the march that their destination could be guessed. Let the poet tell how the purpose was discovered and the news carried to the country. Paul Revere's Ride. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April, 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, if the British march, by land or sea, from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch, in the north church tower as a signal light, one if by land and two if by sea, and I on the opposite shore will be, ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm, for the country folk to be up and to arm. Then he said good night, and with muffled oar silently rowed to the Charleston shore. Just as the moon rose over the bay, where swingings wide at her moorings lay the Somerset British man-of-war, a phantom ship with each mast and spar, across the moon like a prison bar, and its huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile his friend through alley and street watches and wonders with eager ears, till in the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet, and the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower of the old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread to the belfry chambers overhead, and startled the pigeons from their perch on the sombre rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade, by the trembling ladder steep and tall, to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town, and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath in the churchyard lay the dead, in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear like a sentinel's tread the watchful night wind as it went, creeping along from tent to tent, and seeming to whisper, all is well. A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead, for suddenly all his thoughts were bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride, on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed on the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth, and turned and tightened his saddle girth, but mostly lie watched with eager search the belfry tower of the old North Church, as it rose above the greys on the hill, lonely and spectral, and sombre and still. And lo, as he looks on the belfry's height, a glimmer and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles in passing a spark struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. That was all, and yet through the gloom and the light the fate of a nation was riding that night, and the spark struck out by that steed in its flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. The British column moved on through the darkness with no sound save the steady tread of marching feet. At first farmhouse and hamlet were wrapped in a deep repose, but as the night wore on, signs of life began to appear. At every crossroad horsemen galloped off at their approach, and hurried lights at chamber windows showed that slumber had been suddenly interrupted. At daybreak the invading force reached Lexington, a little village 12 miles from Boston. Here minutemen, to the number of about 120, aroused by the cry of Paul Revere, had hastily assembled. They offered no opposition to the British troops, but stood silent spectators to the unusual sight. The British column halted, and Major Pitcairn rode forward, and, in the most peremptory tone of command, cried out, "Disperse, you rebels! Throw down your arms and disperse!" No one obeyed, and he gave the order to fire. Out blazed the muskets, and what remained of the little group sought safety in flight. The British marched on, leaving on that peaceful common, under the very shadow of the church, 8 figures stark and motionless in death. From this baptism of blood they moved on, regretful perhaps at the stern necessity of their actions, but rejoicing that all opposition had been so easily and completely overcome. On they sped. The sun arose in its glory to cheer them on their march. Their thoughts were jubilant as in fancy they posed as heroes before their fellows left behind. No vision of the dead men staring upward from the blood-drenched grass of Lexington haunted them. The silent march of the night had ended, and now they could press onward with clatter and song. The 6 miles to Concord were soon passed over. A strong guard was left at the bridge, for, with all his confidence, Colonel Smith was a skilful commander and would neglect no precaution to secure the safety of his troops. So careful was he that he sent back a secret messenger from Lexington for more men. On pressed the exulting soldiers, on through the streets of Concord in search of the military stores. But lo, they had taken wings and flown to a place of safety. A few barrels of flour half destroyed, a few hundred cannon balls thrown into wells, was the sole outcome of the intended destruction. The Committee of Safety had performed their duty discreetly and in time. But hark, what means that musketry? Not the scattering fire of a skirmish, but volley answering volley. Has the impossible come to pass? Have the rebels dared to open fire upon the king's troops? But the firing grows warmer, louder. Hasten to the bridge, lest retreat be cut off. The guards, sore beset, welcome the aid. Armed foes spring up on every side. They are behind, before, everywhere. No safety now, but an instant, rapid retreat. You know the rest. In the books you have read, how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball, from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to emerge again, upon the trees at the bend of the road, and only pausing to fire and load. Discipline and valor are of no avail here. Volleyed musketry has little chance against backwoods sharpshooters occupying every vantage ground that their knowledge of the country enabled them to do. The day was wearing on. Noon found them a disorganized mass, flying through Lexington streets, the scene of their morning victory. In the meantime, Lord Percy, with 800 fresh troops and 2 field pieces, is marching out on the Lexington road. Not that any danger was apprehended, but simply as a precautionary measure. Between 2 and 3 o'clock, while yet 2 miles short of Lexington, ominous sounds of conflict smote his ears. Not the rolling volleys and stately tread of victory, but the confused noise of fight and flight, betokening irretrievable disaster. The fresh troops were formed into a hollow square, and pell-mell the hunted fugitives came running into their place of refuge. Exhausted by their long march and hot fight, many of them fell prone upon the ground, their tongues, says a high authority, hanging out of their mouths. But Lord Percy must not delay. 10 miles between him and safety, and many hours of day remain before darkness will lend its friendly aid. Short time for rest. Beat off the fierce and persistent attacks. Speed away while yet unsurrounded. A British army must never suffer the humiliation of defeat and capture by a horde of rebel Yankees. So through the afternoon the redcoats marched quickly, sullenly, dejectedly, fighting desperately for very life. The day closed as they neared the river, and under the starlight they embarked, finding safety and rest at last. Not quite yet, for as the last boat left the shore, a rifle blazed out, and one more victim was sent to atone for the wanton murder on Lexington Common. The eventful day ended with a loss on the part of the British of 273, while the aggregate loss of the Patriots was 105. Without discipline and with the most reckless exposure to danger, they had inflicted a loss nearly 3 times as great as they had sustained. The news of Lexington spread, everywhere producing wild excitement. The notes of warlike preparation were heard throughout the land. With deliberate purpose, General Gage had sown the dragon's teeth, and there literally sprung up a bountiful crop of armed men. Every village and every farmhouse helped to swell the number. The remotest hamlet furnished its contingent. In distant Connecticut, gallant old General Putnam heard the news while plowing. Prompt as when he dragged the wolf from its den, he unyoked his oxen, left his plow in the furrow, and leaping to his saddle, galloped to the fray. Fiery Ethan Allen, at the head of his Green Mountain Boys, was eager to march, but paused to execute that marvelous enterprise which secured for the patriot cause the formidable fortresses of Ticonderoga and Crown Point, with all their military stores. Day by day the multitude increased, until 30,000 men were encamped around Boston, from Charleston Neck to Dorchester. From the evening of the Lexington fight, General Gage was shut up in Boston. The patriots kept a strict guard on every road, and no parties were permitted to pass out or provisions to pass in. All supplies for the town came by sea. The officers chafed under the enforced inactivity. They would be done with the ignoble work of defense behind fortifications. They longed for an opportunity to regain the prestige lost on that fatal 19th of April. But General Gage was too wise a commander to risk the safety of his army, so he held the impatience of his officers in check and awaited events. The patriot leaders were equally impatient. The enthusiasm of the moment must be turned to good account. The men were all unused to living in camps and were peculiarly exposed to camp diseases and camp vices. Discipline had not yet counteracted the demoralizing tendencies of army life. The different divisions of the army were ranged under favorite local leaders, and while there was some show of order, there was little or no concert of action. It was now the middle of June. 2 months had elapsed since Lord Percy was driven back into Boston. All means to lure General Gage from the town had failed, and an aggressive movement was devised. It was resolved to take a new position threatening the town and the shipping in the port. The place selected was the highland on the Charlestown Peninsula, known as Bunker Hill, and the time fixed upon for the enterprise, the night of June 16th. 800 men armed with shovels and picks assembled at 6 o'clock. The movement was known to be a perilous one, and every man felt that he took his life in his hand. President Langdon of Harvard College offered prayer with the ancient Puritan fervor. Colonel Prescott took command of the military operations, and Colonel Gridley conducted the engineering. In early evening they set out. The march was in profound silence. With suppressed breathing and stealthy tread they made their way, an army of ghosts entering the land of shadows. But the grim faces of the officers and the clenched hands of the men showed more than ghostly purpose. About midnight the march ceased. Clear in the starlight they could see British ship and camp, and could hear the sentinel proclaim, "All is well." A redoubt 8 rods square was laid out, and these 800 husbandmen bent their seasoned muscles to the work. The embankment grew up in the darkness, and at daybreak its 6 feet of height amply protected the workers within. In the American camp all was excitement and expectation. Supporting parties were organized, supplies hurried up, and means for reinforcement and retreat provided. It was now that the fatal weakness of the Patriot organization was made manifest. Different leaders had notions inconsistent with each other, and divided counsels led to indecisive action. The brunt of the coming engagement was left to 1/10 of the Patriot forces. Scarred veterans scented the battle from afar, and hastened to the front to share the danger and the glory. With no command, officers were content to act as volunteers and handle muskets. Putnam, with military foresight, took charge of the line of communication, and with true farmer instinct he converted 2 rail fences and a field of new-mown hay into a line of serviceable breastworks reaching across Charlestown Neck into the country. At daybreak the astonished Britons gazed upon this vision of the night. A moment's pause, then instantaneous rapid action. That nocturnal growth threatened their very lives. Those audacious and insolent rebels must be swept from existence. Without orders, the Boston battery at Copp's Hill opened upon the redoubt as soon as it was discovered. Ships in the bay poured in furious broadsides. The cannonade awoke Boston from her slumbers. Citizens half-dressed rushed into the streets. Every roof and steeple that commanded a view of the scene was soon crowded with anxious spectators who remained there during the livelong day. Patriot and Royalist mingled, and fierce passions and wordy wars accompanied the progress of the conflict outside. Exultation at Patriot success was often too great to be suppressed, and wild cheers sounded from the housetops and echoed through the streets. So passed the forenoon. The little band on the hill, protected by the earthworks, worked on with speed and safety. The hurtling masses of iron aimed at their destruction either buried themselves in the yielding earth or passed overhead without injury. One man only paid with his life the penalty of his curiosity in looking over the breastworks. An early luncheon was served, and then work again. But even iron muscles have their limit of endurance, and the earth walls grew less rapidly as the day wore on, until at high noon work altogether ceased. But what of the enemy? By this time they are aware of the uselessness of their cannonade. Other and stronger measures must be taken, and that on the instant. The military renown gained on so many battlefields must not be lost in a conflict with rude peasants. The best point of vantage in a general war must not be lost to the king. Every sentiment of ambition and loyalty urged to action. A ship dropped down the river and took position to command Charlestown Neck, but the rail fence and the new-mown hay resisted the shock, and the American line remained unturned. Rough old Putnam's foresight became an important factor in the day's conflict. Suddenly the drum's loud beat and the shrill scream of the fife startled all hearts into a fiercer life. The notes, with no tremor of fear, rang out sonorous, triumphant. For centuries such notes had led Britons to victory, and today British soldiers will do or die. 4,000 grenadiers, under Lord Howe, marched down to the shore with the quick, elastic tread of soldiers upon a holiday excursion. In that resolute front and precision of movement, there was little to raise the spirits or inspire hopes in the hearts of the thousands of patriotic observers who were watching the movements with feverish anxiety. In perfect order they embark, and in perfect order they land upon the Charlestown shore. In their advance toward the silent redoubt, no line wavered and no step faltered, though every man was aware of the fearful peril before him. Within the little earthwork all was activity and expectation. Pomeroy, Stark, Putnam came to help, not to dictate. At the last moment General Warren, from the State Committee of Safety, unable to conceal his anxiety, came and took his place in the ranks. These officers all outranked Colonel Prescott, but neither of them would take the command from the officer who had proved himself capable and worthy of it. Shovels and picks gave place to rifles and muskets, and as experienced eyes gazed along the death-dealing tubes, grave smiles lit up rugged faces at the thought of the welcome the enemy would receive. "Be steady, be firm," is the parting injunction of Putnam as he takes his way to his command at the rail fence. "We must conquer or die," is the sentiment of Warren as he grasped the musket of a common soldier, showing to the last that noble patriotism which makes his name so dear to all who love their country. Keep cool. Wait until you see the color of their eyes. Aim at their red coats, pick off their commanders, are the fiery last commands of Prescott as the scarlet column moved up the hill. Every soldier is in place, each eye unflinchingly is fixed on the enemy, and each right hand is pressed upon the musket, ready for the supreme moment. The batteries which had been covering the advancing columns ceased as they neared the summit. An ominous silence succeeded the tumult of the preceding hours. No sound is heard but the short, quick words of command in the British ranks and the steady tread of the marching files. The space had diminished to a few rods, and still a grave-like silence wrapped the redoubt. At the last moment had the hearts of the patriots failed? Did the near approach of the redcoats deprive them of their courage? By the double-quick forward march rang out from the British lines. A sudden rush and one deafening volley. Was it lightning from heaven that struck down every man in their first rank? Was it the earthquake's shock that left those long lines of dead heaped like grass before the mower's scythe? The rear ranks, paralyzed by the terrible disaster, held their ground, but no human courage could withstand the fire that blazed fierce and merciless from the redoubt. A moment's pause, and then a wild, headlong flight to the sheltering boats on the shore. As shouts of triumph went up from thousands of sympathizing hearts, the contending forces were in a state of intense activity. Within the breastworks, Prescott, cool, deliberate, masterful, watched every detail and directed every action. Warren, Stock, and Pomeroy put soul into every movement. Putnam defended his own line, and sent the good news outward to cheer the thousands who had taken no part in the contest, and to urge immediate reinforcements. In the British quarters, new officers took the place of those who lay stretched on the hillside. The men were rallied and reformed. New regiments came over from Boston, and again 4,000 men breasted the hill and marched up to the breastworks with colors flying and drums beating. This time they were permitted to come within the reach of friendly greeting, when again a solid sheet of flame leaped forth from the breastworks, again covering the earth with the dead. The rear columns for a few moments stood fast, but nothing could withstand that hail of shot aimed to take life, and again they fled to the shore. The day was wearing on. It was now 5 o'clock. If the Americans can hold on until the friendly darkness sets in, they may retain possession of Charlestown and force the British to evacuate Boston. General Ward was at Cambridge, trying in vain to secure order in time for action. General Knox ranged up and down the lines, frantically urging the men to follow him to the fray. Putnam, blazing with excitement and fully comprehending the danger, was everywhere, animating and urging on the fresh troops. Now he sent almost frantic appeals for powder. Now he implored the men in reserve to move at once, and now he rallied his own men to repel the attack upon his own lines. A considerable force was at last rallied to march, but upon reaching Charlestown Neck, the firing from the British ships was so deadly that they dared not venture to cross. In the redoubt was the courage of despair. The powder had given out, and for many of the muskets only a single cartridge remained to meet the coming charge. But all remained firm while the sun slowly sunk in the west. After their second repulse, the force under Lord Howe, cowed and demoralized, refused to again advance into the jaws of death. The idea is gaining ground that the rebel position is impregnable, and that a wise policy demands that no more blood shall be shed in a vain endeavor to reduce it. The impetuous Sir Henry Clinton refuses to take this view of the situation, and his counsels are heeded. Every military resource at the command of General Gage is now brought into requisition. All the ships in the harbor are ordered to direct their fire upon the fort and the line of communication. New batteries are erected by competent engineers to sweep through the outer breastworks and render them untenable. The reserve forces are ordered up, and every available man is in the ranks. The charge must now be made on every side, and the little band of 800 literally crushed by numbers. All this and the final charge must be made within the few hours of remaining daylight, or British power is forever at an end in America. At last all preparation ends, and the time for action arrives. Shot from the new batteries drive the defenders with severe loss within their interior defenses. The advance of the swarming enemies is met with a feeble scattering fire in place of the volleyed death of the previous charges. Showers of stones and blows from clubbed muskets greet those who first mount the ramparts, but nothing could resist the last desperate bayonet charge of the British. The defenders of the fort slowly and sullenly retired before the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries. At the last moment Major Pitcairn meets his death, and thus expiates as far as possible his bloody orders at Lexington. At nearly the same moment, General Warren, in the very rear of the retreating troops, is shot, sealing with his life his devotion to his country. That the retreating Americans were not annihilated was due to the rail fence of General Putnam and to his skill in holding his enemy in check, while the flying fugitives found safety in the country. The Battle of Bunker Hill is ended. The Cross of St. George flies over Prescott's redoubt. 450 patriots and 1,500 Britons are killed, wounded, and missing. 89 British officers, numbers unprecedented, sleep in the dust. Patriot courage and endurance are found to equal patriot enthusiasm. Technically, the battle is lost. Morally, it is won. Where Warren fell, a nation is born. The 4th of July records the fact. Yorktown attests the record. A nation is born, from the Pilgrims inheriting love of freedom, from stout Roger Williams' toleration, a nation charged with the sacred mission of organizing human rights upon the basis of human liberty. End of Lexington and Bunker Hill, Chapter 10, from 10 Great Events in History, by James Johanott, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Dizains de Femmes by Victor Hugo. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Une de plus que les muses, elles sont 10. On croirait, quand leurs jeunes voix confuses bruissent dans la forêt, entendre, sous les caresses des grands vieux chênes boudeurs, un brouhaha de déesses passant dans les profondeurs. Elles sont 10 châtelaines de tout le pays voisin. La ruche vers leur haleine envoie en chantant les saints. Elles sont 10 belles folles, démons dont je suis cagot, obtenant des auréoles et méritant le fagot. Que de cœur cela dérobe, même à nous autres manants. Chacune étale à sa robe 4 volants frissonnants et court par les bois, sylphide, toute parée en dépit de la griffe qui, perfide, dans les ronces se tapit. Oh, ces anges de la terre! Pensifs, nous les décoiffons. Nous adorons le mystère de la robe au pli profond. Jadis, Vénus sur la grève n'avait pas l'attrait taquin du jupon qui se soulève pour montrer le brodequin. Les antiques Artémises avaient des fronts élégants, mais n'étaient pas si bien mises et ne portaient point de gants. La gaze ressemble au rêve, le satin aux plis glacés brille, et la toilette achève ce que l'œil a commencé. La marquise en sa calèche plaît, même au butor narquois, car la grâce est une flèche dont la mode est le carquois. L'homme, sot par étiquette, se tient droit sur son ergot, mais Dieu crie à la coquette dès qu'il eut fait le nigaud. Oh, toutes ces jeunes femmes, ces yeux où flambe midi, ces fleurs, ces chiffons, ces âmes, quelle forêt de bondits! Non, rien ne nous dévalise comme un minois habillé et comme une cydalise ou chaperon à travailler. Les jupes sont meurtrières. La femme est un canevas que, dans l'ombre aux couturières, proposent les Jéhovah. Cette aiguille qu'il arrange d'une certaine façon lui donne la force étrange d'un rayon dans un frisson. Un ruban est une embûche, une guimpe est un péril, et dans l'Éden où trébuche la nature à son avril, Satan, que le diable enlève, n'eût pas risqué son pied beau si Dieu sur les cheveux d'Ève eût mis un chapeau d'herbeau. Toutes les 10, sous les voûtes des grands arbres vont en chantant. On est amoureux de toutes, on est farouche et content. On les compare, on hésite entre ces robes qui font la lueur d'une visite arrivant du ciel profond. Oh, pour plaire à cette moire, à ce gros de tours flambées, on se rêve plein de gloire, on voudrait être un abbé. On sort du hallier champêtre, la tête basse, à pas lents, le cœur pris dans ce bois traître par les 40 volants. End of Dizains de femmes by Victor Hugo. Read by Ezwa in Belgium in May 2015.
Mr. Whistler's 10 O'Clock by Oscar Wilde. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pall Mall Gazette, February the 21st, 1885. Last night at Prince's Hall, Mr. Whistler made his first public appearance as a lecturer on art, and spoke for more than an hour with really marvellous eloquence on the absolute uselessness of all lectures of the kind. Mr. Whistler began his lecture with a very pretty aria on prehistoric history, describing how in earlier times hunter and warrior would go forth to chase and foray, while the artist sat at home making cup and bowl for their service. Rude imitations of nature they were first, like the gourd bottle, till the sense of beauty and form developed, and in all its exquisite proportions the first vase was fashioned. Then came a higher civilization of architecture and armchairs, and with exquisite design and dainty diaper the useful things of life were made lovely, and the hunter and the warrior lay on the couch when they were tired, and when they were thirsty drank from the bowl, and never cared to lose the exquisite proportion of the one or the delightful ornament of the other. And this attitude of the primitive anthropophagus Philistine formed the text of the lecture, and was the attitude which Mr. Whistler entreated his audience to adopt towards art. Remembering, no doubt, many charming invitations to wonderful private views, this fashionable assemblage seemed somewhat aghast, and not a little amused, at being told that the slightest appearance among a civilized people of any joy in beautiful things is a grave impertinence to all painters. But Mr. Whistler was relentless, and, with charming ease and much grace of manner, explained to the public that the only thing they should cultivate was ugliness, and that on their permanent stupidity rested all the hopes of art in the future. The scene was in every way delightful. He stood there, a miniature Mephistopheles, mocking the majority. He was like a brilliant surgeon lecturing to a class composed of subjects destined ultimately for dissection, and solemnly assuring them how valuable to science their maladies were, and how absolutely uninteresting the slightest symptom of health on their part would be. In fairness to the audience, however, I must say that they seemed extremely gratified at being rid of the dreadful responsibility of admiring anything, and nothing could have exceeded their enthusiasm when they were told by Mr. Whistler that no matter how vulgar their dresses were, or how hideous their surroundings at home, still it was possible that a great painter, if there was such a thing, could, by contemplating them in the twilight and half closing his eyes, see them under really picturesque conditions, and produce a picture which they were not to attempt to understand, much less dare to enjoy. Then there were some arrows, barbed and brilliant, shot off with all the speed and splendour of fireworks, at the archaeologists who spend their lives in verifying the birthplaces of nobodies and estimate the value of a work of art by its date or its decay, at the art critics who always treat a picture as if it were a novel and try to find out the plot, at dilettanti in general and amateurs in particular, and, o mea culpa, at dress reformers most of all. Did not Velasquez paint crinolines? What more do you want? Having thus made a holocaust of humanity, Mr. Whistler turned to nature, and in a few moments convicted her of the Crystal Palace, bank holidays, and a general overcrowding of detail, both in omnibuses and in landscapes. And then, in a passage of singular beauty, not unlike one that occurs in Corot's letters, spoke of the artistic value of dim dawns and dusks, when the mean facts of life are lost in exquisite and evanescent effects, when common things are touched with mystery and transfigured with beauty, when the warehouses become as palaces, and the tall chimneys of the factory seem like campaniles in the silver air. Finally, after making a strong protest against anybody but a painter judging of painting, and a pathetic appeal to the audience not to be lured by the aesthetic movement into having beautiful things about them, Mr. Whistler concluded his lecture with a pretty passage about Fusiyama on a fan, and made his bow to an audience which he had succeeded in completely fascinating by his wit, his brilliant paradoxes, and, at times, his real eloquence. Of course, with regard to the value of beautiful surroundings, I differ entirely from Mr. Whistler. An artist is not an isolated fact. He is the resultant of a certain milieu and a certain entourage, and can no more be born of a nation that is devoid of any sense of beauty than a fig can grow from a thorn, or a rose blossom from a thistle. That an artist will find beauty in ugliness, le beau dans l'horrible, is now a commonplace of the schools, the argot of the atelier, but I strongly deny that charming people should be condemned to live with magenta ottomans and albert blue curtains in their rooms, in order that some painter may observe the sidelight on the one and the values of the other. Nor do I accept the dictum that only a painter is a judge of painting. I say that only an artist is a judge of art. There is a wide difference. As long as a painter is a painter merely, he should not be allowed to talk of anything but mediums and megalith, and on those subjects should be compelled to hold his tongue. It is only when he becomes an artist that the secret laws of artistic creation are revealed to him, for they are not many arts, but one art merely. Poem, picture, and Parthenon, sonnet and statue, all are in their essence the same, and he who knows one knows all. But the poet is the supreme artist, for he is the master of colour and of form, and the real musician besides, and is lord over all life and all arts, and so to the poet beyond all others are these mysteries known, to Edgar Allan Poe and to Baudelaire, not to Benjamin West and Paul Delaroche. However, I should not enjoy anyone else's lectures unless in a few points I disagreed with them, and Mr. Whistler's lecture last night was, like everything that he does, a masterpiece. Not merely for its clever satire and amusing jests will it be remembered, but for the pure and perfect beauty of many of its passages delivered with an earnestness which seemed to amaze those who had looked on Mr. Whistler as a master of persiflage merely, and had not known him as we do, as a master of painting also. For that he is indeed one of the very greatest masters of painting is my opinion, and I may add that in this opinion Mr. Whistler himself entirely concurs. End of Mr. Whistler's 10 o'clock, by Oscar Wilde. Read by NoelBadrian.
Chapter 1 from 10 Years Later, by Alexandre Dumas. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 10 Years Later, in which D'Artagnan finishes by at length placing his hand upon his captain's commission. The reader guesses beforehand whom the usher preceded in announcing the courier from Bretagne. This messenger was easily recognised. It was D'Artagnan, his clothes dusty, his face inflamed, his hair dripping with sweat, his legs stiff. He lifted his feet painfully at every step, on which resounded the clink of his blood-stained spurs. He perceived in the doorway he was passing through the superintendent coming out. Fouquet bowed with a smile to him who, an hour before, was bringing him ruin and death. D'Artagnan found in his goodness of heart, and in his inexhaustible vigour of body, enough presence of mind to remember the kind reception of this man. He bowed then also, much more from benevolence and compassion than from respect. He felt upon his lip the word which had so many times been repeated to the Duc de Guise, "Fly." But to pronounce that word would have been to betray his cause. To speak that word in the cabinet of the king, and before an usher, would have been to ruin himself gratuitously, and could save nobody. D'Artagnan, then, contented himself with bowing to Fouquet, and entered. At this moment the king floated between the joy the last words of Fouquet had given him, and his pleasure at the return of D'Artagnan. Without being a courtier, D'Artagnan had a glance as sure and as rapid as if he had been one. He read, on his entrance, devouring humiliation on the countenance of Colbert. He even heard the king say these words to him: "Ah, Monsieur Colbert, you have then 900,000 livres intendance?" Colbert, suffocated, bowed, but made no reply. All this scene entered into the mind of D'Artagnan by the eyes and ears at once. The first word of Louis to his musketeer, as if he wished it to contrast with what he was saying at the moment, was a kind "Good day." His second was to send away Colbert. The latter left the king's cabinet, pallid and tottering, whilst D'Artagnan twisted up the ends of his moustache. "I love to see one of my servants in this disorder," said the king, admiring the martial stains upon the clothes of his envoy. "I thought, sire, my presence at the Louvre was sufficiently urgent to excuse my presenting myself thus before you." "You bring me great news, then, monsieur." "Sire, the thing is this, in 2 words. Belle-Isle is fortified, admirably fortified. Belle-Isle has a double enceinte, a citadel, 2 detached forts. Its ports contain 3 corsairs, and the side batteries only await their cannon." "I know all that, monsieur," replied the king. "What! Your Majesty knows all that?" replied the musketeer, stupefied. "I have the plan of the fortifications of Belle-Isle," said the king. "Your Majesty has the plan?" "Here it is." "It is really correct, sire. I saw a similar one on the spot." D'Artagnan's brow became clouded. "Ah, I understand all. Your Majesty did not trust to me alone, but sent some other person," said he in a reproachful tone. "Of what importance is the matter, monsieur, in which I have learnt what I know, so that I know it?" "Sire, sire," said the musketeer, without seeking even to conceal his dissatisfaction, "but I must be permitted to say to your Majesty that it is not worth while to make me use such speed, to risk 20 times the breaking of my neck, to salute me on my arrival with such intelligence. Sire, when people are not trusted, or are deemed insufficient, they should scarcely be employed." And D'Artagnan, with a movement perfectly military, stamped with his foot, and left upon the floor dust stained with blood. The king looked at him, inwardly enjoying his first triumph. "Monsieur," said he, at the expiration of a minute, "not only is Belle-Isle known to me, but, still further, Belle-Isle is mine." "That is well, sire. I ask but one thing more," replied D'Artagnan. "My discharge." "What! Your discharge?" "Without doubt I am too proud to eat the bread of the king without earning it, or rather by gaining it badly. My discharge, sire." "Oh, oh!" "I ask for my discharge, or I will take it." "You are angry, monsieur." "I have reason, mordieu. 32 hours in the saddle, I ride day and night, I perform prodigies of speed, I arrive stiff as the corpse of a man who has been hung, and another arrives before me. Come, sire, I am a fool. My discharge, sire." "Monsieur d'Artagnan," said Louis, leaning his white hand upon the dusty arm of the musketeer, "what I tell you will not at all affect that which I promised you. A king's word given must be kept." And the king going straight to his table opened a drawer and took out a folded paper. "Here is your commission of captain of musketeers. You have won it, Monsieur d'Artagnan." D'Artagnan opened the paper eagerly, and scanned it twice. He could scarcely believe his eyes. "And this commission is given you," continued the king, "not only on account of your journey to Belle-Isle, but, moreover, for your brave intervention at the Place de Grève. There, likewise, you served me valiantly." "Ah, ah!" said D'Artagnan, without his self-command being able to prevent a blush from mounting to his eyes. "You know that also, sire?" "Yes, I know it." The king possessed a piercing glance and an infallible judgment when it was his object to read men's minds. "You have something to say," said he to the musketeer, "something to say which you do not say. Come, speak freely, monsieur. You know that I told you, once and for all, that you are to be always quite frank with me." "Well, sire, what I have to say is this, that I would prefer being made captain of the musketeers for having charged a battery at the head of my company, or taken a city, than for causing 2 wretches to be hung." "Is this quite true, you tell me? And why should your majesty suspect me of dissimulation, I ask?" "Because I have known you well, monsieur. You cannot repent of having drawn your sword for me." "Well, in that your majesty is deceived, and greatly. Yes, I do repent of having drawn my sword on account of the results that action produced. The poor men who were hung, sire, were neither your enemies nor mine, and they could not defend themselves." The king preserved silence for a moment. "And your companion, Monsieur d'Artagnan, does he partake of your repentance?" "My companion?" "Yes, you were not alone, I have been told." "Alone, where?" "At the Place de Grève." "No, sire, no," said D'Artagnan, blushing at the idea that the king might have a suspicion that he, D'Artagnan, had wished to engross to himself all the glory that belonged to Raoul. "No, mordieu, and as your majesty says, I had a companion, and a good companion too." "A young man?" "Yes, sire, a young man. Oh, your majesty must accept my compliments. You are as well informed of things out of doors as things within. It is Monsieur Colbert who makes all these fine reports to the king." "Monsieur Colbert has said nothing but good of you, Monsieur d'Artagnan, and he would have met with a bad reception if he had come to tell me anything else." "That is fortunate." "But he also said much good of that young man." "And with justice," said the musketeer. "In short, it appears that this young man is a fire-eater," said Louis, in order to sharpen the sentiment which he mistook for envy. "A fire-eater, yes, sire," repeated D'Artagnan, delighted on his part to direct the king's attention to Raoul. "Do you not know his name?" "Well, I think—" "You know him, then?" "I have known him nearly 25 years, sire." "Why, he is scarcely 25 years old," cried the king. Well, sire, I have known him ever since he was born, that is all." "Do you affirm that?" "Sire," said D'Artagnan, "your majesty questions me with a mistrust in which I recognize another character than your own. Monsieur Colbert, who has so well informed you, has he not forgotten to tell you that this young man is the son of my most intimate friend?" "The Vicomte de Bragelonne?" "Certainly, sire. The father of the Vicomte de Bragelonne is Monsieur le Comte de la Fère, who so powerfully assisted in the restoration of King Charles II. Bragelonne comes of a valiant race, sire." "Then he is the son of that nobleman who came to me, or rather to Monsieur Mazarin, on the part of King Charles II, to offer me his alliance?" "Exactly, sire." "And the Comte de la Fère is a great soldier, you say?" "Sire, he is a man who has drawn his sword more times for the king, your father, than there are at present months in the happy life of your majesty." It was Louis XIV who now bit his lip. "That is well, Monsieur d'Artagnan, very well. And Monsieur le Comte de la Fère is your friend, say you?" "For about 40 years, yes, sire. Your majesty may see that I do not speak to you of yesterday." "Should you be glad to see this young man, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" "Delighted, sire." The king touched his bell, and an usher appeared. "Call Monsieur de Bragelonne," said the king. "Ah, he is here," said Monsieur d'Artagnan. "He is on guard to-day at the Louvre with the company of the gentlemen of Monsieur le Prince." The king had scarcely ceased speaking when Raoul presented himself, and on seeing D'Artagnan smiled on him with that charming smile which is only found upon the lips of youth. "Come, come," said D'Artagnan familiarly to Raoul, "the king will allow you to embrace me. Only tell his majesty you thank him." Raoul bowed so gracefully that Louis, to whom all superior qualities were pleasing when they did not overshadow his own, admired his beauty, strength, and modesty. "Monsieur," said the king, addressing Raoul, "I have asked Monsieur le Prince to be kind enough to give you up to me. I have received his reply, and you belong to me from this morning. Monsieur le Prince was a good master, but I hope you will not lose by the exchange." "Yes, yes, Raoul, be satisfied. The king has some good in him," said D'Artagnan, who had fathomed the character of Louis, and who played with his self-love within certain limits, always observing, be it understood, the proprieties and flattering, even when he appeared to be bantering. "Sire," said Bragelonne, with voice soft and musical, and with the natural and easy elocution he inherited from his father, "Sire, it is not from to-day that I belong to your majesty." "Oh, no, I know," said the king. "You mean your enterprise of the Grève. What? That day you were truly mine, monsieur." "Sire, it is not of that day I would speak. It would not become me to refer to so paltry a service in the presence of such a man as Monsieur d'Artagnan. I would speak of a circumstance which created an epoch in my life, and which consecrated me from the age of 16 to the devoted service of your majesty." "Ah, said the king. "What was that circumstance? Tell me, monsieur." "This is it, sire. When I was setting out on my first campaign, that is to say, to join the army of Monsieur le Prince, Monsieur le Comte de la Fère came to conduct me as far as Saint Denis, where the remains of King Louis XIII wait, upon the lowest steps of the funeral basilique. A successor whom God will not send him, I hope, for many years. Then he made me swear upon the ashes of our masters to serve royalty, represented by you, incarnate in you, sire, to serve it in word, in thought, and in action. I swore, and God and the dead were witnesses to my oath. During 10 years, sire, I have not so often as I desired had occasion to keep it. I am a soldier of your majesty, and nothing else. And on calling me nearer to you, I do not change my master, I only change my garrison." Raoul was silent and bowed. Louis still listened after he had done speaking. Mordieu! cried D'Artagnan, that was well spoken, was it not, your Majesty? A good race, a noble race. Yes, murmured the king, without, however, daring to manifest his emotion, for it had no other cause than contact with a nature intrinsically noble. Yes, monsieur, you say truly. Wherever you were the king's. But in changing your garrison, believe me, you will find an advancement of which you are worthy. Raoul saw that this ended what the king had to say to him, and with the perfect tact which characterized his refined nature, he bowed and retired. "Is there anything else, monsieur, of which you have to inform me?" said the king, when he found himself again alone with D'Artagnan. "Yes, sire, and I kept that news for the last, for it is sad, and will clothe European royalty in mourning." "What do you tell me?" "Sire, in passing through Blois, a word, a sad word, echoed through the palace, struck my ear." "In truth you terrify me, Monsieur d'Artagnan." "Sire, this word was pronounced to me by a piqueur who wore crape on his arm." "My uncle, Gaston of Orleans, perhaps." "Sire, he has rendered his last sigh." "And I was not warned of it!" cried the king, whose royal susceptibility saw an insult in the absence of this intelligence. "Oh, do not be angry, sire," said D'Artagnan. "Neither the couriers of Paris nor the couriers of the whole world can travel with your servant. The courier from Blois will not be here these 2 hours, and he rides well, I assure you, seeing that I only passed him on the thither side of Orleans." "My uncle Gaston," murmured Louis, pressing his hand to his brow, and comprising in those 3 words all that his memory recalled of that symbol of opposing sentiments. "Eh, yes, sire, it is thus," said D'Artagnan, philosophically replying to the royal thought. "It is thus the past flies away." "That is true, monsieur, that is true. But there remains for us, thank God, the future, and we will try to make it not too dark." "I feel confidence in your Majesty on that head," said D'Artagnan, bowing. "And now—" "You are right, monsieur. I had forgotten the 100 leagues you have just ridden. Go, monsieur, take care of one of the best of soldiers, and when you have reposed a little, come and place yourself at my disposal." "Sire, absent or present, I am always yours." D'Artagnan bowed and retired. Then, as if he had only come from Fontainebleau, he quickly traversed the Louvre to rejoin Bragelonne. End of Chapter 1 of 10 Years Later, by Alexandre Dumas. Read by Lynne Thompson.
10 Hours at Blackpool, from Paris Nights, by Arnold Bennett. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 10 Hours at Blackpool. Manchester is a right place to start from, and the vastness of Victoria Station, more like London than any other phenomenon in Manchester, with its score of platforms and its subways romantically lighted by red lamps and beckoning pale hands, and its crowds eternally surging up and down granitic flights of stairs. The vastness of this roaring spot prepares you better than anything else could for the dimensions and the loudness of your destination. The Blackpool excursionists fill the 12th platform from end to end, waiting with bags and baskets. A multitude of well-marked types, some of the men rather violently smart as to their socks and neckties, but for the most part showing that defiant disregard of appearances which is perhaps the worst trait of the Midland character. The women seem particularly unattractive in their mackintoshed blousiness, so much so that the mere continuance of the race is a proof that they must possess secret qualities which render them irresistible. They evidently consult their oculists to the neglect of their dentists, which is singular and would be dangerous to the social success of any other type of woman.
"I never did see such a coal cellar, not in all my days,"
exclaims one lady, apparently outraged by sights seen in house hunting. And a middle-aged tradesman, or possibly he was an insurance agent, remarks,
"What I say is, the man who doesn't appreciate sterling generosity is no man."
Such fragments of conversation illustrate the fine, out-and-out idiosyncrasy of the Midlands. The train comes forward like a victim, and in an instant is captured, and in another instant is gone, leaving an empty platform. These people ruthlessly know what they want, and for miles and many miles the train skims over canals and tramcars and yards and back streets, and at intervals you glimpse a young woman with her hair in pins kneeling in sackcloth to wash a grimy doorstep. And you feel convinced that in an hour or two, when she has done, that young woman too will be in Blackpool, or if not she, at any rate her sister. The station of arrival is enormous, and it is as though all the passenger rolling stock of the entire country had had an important rendezvous there. And there are about 3 cabs. This is not the town of cabs. On every horizon you see floating terrific tramcars which seat 90 people, and which ought to be baptized Lusitania and Baltic. You wander with your fellow men down a long street of cookshops with calligraphic and undecipherable menus, and at every shop door is a loud-tongued man to persuade you that his is the gate of paradise and the entrance to the finest shilling dinner in Blackpool. But you have not the courage of his convictions. Though you would like to partake of the finest shilling dinner, you dare not, with your southern stomach in rebellion against you. You slip miserably into the Hotel Majestic, and glide through many Lincruster-Walton passages to an immense empty smoking-room, where there is 1 barmaid and 1 waiter. You dare not even face the bar. In the end, the waiter chooses your aperitif for you, and you might be in London. The waiter, agreeably embittered by existence, tells you all about everything.
"This hotel used to be smaller," he says. 120. A nice select party, you know. Now it's all changed. Our better class clients have taken houses at St. Anne's. Jews, I should say so. 250 out of 300 in August. Some of them all right, of course, but they try to own the place. They come in for tea, or it may be a small ginger with plenty of lemon and ice, and when they've had that, they've had their principal drink for the day. The lift is altered from hydraulic to electricity years ago.
Meanwhile, a client who obviously knows his way about has taken possession of the bar and the barmaid.
"I've changed my frock, you see,"
says she.
"Changed it down here?"
he demands.
"Yes. Well, I've been ironing."
"Oh, you monkey!" In a mirror you catch her delicately chucking him under the chin, and feeling that this kind of thing is not special to Blackpool, that it in fact might happen anywhere, you decide that it is time to lunch and leave the oasis of the Majestic and confront Blackpool once more. The fairground is several miles off, and on the way are 3 piers loaded with toothless young women flirting, and with middle-aged women diligently crocheting or knitting. Millions of stitches must be accomplished to every waltz that the bands play, and perhaps every second a sock is finished. But you may not linger on any pier. There is the longest sea promenade in Europe to be stepped. as you leave the shopping quarter and undertake the vista of 10,000 boarding-house windows, in each of which is a white table full of knives and forks and sauce bottles, you are enheartened by a banneret curving in the breeze with these words, "Flor de Higginbotham, the cigar that you come back for, 2d." You know that you will indeed come back for it. At last, footsore, amid a maze of gliding trams, your vision dizzy with the passing and repassing of trams, you arrive at the fairground. And the first thing you see is a woman knitting on a camp stool as she guards the booth of a spiritualistic medium. The next is a procession of people each carrying a doormat and climbing up the central staircase of a huge lighthouse, and another procession of people, each sitting on a doormat and sliding down a corkscrew chute that encircles the lighthouse. Why a lighthouse? A gigantic simulation of a bottle of Bass would have been better. The scenic railway and the switchback surpass all previous dimensions in their kind. Some other method of locomotion is described as half a mile of jolly fun, and the bowl slide is a riot of joy. Joy is the key word of the fairground. You travel on planks over loose, unkempt sand and under tethered, circling Maxim aeroplanes from one joy to the next. In the house of nonsense, joy reigns supreme. Giggling also reigns supreme. The human spider with a young woman's face is a source of joy, and guaranteed by a stentorian sailor to be alive. Another genuine source of joy is Dante's Inferno, up to date. Another enormous booth, made mysterious, is announced as the home of superior enjoyments. Nearby is the abode of the two-headed giant, as to whom it is shouted upon oath that he had a brother which lived to the height of 12'7". Then you come to the destructive section, offering joy still more vivid. Here, by kicking a football, you may destroy images of your fellow men. Or, exquisitely democratic invention, you can throw deadly missiles at life-sized dolls that fly round and round in life-sized motor cars. Genius is, in fact, abroad on the fairground. All this is nothing compared to the joy wheel, certainly the sublimest device for getting money and giving value for it that a student of human nature ever hit upon. You pay 3d for admittance into the booth of the joy wheel, and upon entering you are specially informed that you need not practise the joy wheel unless you like. It is your privilege to sit and watch. Having sat down, there is no reason why you should ever get up again, so diverting is the spectacle of a crowd of young men and boys clinging to each other on a large revolving floor and endeavouring to defy the centrifugal force. Every time a youth is flung against the cushions at the side, you grin, and if 1,000 youths were thrown off, your 1,000th grin would be as hearty as the first. The secret thought of every spectator is that a mixture of men and maidens would be even more amusing. A bell rings and the floor is cleared, and you anticipate hopefully. But the word is for children only, and you are somewhat dashed, though still inordinately amused. Then another bell, and you hope again, and the word is for ladies only. The ladies rush onto the floor with a fearful alacrity, and are flung rudely off it by an unrespecting centrifugal force, which alone the attendant, acrobatic and stately, can dominate. They slide away in all postures, head over heels, shrieking, but the angel of decency seems to watch over their skirts. And at length the word is for ladies and gentlemen together, and the onslaught is frantic. The ladies and gentlemen, to the number of a score or so, clutch at each other, making a bouquet of trousers and petticoats in the centre of the floor. The revolutions commence and gain in rapidity, and couple after couple is shot off, yelling, to the periphery. They enjoy it. Oh, they enjoy it. The ladies, abandoning themselves to dynamic law, slither away with closed eyes and muscles relaxed in a voluptuous languor. And then the attendant, braving the peril of the wheel, leaps to the middle and, taking a lady in his arms, exhibits to the swains how it is possible to keep oneself in the centre and keep one's damsel there too. And then, with a bow, he hands the lady back to her lawful possessor. Nothing could be more English or more agreeable than the curious contradiction of frank abandonment and chaste simplicity which characterises this extraordinary exhibition. It is a perfect revelation of the Anglo-Saxon temperament, and would absolutely baffle anyone of Latin race. You leave here because you must. You tear yourself away and return to the limitless beach, where the sea is going nonchalantly about its business, just as if human progress had not got as far as the joy wheel. After you have gone back for the cigar, and faced the question of the man on the curb, "Who says Blackpool Rock?" and eaten high tea in a restaurant more gilded than the Trocadero, and visited the menagerie, and ascended to the top of the tower in order to be badgered by rather nice girl-touts with a living to make and a powerful determination to make it, and seen the blue turn to deep purple over the sea, you reach at length the dancing halls which are the justification of Blackpool's existence. Blackpool is an ugly town, mean in its vastness, but its dancing halls present a beautiful spectacle. You push your way up crowded stairs into crowded galleries, where the attendants are persuasive, as with children. "Please don't smoke here." And you see the throng from Victoria Station and 1,000 other stations in its evening glory of drooping millinery and fragile blouses, though toothless as ever. You see it in a palatial and enormous setting of crystal and gold under a ceiling like the firmament, and you struggle to the edge and look over and see beneath the glittering floor covered with couples in a strange array of straw hats and caps and knickers and tennis shoes, and scarcely a glove among the 500 of them. Only the serio-comic MC with a delicately waved wand conforms to the fashion of London. He has his hands full, has that MC, as he trips to and fro, calling with a curious stress and pause, "One more couple, please. One more couple, please." And then the music pulsates, does really pulsate, and releases the multitude. It is a sight to stir emotion. The waltz is even better. And then beings perched in the loftiest corners of the roof shoot coloured rays upon the floor, and paper snow begins to fall, and confetti to fly about, and eyes to soften and allure. And all around are subsidiary halls equally resplendent, where people are drinking or lounging or flirting or gloating over acrobats, monkeys and ballerinas. The tiger roars, the fountain tinkles, the corks go pop, the air is alive with music and giggling. The photographer cries his invitation, and everywhere there is the patter of animated feet and the contagion of a barbaric and honest gaiety. Brains and imagination are behind this colossal phenomenon. For sixpence you can form part of it. For sixpence you can have delight if you are young and simple and lusty enough. This is the huge flower that springs from the horrid bed of the factory system. Human creatures are half-timers for this. They are knocked up at 5:30 a.m. in winter for this. They go on strike for this. They endure for 11 months and 3 weeks for this. They all earn their living by hard and repulsive work, and here they are in splendour. They will work hard at joy till they drop from exhaustion. You can see men and women fast asleep on the plush, supporting each other's heads in the attitudes of affection. The railway stations and the night trains are waiting for these. End of 10 Hours in Blackpool, from Paris Nights, by Arnold Bennett.
The 10 Commandments, by Robert G. Ingersoll. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Some Christian lawyers, some eminent and stupid judges, have said and still say that the 10 Commandments are the foundation of all law. Nothing could be more absurd. Long before these commandments were given, there were codes of laws in India and Egypt. Laws against murder, perjury, larceny, adultery, and fraud. Such laws are as old as human society, as old as the love of life, as old as industry, as the idea of prosperity, as old as human love. All of the 10 Commandments that are good were old. All that were new are foolish. If Jehovah had been civilized, he would have left out the commandment about keeping the Sabbath, and in its place would have said, "Thou shalt not enslave thy fellow man." He would have omitted the one about swearing, and said, "The man shall have but one wife, and the woman but one husband." He would have left out the one about graven images, and in its stead would have said, "Thou shalt not wage wars of extermination, and thou shalt not unsheath the sword except in self-defense." If Jehovah had been civilized, how much grander the 10 Commandments would have been. All that we call progress, the enfranchisement of men, of labor, the substitution of imprisonment for death, of fine for imprisonment, the destruction of polygamy, the establishing of free speech, of the rights of conscience, in short, all that has tended to the development and civilization of man, all the results of investigation, observation, experience, and free thought, all that man has accomplished for the benefit of man since the close of the Dark Ages, has been done in spite of the Old Testament. Let me further illustrate the morality, the mercy, the philosophy, and goodness of the Old Testament. The story of Achan. Joshua took the city of Jericho. Before the fall of the city, he declared that all the spoil taken should be given to the Lord. In spite of this order, Achan secreted a garment, some silver, and gold. Afterward Joshua tried to take the city of Ai. He failed, and many of his soldiers were slain. Joshua sought for the cause of his defeat, and he found that Achan had secreted a garment, 200 shekels of silver, and a wedge of gold. To this Achan confessed. And thereupon Joshua took Achan, his sons and his daughters, his oxen and his sheep, stoned them all to death, and burned their bodies. There is nothing to show that the sons and daughters had committed any crime. Certainly the oxen and sheep should not have been stoned to death for the crime of their owner. This was the justice, the mercy, of Jehovah. After Joshua had committed this crime, with the help of Jehovah, he captured the city of Ai. The story of Elijah. And he went up thence unto Bethel, and as he was going up by the way, there came forth little children out of the city, and mocked him, and said unto him, Go up, thou bald head. And he turned back and looked at them, and cursed them in the name of the Lord. And there came forth 2 she-bears out of the wood, and tore 42 children of them. This was the work of the good God, the merciful Jehovah. The story of Daniel. King Darius had honored and exalted Daniel, and the native princes were jealous. So they induced the king to sign a decree to the effect that any man who should make a petition to any god or man except to King Darius for 30 days should be cast into the den of lions. Afterward these men found that Daniel, with his face toward Jerusalem, prayed 3 times a day to Jehovah. Thereupon Daniel was cast into the den of lions. A stone was placed at the mouth of the den and sealed with the king's seal. The king passed a bad night. The next morning he went to the den and cried out to Daniel. Daniel answered and told the king that God had sent his angel and shut the mouths of the lions. Daniel was taken out alive and well, and the king was converted and believed in Daniel's God. Darius, being then a believer in the true God, sent for the men who had accused Daniel and for their wives and their children, and cast them all into the lions' den. And the lions had the mastery of them, and brake all their bones in pieces, wherever they came at the bottom of the pit. What had the wives and little children done? How had they offended King Darius, the believer in Jehovah? Who protected Daniel? Jehovah. Who failed to protect the innocent wives and children? Jehovah. The story of Joseph. Pharaoh had a dream, and this dream was interpreted by Joseph. According to this interpretation, there was to be in Egypt 7 years of plenty, followed by 7 years of famine. Joseph advised Pharaoh to buy all the surplus of the 7 plentiful years and store it up against the years of famine. Pharaoh appointed Joseph as his minister or agent, and ordered him to buy the grain of the plentiful years. Then came the famine. The people came to the king for help. He told them to go to Joseph and do as he said. Joseph sold corn to the Egyptians until all their money was gone, until he had it all. When the money was gone, the people said, "Give us corn, and we will give you our cattle." Joseph let them have corn until all their cattle, their horses, and their flocks had been given to him. Then the people said, "Give us corn, and we will give you our lands." So Joseph let them have corn until all their lands were gone. But the famine continued. And so the poor wretches sold themselves, and they became the servants of Pharaoh. Then Joseph gave them seed, and made an agreement with them that they should forever give 1/5 of all they raised to Pharaoh. Who enabled Joseph to interpret the dream of Pharaoh? Jehovah. Did he know at the time that Joseph would use the information thus given to rob and enslave the people of Egypt? Yes. Who produced the famine? Jehovah. It is perfectly apparent that the Jews did not think of Jehovah as the God of Egypt, the God of all the world. He was their God, and theirs alone. Other nations had gods, but Jehovah was the greatest of all. He hated other nations and other gods, and abhorred all religions except the worship of himself. End of The 10 Commandments by Robert G. Ingersoll. Read by Julia Niedermaier.
Десятая заповедь. Александр Сергеевич Пушкин. Recorded for LibriVox 10th Anniversary Collection by tovarisch. Добра чужого не желать, ты, Боже, мне повелеваешь, но меру сил моих ты знаешь, мне ль нежным чувством управлять. Обидеть друга не желаю и не хочу его села, не нужно мне его вала, на все спокойно я взираю, ни дом его, ни скот, ни раб, не лестна мне вся благостыня, но ежели его рабыня прелестна, Господи, я слаб. И ежели его подруга мила, как ангел во плоти, о, Боже праведный, прости мне зависть ко блаженству друга. Кто сердцем мог повелевать? Кто раб усилий бесполезных? Как можно не любить любезных? Как райских благ не пожелать? Смотрю, томлюся и вздыхаю, но строгий долг умею чтить. Страшусь желанием сердца льстить, молчу, и втайне я страдаю. This recording is in the public domain.
Ten Little Cocktails by Christopher Morley. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One little cocktail between me and you. You said, another one? Then there were two. Two little cocktails, jolly as could be. Along came Freddy, and then there were three. Three little cocktails. I never take more, but Freddy insisted, and then there were four. My head began to spin and buzz like a hive, but no one would weaken, and so there were five. 5 little cocktails, guaranteed to mix. Let's try a clover club. And then there were 6. 6 little cocktails feel just like heaven. One more to sober up, and that made 7. 7 little cocktails, it must be getting late. This one's on me, Bill. And then there were 8. 8 little cocktails dancing down your spine. Bad luck to quit now, and so there were 9. 9 little cocktails soon become 10. Ring for the ambulance. Never again. End of 10 Little Cocktails by Christopher Morley.
Ten 2030 by Arthur Rule. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 10-20-30. The theaters are closed for the summer, and the empty seats covered with chintz. Gone from one's morning paper, our first night reviews. Gone are the lines of automobiles in the cross streets at night. Audience and critics have been turned out to grass. Everybody, in short, being out of town, and the theatrical season quite over, I suddenly find myself, with various thousands of other non-existent persons, going busily to the theatre. There are plenty of us. We comfortably fill 2 of the largest theatres in town, the old Academy of Music and the old Grand Opera House, for 2 performances every day. In the last few weeks we have seen The Great Divide, Zaza, Trilby, The Man of the Hour, The Count of Monte Cristo, and Romeo and Juliet. There is a new play each week at each theatre, and some of them, Mr. Fitch's The City, for instance, were but yesterday appearing for the first time on Broadway. We see them decently played, as well as by the average second company on the road, not to speak of moving pictures and illustrated songs between the acts. And if it is Friday afternoon at Mr. Corse Peyton's theatre, pink tea with the company on the stage after the show. There is a peculiar, even an esoteric fascination about these entertainments, not residing entirely in the 30 cents one pays for a matinee orchestra seat. The loftiest need not be bored. Nowhere, perhaps, can one so measure a play's essential dramatic or at least theatrical spark. Gone is the feverish charm of the first night, gone that sense of escape, of warmth and security, lent to the playhouse by the mere bleakness of a winter night. The author's work is stripped of every factitious help, revealed in its bare unillumined bones. Imagine yourself, if you please, in the musty cavern of the old Academy or the Grand Opera House, on a hot July afternoon. Trolley cars are banging away outside, the blue sky calling one to the country. From the open balcony doors above, the hard, disillusioning sunlight comes streaming in. You can hear the sparrows twittering up there. All about is an audience, quaintly remote from those before whom the play was originally tried. Fat women in wilted shirtwaists, flippant girls chewing gum, boys and men who one vaguely feels ought to be at work somewhere. Boys drone up and down the aisles, fresh candies, chocolates, and so on. An odor of spearmint floats in an atmosphere already redolent of talcum powder and stale perfume. The sunshine, falling from a balcony window, strikes the back hair of the woman in front of you, and reveals, scantily enmeshed therein, an unmatching and unmatchable rat. The lady on her right, lifting an arm in friendly fashion, adjusts the side nearest her. The lady on the left, from her side, offers a similar friendly service. Neither succeeds, and finally all three dismiss the matter as unimportant. It's only a bargain matinee. We're all friends. What's the difference anyhow? The orchestra saws off its overture. Upstairs an usher tardily shuts the fire escape doors and removes most of the sunlight. You fold up your afternoon paper and, with a mind full of Mexican news, view the rising curtain. Into this hostile, or at least inert and wholly indifferent atmosphere, at the hands of players whose skill or awkwardness will receive no word of praise or blame in tomorrow's papers, who played Shakespeare last week, perhaps, and will play Mrs. Eleanor Glynn next, as part of the day's hard work, is projected a fabric of dramatic art about which the whole town was talking 6 months or perhaps a generation ago. Critics have sifted it. Actors and author had their moment of fame. Thousands of people, gone now, goodness knows where, have laughed and cried over it, been lifted out of themselves, to go home and think about it for days. And here it is, coming over the footlights into the banal peppermint-scented twilight of the summer afternoon. It is a terrific strain to put a play to a strain which breaks down everything except that built to breathe the special and peculiar atmosphere of the theatre. Even though the matter be absurd, it must at least be to the manner born. No atmospheric stage manager here to beguile the drifting eye, no fondly applauded star. There must be a situation, or what appears to be one, two wills clashing together, words that lead and parry, words with a punch behind them if they are to get across. I have wondered if a course at the 10, 20, 30 plays might not be an excellent experience for young playwrights better acquainted with literature than with the special needs of the theatre. Listen, for instance, in The Man of the Hour, to the young reform mayor and the boss who nominated him and thought that he could control him. The independent young man is busy in his office. The boss comes shouldering in. "I understand Phelan's been to see you," he growls, referring to the rival boss. "What for?" "Business." "Whose business?" "My business," and the young man goes on with his writing. Dialogue with bounce to it. Actor-proof, as they say. An important franchise is under consideration. The mayor intends to veto it. The boss intends to jam it through. He shows that persons friendly to the young man are behind the bill. "That's no news," mutters the mayor. "Well, then," bellows the boss, "maybe this is." The fortune of the girl to whom the mayor is engaged, and of her brother, is invested in the stock, which may go to smash if the bill is vetoed. The young man starts back aghast. "Now veto it if you will, and be damned to you," thunders the boss. The young mayor seizes his pen and writes. "What have you done?" sneers the boss. "Did you veto it?" "I vetoed it, and be damned to you," cries the young mayor, and down goes the curtain. If the value of robustness and resilience stands out more clearly in an unelaborate performance of this sort, so too do tricks and artifices. Observe the gray-haired old doorkeeper toddle in, and disclose the fact that he served in the Civil War under the young mayor's father. "So you served under my father," says the young man. "Do you remember him?" "Ah, it is coming." "As if it were yesterday," quavers the dear old doorkeeper. Slow music begins, and it doesn't take a clairvoyant to know that handkerchiefs will be out in a minute, the young mayor even more popular with the audience than he is now, and that no matter what the gentleman who plays the doorkeeper may do, he will bow himself respectfully out, convincing 90 people in every 100 in front that he is a magnificent character actor. The mechanical precision with which an audience reacts here, whenever the hero strikes an attitude and roars, would be continually astonishing, did one not recall that people go to the theatre not only to be charmed and to forget, but to play a familiar game according to certain conventional rules. They are like people listening to an after-dinner speaker. When the latter, bowing and smiling, describes his delight at addressing so handsome, so cultured, so brilliant an audience, nobody is deceived into thinking that he is any more dazzling than before, but he promptly applauds wildly and cries, "Yea, yea, yea," because that is what he is supposed to do. That is what is done. And people get an amusement out of such things. Some such partnership on the part of the audience must assist in preserving such relics as the familiar "World is mine" scene in the Count of Monte Cristo. You will recall the underground dungeon, through whose momentarily transparent walls we see Edmond Dantes and the Abbé Faria, prisoners both for 18 long years, with long white manes and white beards down to their waists. Tunneling to escape, they overhear the sentry talking overhead, and realize that their plot is discovered. It is too much for the old abbé, and feeling that he is about to expire, he confides to Edmund the secret of the buried treasure, and the entirely impossible scheme of escape that follows. It is the custom to dispose of those who die in this prison by tying them up in sacks, fastening a rock to their feet, and casting them into the sea. After the abbé is dead, Edmund shall drag the body into his own cell, take the abbé's place, and let himself be sunk in the ocean. Once there, he will cut his way out with a knife the abbé has kept conveniently hid, and swim away. And although melodramatic conventions demand that the poor old prisoners be represented as so frail and doddering that they can scarce drag themselves about their dungeon, and the feat is one which only an acrobat in the pink of condition would think of attempting, you have but to turn down the lights, turn on the thunder and lightning, shake up the canvas waves, and have Dantes, restored by his salt-water dip to a robust leading man, climb up on his rock and bellow, "The world is mine," to explode the whole house in a torrent of genuine applause. Where mere dynamics are so important, finer things are naturally lost or not attempted. By finer, of course, one means those requiring a certain intellectual sophistication, both for purposes of interpretation and of understanding. You can play Romeo and Juliet to a 10, 20, 30 audience because its story has been lived by every one of them, according to his or her own experience, and it is the one thing in which most of them are probably most keenly interested. And indeed I have seen a Romeo at the Academy of Music whose performance was truer to Elizabethan feeling, and to me more entertaining, than the pale and drooping staginess of the more scholarly Mr. Southern. This Romeo was a trifle smiley and saccharine, perhaps, but he fairly exuded youthful warmth and good feeling. He would put his hands on his friend's shoulders when Mercutio and Benvolio urged him, "Nay, gentle Romeo, we must have you dance," and, laughing, say, "Not I, believe me, you have dancing shoes with nimble soles. I have a soul of lead, so stakes me to the ground I cannot move," and do this with a jolly, graceful languor, proud of himself and a little amused at himself. Between the acts, I asked one of the ushers who it was who was playing Romeo, as I saw it was not the regular leading man whose name was on the programme. "Who?" he demanded. "Why, that's the only man within 200 miles of New York who can play Romeo or Hamlet or anything else at 24 hours' notice. That's James Young, and he's what his name implies." "You mean he is young?" I said. "Well," said the usher, "he's only got 2 or 3 grey hairs in his head at that, and believe me, he's some actor." You can play Shakespeare, but not so easily Mr. J. M. Barrie, although Corse Peyton announces Peter Pan, and still less easily, I should say, intellectual farce or Maeterlinck or the comedy of manners in which so much depends on finely finished little things. You get the melodrama of Ruth Jordan's capture in the first act of The Great Divide, for instance, but the exultation into which the new country had lifted the prim New Englander, the vivid desire for life which was, in a way, a sort of subconscious urging of her action, is scarcely brought out. Generally speaking, of course, the leading lady doesn't want to waste her strength on that sort of thing. She has a delightfully cagey way of playing in a sort of emotional undertone until the curtain or some other necessary climax pulls out all the stops. And little wonder. She gets up every morning at 8 o'clock, we will say, as regularly as any office slave. At 10 she is in the theatre rehearsing next week's play, out for a bite of lunch, or perhaps a sandwich in her dressing-room, and then the matinee begins. Then, on Fridays, if it is in the Peyton theatres, she must jump out of her costume directly the last curtain falls, and into her street clothes, and by the time the simple-minded herd out front have climbed onto the stage, be standing behind a refreshment table, dispensing ladies' fingers and pink lemonade. Then dinner and the evening performance. Lines, lines, lines to be learned, and a working day that lasts from 10 in the morning until 11 at night. The orchestra plays a few bars from a popular waltz when she enters for the first time. She is always greeted by applause then, and often at each entrance, and the audience thoroughly approve of everything she does. Perhaps it is because of this that she plays with an air of almost conscious virtue and benevolence, as if the rest of the cast were creatures of a lower world, and only she and the audience really understood. She almost always has a contralto voice, which, when she wants to, she can drop to delightfully thrilling and theatrical depths. Your appetite becomes so whetted by her standoffishness that you are ravished with delight when these moments come. I recall Miss Minna Phillips in The Count of Monte Cristo. She was playing Mercedes, who married the wicked Fernand after Edmund, her sailor lover, went to prison. How sad and beautiful she looked in her white wig after those 18 years of cruel separation. "I will kill him," hissed Edmund, referring to the sprightly young Albert, now nearly 18. "No, you will not," said Madame Fernand, and from the drop of her voice we knew that something was coming. "You will not even fight him. Because—" "And why?" demanded Edmund. "Because he is your son." It was just after the pink tea and Trilby were over, and before she dashed out to get a little dinner in return for the evening's performance, that I managed to lasso Miss Phillips for a moment's talk. They still have a sort of green room in the old Grand Opera House, and we sat there. Miss Phillips wore a dashing white tailored hat. She looked very healthy and cheerful, and I was impressed by the fact that she was many times more bright and animated off than on the stage. Yes, she admitted briskly, it certainly was a busy life, but she liked it. Better than the road, and better than freelancing, so to speak, on Broadway. Perhaps I knew that she came from Australia and had been featured in several road productions before joining the stock company 4 years ago. She could make more money in stock than she could out of it. It wasn't so bad when you got into the routine, and the great thing, of course, was being in New York all year round, practically, and having a home. Of course, one thing that helped her was that she was such a good study. She could pick up a role in no time. They got along beautifully together, like a happy family. Goodness gracious, wouldn't they have to? 12 performances a week, and morning rehearsals. If they didn't get along, they'd scratch out each other's eyes. And no sweethearting, either. Everybody minded his own business. Of course, you didn't have a hard role every week. Last week she was playing Zsa, and this week Trilby, and there was plenty to do in both of them. But next week, in the Count of Monte Cristo, she would almost have a rest. As I said good-bye to the leading lady, I found myself shaking hands with Mr. Joseph W. Girard, the company's heavy. Mr. Girard is a tall, well-built gentleman, with a pleasant expression and a fighting jaw. You would take him on the street for a successful cattleman or contractor rather than an actor. No turned-back cuffs or amethyst sleeve links or handkerchief up his sleeve for Mr. Girard. No pink teas, either. Not for me, he said grimly. Mr. Girard had just taken off the long Dundrearies which Taffy wears in Trilby. He was one of the Trois Anglaises, as they were called, in a French which added still another variety to the 3 kinds generally supposed to be extant, French, American, and West Point. I had seen Mr. Girard as the decadent old Duc de Brissac in Zsa, as the villain in The Still Alarm, and later I encountered him again as the bare-throated sailor Danglars in the Count of Monte Cristo, and as the wicked King of Sardalia in 3 Weeks, with a Russian beard, medals, a red nose, and high shiny boots. One of the fascinations of stock company acting is the chance it gives you to follow your friends through all sorts of character changes. I asked Mr. Girard how many roles he knew. He smiled deprecatingly down at his cigar. "Oh, I don't know," he said. "Maybe about 100. Somebody here reminded the heavy of the time he was on the road with a company that had a repertory of 18 plays. "Yes," assented Mr. Girard. "Put on any of 'em on a day's notice. They'd go ahead and bill us, and we'd give 'em whatever they liked." The heavy preferred stock, too. He liked having a home. And as for hard work, why, look at those poor girls in burlesque shows. 2 shows a day, and that is hard work. Letting people choose their own plays is one of the devices of the 10-20-30 houses. At the Academy of Music, where a stock company has been playing steadily since last August, they send out some 8,000 circulars a week, merely to give their patrons a general notion of the next week's play. Often the audience chooses the plays to be put on, and subscribers have the same seats for 1 evening a week throughout the winter. Mr. Girard told how the spectators in Brooklyn nodded to each other as they took their seats, and how you soon got to remember the faces out in front. And you couldn't fool the audience about the people on the stage. Send one of their favorites on, in a pitch-dark scene, as a detective or a burglar, and they'd recognize him, no matter what his disguise, and give him a hand. He didn't think much of Trilby for their sort of people. Too much Svengali, hypnotism, and evil eye business. It got on the women's nerves. All right for Broadway, maybe, but not for a family theater. Mr. Corse Peyton has done more than anyone else, probably, to make the 10, 20, and 30-cent theater a family institution. He has been at it 10 years now, and has 4 companies and something like 100 players working for him. A Friday matinee, such as I have mentioned, is a veritable orgy of the sort of thing that such an audience genuinely likes. The pink tea is one of Mr. Peyton's great ideas. A big sign in the lobby announces it as the crowd comes in. Corse himself issues another invitation from the stage just before the last act, and as soon as the curtain falls, the crowd pile up on the stage by way of the left-hand boxes, fat ladies in shirtwaists pounding the scenery to see how real it is, giggling young girls, half awed, half contemptuous in this behind-the-scenes world. The flip young ushers, returned to their street clothes, keep the crowd moving past the refreshment table and toward the stage door, murmuring sotto voce witticisms like, "Come and shake hands with your favorite actor," or, "No, I don't like to eat watermelons, they get your ears so wet." Then there is an orchestra, and between the acts, moving pictures if you are at the Academy. If you are at the Grand Opera House, a versatile young man, who shifts scenery or something at other times, comes out in front of the curtain and sings an illustrated song. There is a picture on the screen of a girl in a pink dress in a garden, and the athletic young tenor cries, "Let's make love among the roses, dearie, you and I, stealing little hugs and tender kisses on the sly." After the chorus has been sung once or twice, the words themselves are flashed on the curtain. The vague hum that has followed the song comes out more confidently on the spearmint-scented air. There is a sort of pathos in the sibilant S's in the twilight, and following the one young man's voice are many feminine voices, a little off-key perhaps, faltering, yet evidently in deadly earnest groping for the tune. With some difficulty I cornered the restless Mr. Peyton in his private office, and tried to engage him in talk. He is a tallish, slender man of 42 perhaps, with the look of feeling very chipper in spite of having been out late the night before. "If Mr. Peyton would open up," said his young business manager, gazing up at his chief with kindling eyes, "he could give you some great stuff." Mr. Peyton, however, was difficult to open up. His is the touch-and-go manner of speech, a line here and then off before the laugh comes. It is all right for an audience, but not adapted to close quarters. He was born, now don't laugh, in Centerville, Iowa. Coming down with a sort of stage fever, he started out with a circus, then organized a stock company and played his own neighborhood. "See that?" Mr. Peyton pointed to a framed photograph of an ingenious-looking youth in a long coat and top hat, reminding one slightly of a coachman. "What do you know about that? I suppose that was my idea of looking like an actor." The company succeeded, came east about a dozen years ago, and started in Brooklyn. Presently Mr. Peyton purchased a theater there, and opened with The Girl I Left Behind Me. They played 41 weeks that year. Aristocracy, East Lynne, Jim the Penman, The Two Orphans, The Octoroon, Camille, Romeo and Juliet, Uncle Tom's Cabin, and The Little Minister among their varied repertory. "Look at this," suddenly volunteered Mr. Peyton, pointing to another framed photograph, this time of a curiously antique-looking automobile. On the front seat, at the almost vertical steering wheel, unmistakably sat Mr. Peyton himself 10 years younger, more innocent-looking, with curly hair that stuck out from underneath his hat. "Yes," he admitted, "that's how I looked then. First automobile. Ought to 'a' seen the horses run when I came down the street. Now they'll come up and lick the gasoline off." Times have changed indeed. There are 4 Corse Peyton companies now, playing in the neighborhood of New York. Every morning in the lobby of the Grand Opera House there is a line of actors waiting, looking for a job. Mr. Peyton himself used to act, but he rarely does so now, except in his little monologues before the curtain. Of course he can't be in 4 places at once. but he manages to look in at each of his theaters every now and then to tell the audience how things are going. He suddenly shoots out in front of the curtain just before the last act, with a "Hello, audience," and swinging his arms, walks rapidly up and down the footlights, talking as he goes. Now and then he stops, whacks his head, or, elaborately twisting one hand round with the other, slaps his wrist, and continues his promenade. Next week we'll revive that grand old melodrama, The Count of Monte Cristo. Splendid play, brings out the full strength of the company. After that, Mrs. Eleanor Glyn's 3 weeks. Beautiful scenic effects, good show, don't miss it. Prices same as usual, 10, 20, and 30 cents. $1.20 a dozen. 10 cents admission, 10 cents for 3 weeks. Cheaper than room rent. The audience adore it. They wish he would go on forever. If there's anything you'd like, let us know. List of plays out in the lobby, 100 of 'em. Pick out the one you like best and tell us about it. That's what we're here for. Pretty soon we're going to put on a revival of the greatest melodrama ever written, The Two Orphans. Prices same as usual. 10 cents admission, 5 cents an orphan. Slap. And if there's any play you want, just vote for it. We'll play it. We play anything from Hamlet to Polo. Goodbye, people. And off he goes, swinging his arms. I'll come back. Anything from Hamlet to Polo, with moving pictures and pink lemonade, and the glad news from the curtain advertisements that somebody's gum aids digestion and that your credit is good at Spinks. Of course, the ingenue is rather too giggly, and the juvenile, in wiping out the lines of care, doth so incarnadine his face that his eyes are but 2 black spots like the lumps of coal in a snowman. The comic aunt overdoes her make-up by hanging a green parrot on the very rim of her bonnet, so that it flops up and down absurdly every time she moves her head. There are all sorts of exaggerations, over-accents, a continuous scaling down. You see the author's work through a glass darkly, perhaps, but you do see. For 30 cents, 50 in the evening, you see plays of established merit, while Broadway is paying $2 to see plays tried out. July 1911. End of 10/20/30 by Arthur Rule. Read by Maria Kasper.
Song of Myself, Section 10, by Walt Whitman. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Song of Myself, Section 10. Alone, far in the wilds and mountains I hunt, wandering amazed at my own lightness and glee. In the late afternoon, choosing a safe spot to pass the night, kindling a fire and broiling the fresh-killed game, falling asleep on the gathered leaves with my dog and gun by my side. The Yankee clipper is under her sky sails. She cuts the sparkle and scud. My eyes settle the land. I bend at her prow or shout joyously from the deck. The boatmen and clam diggers arose early and stopped for me. I tucked my trouser ends in my boots and went and had a good time. You should have been with us that day round the chowder kettle. I saw the marriage of the trapper in the open air in the far west. The bride was a red girl. Her father and his friends sat near cross-legged and dumbly smoking. They had moccasins to their feet, and large thick blankets hanging from their shoulders. On a bank lounged the trapper. He was dressed mostly in skins. His luxuriant beard and curls protected his neck. He held his bride by the hand. She had long eyelashes. Her head was bare. Her coarse straight locks descended upon her voluptuous limbs and reached to her feet. The runaway slave came to my house and stopped outside. I heard his motions crackling the twigs of the woodpile. Through the swung half door of the kitchen I saw him limpsy and weak, and went where he sat on a log and led him in and assured him, and brought water and filled a tub for his sweated body and bruised feet, and gave him a room that entered from my own, and gave him some coarse clean clothes. and remember perfectly well his revolving eyes and his awkwardness, and remember putting plasters on the galls of his neck and ankles. He stayed with me a week before he was recuperated and passed north. I had him sit next to me at table. My firelock leaned in the corner. End of Song of Myself, Section 10, by Walt Whitman. Read by Chris Pyle.
Tramway-Szene, 10 Uhr nachts, Baden, Wien. Dies ist eine Aufnahme zur Feier des 10. Geburtstages von LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Tramway-Szene, 10 Uhr nachts, Baden, Wien. Ich sagte leise zu meiner zarten, müden Freundin, weshalb wir hier in diesem kleinen Tribuswinkel so lange halten müssen. Niemand steigt aus, niemand steigt ein. Sie sagte leise, es wird schon einen Grund haben, Peterl, reg dich nicht auf. Plötzlich riss der alte, rote, dicke Herr neben Paula die Türe auf. Sie, Kondukteur, warum fahren wir denn nicht weiter, Kruzifix noch einmal? Na, weil wir noch warten müssen. Auf wen? Auf was? Bis Sie ihn ausdiskuriert haben mit Herrn Stationschef? Solche Bemerkungen verbiete ich Ihnen, ich bin ein Kondukteur des Vorwagens und Sie sind nur der Passagier. Was, ich bin nur ein Passagier? Ich bin ein Mensch, der sich nichts Unrechtes gefallen lässt. Merken Sie sich das, Sie Trottel! Meine Herren, ich bitte um Zeugenschaft. Trottel, hat er zu mir gesagt. Ah, da schaust her. Jetzt darf man sich nicht einmal mehr erkundigen, warum ein Zug so lang steht. Paula sagte leise zu mir, Peterl, reg dich nur nicht auf über die ganze Szene. Es kommt zu nichts. Ich sagte, selbstverständlich, Worte erlösen. Nur wer verstummt, sticht eventuell zu. Ende von Tramway-Szene, 10 Uhr nachts, Baden, Wien, von Peter Altenberg. Gelesen von Availle im April 2015.
The Strength of Ten, A Little Story of Married Life by Mary Stuart Cutting. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After plunging from the light and comfort of the heated train to the track just below the little Gothic station of Braywood, John Atterbury had well nigh half a mile to walk before reaching his suburban residence. The way led in part across untilled fields, from the enclosures of which bars had been removed to facilitate the passage of daily commuters. In the slant sunlight of a summer evening, with insects chirping in the dusty grass by the side of the worn footpath, and a fresh breeze from outlying meadows scented with clover and milkweed to fan the brow of the toiler, this walk served as a pleasant approach, in the company of conversational friends, to further country refreshment. The hammock on the veranda, the intimate society of rose bushes, or a little putting on the sward at the back of the house. But on a night in January, with the thermometer 5 degrees above zero, fierce wind blowing out of illimitable blackness, life in the suburbs demanded strenuous willpower. Men put their heads down and ran in silence, with overcoats tightly buttoned and hands beating together, their footsteps sounding heavily on the frozen earth. The wind cut John Atterbury's strong lungs like a knife, and his feet seemed to stumble against the cold as if it had been a visible barrier. Moreover, he bore within him no lightness of spirit, but all the chill and fatigue of a hard day spent in business transactions that have come to nothing, added to the bitter knowledge of an immediate and pressing need for money in the common uses of life. He had a numbing sense of defeat, and worse than that, of inadequacy. If the man whom he was to meet tonight did not bring relief, he knew not where to turn. His tired brain revolved subconsciously futile plans for the morrow, while his one overmastering desire was to reach the light and warmth and rest of the cozy house that sheltered his young wife and 3 small children. With a sharp pang of disappointment, he perceived, as he turned the corner, that the front of the villa was in darkness except for a dim light in his wife's room, and as he opened the door with his latch key, no gush of hot air greeted him, but a stony coldness. He knocked against a go-cart in the square hall on his way to light the gas, and his wife's voice called down softly. "Is that you, dear?" "Yes. Are you ill?" "No, only resting. Are you coming up?" "In a moment." He divested himself of his hat and coat, and stood absently, trying to warm his hands at the frozen register, and then, with a long sigh, prepared to take up this end of the domestic burden with the patient use of habit. He went upstairs with a firm and even step, treading more lightly as he passed the nursery door, where the baby was going to sleep under the charge of Katy, the nursemaid, and entered the room where his wife lay on the lounge in a crimson dressing-gown, a flowered coverlet thrown over her feet, her dark hair lying in rings on the white pillow, and her large dark eyes turned expectantly toward him. The comfort of the pretty, luxurious room, which gave no hint of this new poverty in its fittings, was eclipsed by the icy chill that was like an opaque atmosphere. The wind outside hurled itself at the house and shook the shutters. Atterbury turned up the gas and then sat down on the couch by his wife and kissed her. "What's the matter?" "Nothing but that old pain. It will go over if I lie still. It was my only chance if we are to go out tonight. It's really better now. I promised Mrs. Harrington faithfully this afternoon that we'd come, in spite of the weather. Do you mind?" "No. Is Harrington home yet?" "She expects him back this evening. Oh, Jack, Bridget was sent for this morning before the breakfast things were cleared away. She really didn't want to go off this time, but that mother of hers. The children were more troublesome than usual and had to be taken care of. They are all asleep now but the baby. I sent them off earlier than usual on account of the cold. Katy is no good around the house, and we've had such a day. The furnace—" "I see that it's out." "Both fires were out, but the range is going now. The wind was all wrong. We made up the furnace 3 times, but I couldn't remember how to turn the dampers. They never seemed to be the right way. There's a great fire in the nursery, though." "The water hasn't frozen in the pipes, I hope." There was an ominous sound in his voice. She nodded speechlessly and looked at him, her eyes large with unshed tears. "Why didn't you tell me?" He rose for action. "You should have sent for the plumber at once." "There wasn't any one to send, and it was so late when I found it out. He wouldn't have come until tomorrow anyway." There was a certain look in his wife's face at times which filled Atterbury with extreme tenderness. In the 7 years of their wedded life she had explained to him every varying grade of emotion which the sight of him caused her, but there were many things which he had never thought of telling her, or even consciously formulating to himself. He went over to the closet, poured out some cordial in a small glass, and brought it to her to drink, watching narrowly until a faint tinge of color relieved the bluish pallor around her mouth. Then he poured out another small glass for himself, and spread the down coverlet more closely over her, frustrating her evident desire to rise. "You lie still." He passed a heavy, affectionate hand over her forehead, and she rested her cheek against it with a passionate helplessness. "What on earth did you want to do all the work for today? Why didn't you get the McCaffrey woman? You've no business to tire yourself out like this, Agnes. I don't see how you're ever going out this evening." "Oh, I can go. I'm so much better now. I know we have so little money. I wanted to economize. Other women seem to do such things without any trouble at all." "Well, we won't economize that way. Always get what help is necessary." He spoke with the quick, matter-of-fact decision of a man used to affairs, temporarily regardless of the financial situation, whose cramping iron restrictions could be felt at every turn. "I'll go down now and start things up." Your dinner's in the oven. I'll send Katie to you as soon as Herbert is asleep. She can't leave him now, for he crawls over the crib and drops out. All right, don't you worry. I'll get it. He ran downstairs, arrayed for service, and Agnes listened to his receding footsteps, a warm comfort in her heart, despite that racking of the bones as of one smote hip to thigh, which comes to the delicately born with unaccustomed kitchen work. After some moments, spent as she guiltily divined in searching for the coal shovel, the clatter and rattle of the furnace showed that a master had taken it in charge. Atterbury stoked and shovelled with every quick sense suddenly concentrated on a deep and hidden care. If anything should happen to his wife, vague yet awful phrase, if anything should happen to his wife. She was not made for struggle. The doctor had told him that before. He knew, none better, how brave, loving, yet sensitive a spirit was housed in that tender and fragile body. If she were to leave him and their dear children. No mist came over his eyes at the phantasm, but a sobered keenness of vision gleamed there. There were certain things which it behooved a man to do. He walked over to the coal bins. They were nearly empty. Well, more coal must be ordered at once. He would himself speak about it to Murphy, and make arrangements to pay that last bill, somehow. A catalogue of indebtedness unrolled itself before him, but he gazed at it steadily. The fog-like depression was gone. He felt in his veins the first tingling of that bitter wine of necessity which invigorates the strong spirit. And there was Harrington, at whose house the card party was to be held tonight. He drew a long breath, and his heart beat quicker. He had not told his wife how much he counted on seeing Harrington, but he was sure that she had divined it. Nothing else would have taken him out again on such a night. This wealthy and genial neighbor had held out great hopes of furthering one scheme of Atterbury's in that trip out west from which he had just returned. Atterbury had helped Harrington about his patent, and the latter professed himself eager to repay the service. If Harrington had used his influence, as he could use it, and had got the company to look at the land, why, it was as good as sold. Atterbury knew that it held the very qualities for which they were looking. If the plan were a success, then what had been started first as an attractive flyer might prove to be a main dependence when most needed. He felt a little bitterly that the friends on whom he had most counted had failed him. Callender, Nichols, Waring, in their plans there was no room for him. This meeting with Harrington was the crucial point on which the future hung. When Atterbury went back to his wife, warmed with his work, she was standing before the mirror, dressing. A faint, smoky smell arose from the register. The wind was still evidently in the wrong direction for chimneys. An infant's prattle, mixed with an occasional whimper, came from the nursery. "I've wrapped hot cloths around the pipes," he said cheerfully, "and left a couple of kerosene lamps lighted on the floor near them. We'll have to take our chances now. What's this envelope on the mantelpiece?" His face fell. "Another assessment from the association? That makes the 11th this month, besides the regular insurance that was due on the 1st. "But you can't pay it." She had looked bright when he came in, but now her lips quivered. "Oh, I'll have to pay that. Don't you worry about it. I tell you, though, Agnes, I'd be worth a good deal more to you dead than I am now." "Don't! You know I hate to hear you talk like that. I'd never take your old insurance money." She grasped him by her two slender, cold hands, and tried ineffectually to shake him while he smiled down at her, and then hid her head on his breast, raising it, however, to say, "Did you eat your dinner? I hope that it wasn't burned." "I ate some of it." "Oh," she groaned, "and on such a night!" "Never mind. I'm counting on a good hot little supper at Harrington's. And Agnes—" Having none of the care of the children, he had a habit of intervening at inopportune moments with well-meant suggestions. "Just listen to that child. Don't you think he might go to sleep better if I brought him in here with us for a few moments?" "No," said his wife. She added afterwards sweetly in a token of renewed amity, "He's such a darling, and he looks more like you every day. He'll be asleep soon. But I'm sure Gwendolen will have the croup tonight. The house has been so cold." "Oh, of course," said Atterbury grimly, By some weird fatality, the festive hour abroad was inevitably followed by harrowing attendance at one or other of the infants in the long watches of the night. Husband and wife looked at each other and laughed, and then kissed in silence, like two children in simple accord. It was with many instructions to Katy that the Atterburys finally left the house, instructions that comprehended the dampers, the babies, and the pipes. "I don't suppose that she will remember a word that we have told her," said Agnes resignedly. "Well, we are only going 3 doors away. I'll run back after a while and see." "I'm so glad I'm going with you," she whispered as they walked a few steps, he trying to shield her from the violence of the wind. "Ah, yes," he jibed. "It's such a new thing, isn't it, to be with me? You ought to be ashamed of yourself." The Harringtons' house was certainly a change from the one they had left. Delicious warmth radiated from it as the ample doors unclosed to let the guests in. The crimson-shaded lights were reflected on the card tables and the polished floor, and laughing voices greeted the newcomers. "You are late," said the hostess, who was considered handsome, with heavy black eyebrows, dimples in her white rounded cheeks, and a petulant expression. She wore a bunch of violets in the belt of her light blue gown. "You are late, but not so late as my husband. I expected him home to dinner, and he hasn't come yet. It's the way I'm always treated," she pouted engagingly. "You other men will have to be very, very nice to me." She stared with public audacity into the eyes of the man nearest her, and then let her long black lashes sweep her cheek. It pleased her to pose as the attractive young married woman, and by tacit consent the suburban husbands were allowed by their wives to go through the motions of flirting with her. Atterbury settled down to the strain of waiting. The company was composed of couples who saw each other daily, the men on the trains, the women in their small social rounds. Every event that happened in their little circle was common property, to be discussed by all. The evolution of Mrs. Oliver's black-spangled gown, the expensive house which the new doctor was erecting under the auspices of the Building Loan Association, Toddy Jenkins' stirring experiences in the kindergarten, and Mr. Waring's sudden substitution of the 7:31 morning train for the 8:14, were subjects interspersed with, and of the same caliber as discussions on the presidential candidate, the last new book, or affairs in Africa. In spite of this pooling of interests, so to speak, the weekly gathering at the houses of different members always took on an aspect of novelty. Everyone dressed for the occasion, and there was usually a good game of cards, and a modest little supper afterwards, and the women met other men besides their husbands, and the men met each other and smoked after supper. The only real variety in the program was that the simple and hearty friendliness beneath all of this was more apparent at some houses than at others. The Harringtons, somewhat new arrivals, were the confessedly rich people of the set, and the entertainments which they gave were characterized with a little more pomp and circumstance. Mrs. Harrington, for all her perfunctory belleship, was a lively and entertaining hostess. Everyone strove to make up to her for Harrington's absence, and a particularly cordial spirit prevailed. In one of the intermissions of the game, Atterbury heard Henry Waring say to Nichols, "Did you see the little item in one of the evening papers about the Western Company to whom Harrington sold his patent?" "No, what was it?" asked Nichols. "They're going to start up the plant at once near some town in Missouri. I've forgotten the name. Paid $50,000 for the ground. You see, they required peculiar natural facilities. That's what kept them back so long. It seems a good deal of money to pay for a clay bank. Of course, Harrington's in a hurry to start them up. He'll get a big royalty." "You are not to talk business," said Mrs. Harrington's gay voice. Atterbury felt the room swirl around with him. He knew the name of the town well enough. He had been sure from the first that those barren acres of his held just what the company was looking for, but he had never dreamed of getting more than 10 or 15,000 for them. A warm gratitude to Harrington filled him, and then a chill of doubt. The newspaper only chronicled a rumor, not a certainty, for no real sale could take place without his knowledge. He did not know how he played after this, and it was a tremendous relief when the players left the tables and stood or sat in little home-like groups, all talking and laughing at once in a merry tumult. There was in the air that fragrant aroma of newly made coffee, which is so peculiarly convivial in the suburbs, and the absence of Harrington, who was nevertheless considered to be a jolly good fellow, had ceased to be noticed by any one but Atterbury, when the sound of wheels was heard grating on the driveway outside. He clutched the chair he stood by, although his face was impassive. The hour he had been waiting for was here. Harrington had come. Mrs. Harrington ran into the hall with an exclamation of pleasure as the door opened, letting in a flood of cold air and a large man heavily wrapped in fur. The listening company heard him say, "What in time have you got this crowd here tonight for?" The words were respectable, but the tone cursed. There was a stiffening change in her voice. "Hush! Didn't you get my letter?" "What letter? No, if I had, I wouldn't have been fool enough to come home for a quiet night's rest. I might have known I couldn't get it here. You can't live without a lot of people cackling around you." "Go to bed, then. Nobody wants to see you." It was the quick thrust of a rapier. "Much rest I'd get with that mob in there." The woman flashed back at him with a white heat. "You have your men's dinners and your wine parties, and you grudge me a little pleasure like this. It's like you. It's like—" For very shame's sake, the guests were hurriedly talking to cover the sounds of strife. "Harrington's trip evidently hasn't done him much good," said Nichols to Atterbury. "I doubt his success. He has too many large schemes on hand. What he makes in one way he uses to float something else." "It's possible," said Atterbury thoughtfully. "It doesn't do to take things like that. If you lose your grip, you can't get on." "That's what I'm finding out now. I don't mind telling you, Mr. Nichols, that I'm in a hole. But you have no experience in that way. Your business is secure." The two men had drawn to one side and were talking in low and confidential tones. "Is it? I'll tell you, Atterbury, the time I went through 5 years ago was awful, simply awful. No, I never said a word to a soul here. Nobody ever suspected. There was one time when I thought I'd have to send Sue and the babies home to her father and light out for the Klondike." "But you didn't," said Atterbury, his own pulse leaping to the courage of the other man with a sudden kinship. "No, I didn't. You can't be discouraged when you have a wife and children to support. Things turned out. It was most unexpected. I'll tell you all about it some day. It's well that the opportunities of life are not bounded by our knowledge of them, Atterbury." They looked at each other in silence with a large assent. "By the way, we are rather at a standstill at present," said Nichols after a pause. "We've got to get someone to represent us in South Africa at once. Business possibilities are opening up there tremendously. You don't happen to know of the right person?" "Myself," said Atterbury. "I wish it were possible," said Nichols politely, "but of course that's out of the question. We must have someone who thoroughly understands the business and the machines, one who can take the initiative. The fact is, either Callender or I ought to go, but we can't leave. We virtually need a third man in the firm, but he must have capital." "Please come into the other room, all of you," said the hostess with a forced playfulness, pulling aside the portieres which had concealed the little feast. There was a heightened color in her face, and her eyes were hard. "Mr. Harrington says that he is going to stay in here until we have finished, but I know you won't miss him." "Oh, come along in, Harrington," said Nichols good-naturedly. "Tell us of your travels in the wild and woolly West." "There's nothing to tell," said Harrington shortly, turning away from the instinctive question in Atterbury's look with almost brutal rudeness, and pushing past him to an armchair, where he sat down and closed his eyes wearily. He was a big man, with thick black hair and a black moustache which drooped over a heavy chin. "I've passed the nights in beastly sleeping cars, and the days in dining and whining a lot of low, greasy politicians. I'm dog-tired." There were deep lines in his low forehead and under his eyes, and his large, white, powerful hand clasped and unclasped nervously. "You go in there, both of you. I'm all broke up. My wife will entertain you. Her infernal chatter drives me mad." "I'll stay here with you," said Atterbury resolutely. "I will send your supper in to you," called Mrs. Harrington lightly, as she saw him draw up a chair to one of the deserted card tables, near which Harrington was sitting, with his eyes still closed, and his head leaned back against the cushions. He paid no attention to the dishes, but Atterbury ate and drank quickly, like the hungry man he was, though hardly knowing what he tasted, except that it was warm and good. Then he sat absently, looking at the scene in the supper-room, where the guests were grouped around the table, the wax lights in the candelabra illuminating the women opposite him, Mrs. Harrington's brilliant eyes and blue gown, the fair hair and scarlet draperies of pretty Mrs. Waring, the white teeth and charming smile of black-robed Mrs. Callender, and the old rose bodice, slender neck, and dusky drooping head that belonged to Agnes. In spite of the festive appearance, there was manifest chill and restraint. The men, all but Callender and Nichols, who talked apart, had shifted over to seats by their wives, a position which does not require due exertion in the matter of entertainment. It is difficult to eat and drink merrily when your host is palpably waiting for your departure. Agnes's hand shook as she held the cup of hot coffee to which she had been looking forward, and her creamed oysters were untouched while she tried to open a conversation with Mrs. Callender all about the book club. "Well," said Atterbury suddenly, after a while, "what have you got to say to me, Harrington?" The other man's manner was offensive, but Atterbury was disposed to be conciliating. Harrington unclosed his heavy, dark-ringed eyes and gazed at him. "What have I got to say to you?" He gave a short laugh. "Why, nothing that I know of. Nothing but that I have an infernal headache." There was an extraordinary undercurrent of insolence in his manner, which Atterbury was at a loss to explain. "I am sorry to have to disturb you if you are ill," said Atterbury in level tones, "but a word will suffice, Harrington. I know that the land is virtually sold. It was in the evening paper. How much does it bring?" "What land?" "My land." "I don't know anything about your property. The ground that the company bought belonged to me." "To you? You never told me that you owned any in Missouri." "Do I have to tell you everything?" Harrington's black eyes were contemptuously defiant. "No, but you will have to tell me this," said Atterbury. Harrington shifted uneasily. "Well, then, take the truth if you want it. I meant to keep faith with you fairly enough, and I would have stuck to your interests if I could have afforded to. That's the whole gist of the matter. And you've no case for complaint. We hadn't signed any agreement." "You found another section like mine?" Harrington nodded. "Nearly as good. I bought it for a song, and the company sent out a surveyor and a couple of geologists of their own to look it up, and paid me $50,000 for it. That is, indirectly, of course. I didn't appear in the sale, and I lost every cent in a deal yesterday." He swore under his breath. "You used the private information I gave you, I suppose?" said Atterbury in dangerously low tones. A flicker of a smile crossed Harrington's moody face. "Well, yes, you gave me the points, and I used them. Any man would." "You miserable, sneaking liar," said Atterbury very slowly. He rose and brought both hands down on the table with a gesture that did not lose in power because it made no sound. "No man that lives shall cheat me with impunity. I'll brand you for what you are." "You can't," said Harrington insolently. Atterbury smiled with a scorn which disdained reply, and turned on his heel. He did not see the startled glance of Nichols and Callender as he went over to a place beside them. His wife wondered, as they did, at a new royalty in his tall bearing, as of one used to high command, and bowed herself in adoration before it. He defeated, he cast down. In that moment of tingling indignation he felt himself a conqueror. Nor obstacle, nor loss, nor circumstance, nor treachery should stand in his way. This blow had felled the last barrier that confined a free spirit, superbly at one with the elemental force which displaces atoms and creates new worlds. The current of a mighty strength was in him, dominant, compelling, that strength which in some mysterious way has a volition of its own, apart from him who possesses it, bending men and events to his uses. There was a vibrant tone in his voice as he said, "Mr. Nichols, I want to go to South Africa for you." The gaze of the two men met with almost an electric shock. "But you don't know the business." The protest half invited discussion. "I can learn it." "We don't want a man to learn," said Callender, speaking for the first time. "You must understand that, Atterbury. We can find men on every street corner who would like to learn. We want someone with a good working knowledge, who has had experience and is familiar with our machines and our methods, one who can leave his family and has capital." Atterbury shook his head. "No, you want a man like me, one who can not only handle your machines, but handle men, and has had experience outside of your narrow line. Good heavens, Callender, the man you speak of, bearing the capital, can almost be picked up at the street corners. Your house is full of such as he, good, plodding, trustworthy men, who understand what they have been taught about your machines, and your accounts, and your methods, and who understand nothing else, who stick to their desks year in and year out. Will one like that do for you? You know that it will not. Granted that I don't know the business as you do, but that's a detail. I know what business really is. Granted that I've got no capital, I've got the one thing you really need, and that's the brains and energy to get it for you. Take me into your conferences, give me a fighting knowledge of what you want, and I'll bring in the capital. The export trade has a tremendous future. My mind's been full of it lately. You send me to South Africa, to China, to the Philippines, and I'll undertake to double the business in 3 years. But you mustn't confine yourself to one narrow line. You must broaden out. You ought to be able to distance all your competitors. You ought to be able to merge them in your own company. For many reasons I can be worth more to you than any other man you know. Nichols, can't you see that I'm the opportunity you want?" Nichols sat immovable, holding on to the arms of his chair with both hands. Facing the light of Atterbury's face, the answering light shone in his own. Callender still objected, although plainly under great excitement. "You haven't managed your own affairs so well." "No," said Atterbury, turning on him like lightning, "and you know why? You know what claims the death of Anderson laid upon me, and how I've tried to carry them? They will be paid off now. Callender, you're not worth my powder and shot. You're just talking. Mr. Nichols, I'm speaking to you. You know I can handle this thing." Both men rose unconsciously and looked at each other with a long breath between them. "When will you send me out?" asked Atterbury at last, with his brilliant smile. "Come to me tomorrow at 10, said Nichols, giving his hand to the other, who grasped it silently. "Mind, I don't promise anything." "No, we don't promise anything," agreed the excited Callender. "No," said Atterbury jubilantly, "that's all right. We've got a great future before us, my friends." As he wheeled around he caught sight of Harrington. "Ah," he said airily, "do either of you own any stock in our host's company? It may be just as well for you to investigate a little. You may find that as the treasurer he's been speculating with the funds. I'll give you my reasons for this also, tomorrow." "Come," he said to Agnes, "we must be going." As they stepped out once more into the darkness, the wind nearly hurled them off their feet. A million icy points of snow pricked and stung the face. She clung to him, and he put his arms around her and swept her through the storm as a lover might his bride, unknowing of it. Yet for all that warm clasp she subtly felt the severance of his thought from her, and when they were safely landed in the hall, she said nervously, "What was that I heard you saying to Mr. Nichols? You're not going to leave me?" Her tone had in it the universal protest of womankind, to whom the bodily desertion is less than the spiritual one that makes it possible. He bent his ardent eyes upon her with a glow which she had never seen in them before. "Ah, but it will be only to come back to you," he said, with a leap forward to a joy that made parting dim, and she looked up at him with a soul so steeped in love that for the moment she could only desire what he did. The evidences of a clinging domesticity were again around them. Fierce blasts of heat from the furnace showed that Katy had peacefully forgotten the dampers. The water dripped into the kitchen sink from the thawing pipes. A hollow clanging cough from the upper regions told that poor little Gwendolen's croup had indeed set in. But even this no longer appeared a bitter and blasting ill to Atterbury, but merely a temporary discomfort, to be gone with the morrow. End of The Strength of 10, a little story of married life by Mary Stuart Cutting.